I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that, we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our, presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and deprived.
A warm welcome and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be your host for today. BW People, a 5+ years old exclusive HR community of BW Business World, is pleased to welcome all of you to the 8th edition of BW HR Excellence Summit and Awards 2023, where we will honor India's top CHROs and HR leaders who carry the torch of excellence in India's HR landscape. The theme for today's summit is Unlocking the Future of HR, where you will witness India's top changemakers, innovators, and architects of the Indian HR industry come together and share their insights on seamlessly inculcating the top-notch HR practices in their future workspace. BW People imparts the latest insights of erudite CEOs, corporate HRs, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech providers, solution companies, government skilling organizations, and NGOs. The community caters to freshers, job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, service providers, and each person related to the job market and the HR industry. May I please request my team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW people. Lovely. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everybody to join in the conversation and share the learnings of the day by using the hashtag BWHRExcellence. With that, may I please request my team to now show us today's event AV. Before we move ahead with today's proceedings, I would like to thank our partners for today. Our associate partners, Bharati Dasan Institute of Management, Tiruchirappalli, Adan Solutions Private Limited, Rainmaker, organized by BW Business World. Our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Take Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. May I please request my team to now play the partners AV.
10 years and how. From one women army to team of passionate HR professionals. From one city to 80 countries, from 0 to 300 plus clients. Awards and recognition. One of the most recognized and awarded HR consulting firm across the globe. Seen as a thought leader and opinions published across platforms and media. Our services, diversity and inclusion, learning and development, HR consulting, employee well-being, client engagement, creating an impact from social non-commercial campaigns. Our clients across industries and geographies, including APAC, Europe, Middle East, Americas, and Africa. Our journey towards making a difference to people's lives and careers and driving respect and equality for all continues. Follow us on www.marchingsheep.com and contact us at info@marchingsheep.com.
Your husband doesn't mind you work so late.
Deshpande, I like saris, so I wear them.
Whatever money you need, whenever you need, you will get it. Namaskar.
छुट्टी चाहिए थी, आपने पिछले महीने कहा था कि अगले महीने.
I know what you need in a hug, right?
No, Karan, I'm all right.
Come on, I'm a little teddy bear. You see, a no means a no. If a woman is silent, it also means a no. This project is really important, particularly for your promotion next month.
Please don't send me emails that are not related to work.
It's office politics, babe. Leave it. You won't get it.
क्या मस्ती से यार. Internal committee यानी कि IC का होना बहुत जरूरी.
We don't want to make it a police matter.
Workspace की सुस्वागतम. Employee engagement module యొక్క 6 sessions లో.
Yeah, Kalpade has friends in the right places. Deadline will be met on my word. Done. Finish.
You can put these under documentation charges.
I know we've had extra expenses and I'm not very happy about that.
Why do we have to be so cryptic about what is going on?
Bribery is a crime. If she's starting a family, she will not be able to handle the workload.
And Neha is a woman. She's out of the question. How do you think she's going to manage the travel and the vendors together?
I cannot yell like a madman. I can't lead a team.
We can't lose great potential to biases. People achieve great things when given equal opportunity.
During the course of employment, remember that you represent our brand and work ethic.
This is important. Can you postpone for data? This is HR. Listen to all your digital and concerns.
Remember, ignorance is not a defense.
"10 years and how. From one women army to team of passionate HR professionals. From one city to 80 countries, from 0 to 300 plus clients. Awards and recognition. One of the most recognized in award.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our partners. And with that, Ladies and gentlemen, let me please request the Director of BW People and BW CFO World, Talis Rizvi, to deliver the opening address. I know it's a Saturday, but we can be louder. It's okay.
Good morning, everyone. So we are starting a bit late, but nevertheless, we'll have a good time through the day. And to talk about the BW People, we are a community of HRs, and we have tried to make it a B2B kind of a community and engaged community with people who are engaged with different facets of implementation of HR functions in India. So today we'll be joined by CHROs from large organizations and educational institutions and the consulting organizations to talk about what's happening in the HR space in India. So the responsibility of human resource professionals in India, and I've been talking about it, that we are the people who take care of 1.3 billion Indians by giving them employment and jobs across. And we have to take care of them from different perspectives. It can be the basic functions of HR, or maybe the behavioral aspects. Developing a inclusive culture in the country is also happens to be one of the responsibility of HR. So today we'll be talking about unlocking the future of HR. That's the name of the summit for 2023. And with this, I'll talk a bit about BW People. So we started 5 years back, but the event HR Excellence has been there for more than 10 years now, and this is the 8th event that we are doing. And we have recognized the CHROs in the past, and we have brought people together and became a very inclusive community, and we are within reach for everyone. And during this phase, we launched a print magazine that is called BW People Prime. We have a lot of IPs. I think you saw them. We are doing certain things around DEI. We are doing for L&D. We are working on disability, positive environment. And we are also coming up with certain things in HR tech very soon. Plus, we do video content around the year. We have a video feature that happens every week that's called HR Voices. And we wish that people from HR community come forward and share their views with us on HR Voices. So with this, I would say that we should start the event, as we have already a bit of delays happened. So I'll hand over the mic to Aditya and take it forward. And welcome everyone today to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And with that, let's proceed towards the first keynote address on Society 5.0 and the role of HR. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Asit K. Burma, Director, Bharatidasan Institute of Management, Trichy.
Thanks, Aditya, and thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for inviting me to this event. And this when we talk about unlocking the future of HR, so this is something very close to my heart. I'm not a HR professional, but I've been on the other side of the table. And I was in industry for about 30 years in technology industry. And let me tell you, in any organization, the HR folks, they are the least trusted one. They're the most friendly ones, but they are the least trusted one. In organization corridor gossip, that don't trust him or her. He is from HR. Okay. So that was the kind of role. And we have seen that you collect these applications and you do the onboarding and you do the training, learning and development, and then this payroll administration and a whole lot of other support functions you have been doing. And you are also taking care of this offboarding, like or when they are leaving, parting the organization, so how to make it better. Then also employee engagement, so on and so forth. So that is how it has been. But the role is quickly changing. The HR role, the way HR function is changing today, keeping in mind the future of work, is never like that. So this is the best moment for HR professional. So you have too many balls. You are juggling all these balls in the air because of this future of work is changing. And no other department is looking at it that way. You have to play the role of integrating all these dimensions. So marketing, productions, they are not thinking about those aspects. You need to guide, you need to look at that. So before I come to this, so let me take you through this, my concept of the Society 5.0 and the role of HR. And the theme at BIM Trichy is influencing tomorrow. When we say influencing tomorrow, whether it is marketing or whether it is HR, that how we can contribute a little bit. So towards that, we are working seriously, and we are looking at how the future of work is shaping up. We see that the starting point for this was rethinking the MBA, the Dean of Harvard Business School, Srikant Datar. So he came up with different attributes of rethinking the MBA. And these are some of the aspects. This PPT would be there with the organizers, so you can take a look. I'll leave the PPT behind. But quickly take you through that, keeping in mind the future of work. This is the global perspectives, leadership development, integration, organizational realities like power, politics, and challenges of implementation, creative, innovative thinking, oral and written communication, the roles, responsibilities, and purpose of business, risk, regulation, and restraints, understanding the limits of markets and models. So these were suggested to be part of MBA curriculum, no longer those vanilla MBA and then you put some marketing, HR specialization. No. So these are some critical aspects to be built into the curriculum. Next is that World Economic Forum. So World Economic Forum, their future of job reports. So they keep on coming, their future of job reports. I'm sure most of you have gone through that. What they say that unlike our parents or grandparents, we'll be changing job 5 to 6 times. Okay. So keeping that in mind, so few areas they have identified like complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, people management, coordinating with others, emotional intelligence, judgment and decision-making, service orientation, negotiation skill, and cognitive flexibility. These are the attributes that the World Economic Forum is talking about. Now, what does McKinsey say? McKinsey again talks about this COVID-19 and how COVID-19 accelerated digital transformation in the organization. So it says that remote work and virtual meetings are likely to continue, albeit less intensely than at the pandemic's peak, but knock-on effects for real estate, business travel, and urban centers. E-commerce and other virtual transactions are booming, increasing demand for gig work. COVID-19 may propel faster adoption of automation and AI, especially in work arenas with high physical proximity. And this too, the written in red ink is very important. Just note the mix of occupations within economies may shift with little or no job growth in low-wage occupations. Workers will need to learn more social and emotional skills and technical skills to move into occupations in higher wage brackets. So if you have employees in the low wage bracket, so how to move them into the higher wage brackets? And this mix of the occupation within the economy that is changing fast. What does Deloitte say? So these are some of the research that we are doing, and we are coming up with the modules so that we can support many of the organizations, because consulting, I come with the consulting background and having spent more than 3 decades in industry. So apart from academics, research, so consulting is one key element in our institute. So Deloitte Insight, it says that remaining human in a technology-driven world. So as your machines are getting artificial intelligence, as the physical objects, they are, as you are including machine learning into the physical objects, and they are becoming more and more intelligent. So what happens to us? We can't remember any phone numbers. So are we becoming, what happens to the human being? Are we losing intelligence? Yes, if we are losing intelligence, can we be little more human? So this remaining human in a technology-driven world, then belonging from comfort to connection to contribution, designing work for well-being, living and performing at your best, super teams, putting AI in the group, knowledge management, creating context for a connected world, beyond reskilling. So it is just not reskilling. How to invest in resilience for uncertain futures. How to build this resilience for uncertain future, not only for the organization, but for the employees as well. And HR has to play a very, very important role in all these aspects. Then ethics and the future of work, from could we to how should we, not just the destination, not just achieving the number, but how we achieve that path, that becomes very important towards a social enterprise. So enterprises are essentially becoming a social enterprise. So enterprise that just the enterprise where not just the machines are intelligent, enterprise where the human beings are more human, and HR plays the catalytic role in bringing their intrinsic qualities so that man and machine can work to create the maximum value. So this is the architecture for the social enterprise. So that means purpose. Any organization has a purpose that you see in their this objective, their mission, vision, and most of the places, mission, vision, they are just on the board. We don't internalize. You do a survey, quick survey in your organization, ask the employees, so how many you remember, you can write their mission and vision statement correctly. Now tell me how you are contributing to the mission and vision statements. So you'll find that we are seriously failing in that. But how to this individually, how each individual can be made aware of contributing to the mission and vision of the organization, the purpose. Why are you born? So similarly, in any organization, this is what the HR has to play a major role. Each individual should feel that this is the mission and vision of the organization, and this is how I'm contributing to the mission and vision in my own way. Next is potential. So when you have this purpose, it focuses on individuality. A cannot be just like B. You cannot say he has achieved 100%. Why are you working at 80% of the maybe this sales target? But HR has to see that how I can use that potential to enable them to perform better. So that individually, purpose and the sense of belonging, that is there in that first part. Second part is the potential, reinvention. How do I help my employees to reinvent themselves? Okay, so that means an organization that is designed and organized to maximize what humans are capable of thinking, creating, and doing in a world of machines. Okay, so this is what we have to think. in any organization, what happens that we basically work in silos. Take the case of, say, some IT company. Here you have a healthcare unit, here then you have banking finance, then you have a manufacturing unit, then you have the government sector, then you have the horizontal unit like ERP, analytics and all that. Now in each unit, the best performers are kept close to the heart by the unit heads. You cannot move them to anywhere else. Okay, they are not released. So you can draw parallel to your organizations. But you find that there is a person in healthcare business unit who is extremely good in numbers, can do wonders in analytics. So why should he contribute only in healthcare? Why not I move this person to analytics business unit so that it's a horizontal unit and that advantage can be leveraged by all other banking, finance and all other units. It's very, very difficult to do that. But HR has to play an important role. How to keep your eyes and ears open to see what is happening with respect to the skill of the person, of the candidate, and use the analytics and different AI applications that are available, the social media, the corridor, these murmurs that you get to hear, and see that how you can enable this potential, each person's potential, how we can maximize the potential and create maximum value. So this is where comes the reinvention. I come as a, I joined, I started my career with CMC Limited. Now it's TCS. And my initial work was building solution for the steel plants, aluminum plants. I have been to all the plants in the Eastern Zone. And I was recruited. I was again, picked up by my chairman at that point of time. And he made me his executive assistant, and I came over to Delhi. So my office was in Maharani Bagh. So I stayed there for about 9 years. I closely worked with Aishar Consulting because they were doing the transformation in CMC Limited at that point of time. And from a solution developer, I demonstrated my potential as a corporate strategy maker. Okay, so this is what the HR has to enable, that how to find the right potential of a person. Some person joining as a salesperson may be a very good HR person, or a HR person could be a marketing person. So you need to see that how I can maximize the potential. Next is the perspectives. Now today's world is very, very uncertain as the stock market, and you don't know. And even for the academics, we don't know what tools, what technology we must teach our students to keep them relevant, maybe 5 years, 6 years, 10 years down the line. So they need to be ready for the uncertainty. Okay, how to instill that resilience in the employees. So that's a very, very important part that you need to look at. So I don't want to talk about it. So this will be mere repetition. But when I talk about Society 5.0, that is Apart from that, of course, this with this flexibility and autonomy, you have question of data security and all these aspects, invasion of privacy. So you need to kind of seriously look at it. So enterprise social platform you can think of. So many organizations are coming up. There are many social platforms. We all talk about ERP implementation, but you have to think of how to implement an enterprise social platform, not only just talking about what your organization doing, but employees to share their thoughts among yourselves. So then you also get to know what is happening in other groups. Otherwise, in most of the organizations, they are at silos. Okay, so so one department is not talking to another department. Even academic institute also. You go to IIT, go to IIMs, and about it is just not HR analytics. It is just not using blockchain, AI/ML, okay, or IoT. It is to do a deep dive into human mind, more so because it is the Gen Z. The Gen Z psychology is peculiar, so you need to look at it. Now, I'll end my talk by talking about a concept called techno-stress. Techno-stress, this concept was there. It was coined in 1980s, and it was just a kind of a research topic. It ended there. But today, in this hybrid work environment, as we talk about Industry 4.0, as we talk about using more and more technology at workplace, so this techno-stress, this aspect has spread. This aspect is being talked about quite widely, and you need to take note of that. Techno-stress, there are 5 components of that. One is the techno-overload. In techno-overload, what happens? We expect the employees to work faster. Techno-overload. So you have all the technology with you. So why can't you work faster? So that is creating a lot of stress. Then techno-invasion. So technology is invading the personal life. Okay. So that is very, very important. Like say, for simple example, like say Zoom call. Zoom call, many times the boss may ask you, turn on your camera. But there will be women employees and they're working from home. They may not be in the right attitude to turn on the camera. Boss gets upset. Are you really at your workplace? Or you are taking the call from somewhere else? I don't know. I don't want to. You are supposed 10 to 5. You are supposed to be an official work. So you better turn on the camera. I have seen a lady employee resigning the job because her husband was by her side. Her husband said, when your boss is talking this way, you are not comfortable. You are being asked to feeling little, awkward that I don't have Microsoft, install Microsoft Teams installed. Then techno insecurity due to rapid change of IT. Techno insecurity, rapid change of IT. And for a very long time, I was hesitant in depositing cash in the bank through the automatic cash deposit machine. Even being a digital person myself, I was not very sure whether will they count well. What happened if my notes get sucked in and then I don't get any receipt? So a lot of insecurities there. You have to keep in mind the technology readiness aspects. And that other one is the techno uncertainty due to unpredictable change in technology. Like this, what is the impact of metaverse in, say, in HR practice? Okay, so these are some of the aspects that you have to keep in mind. And what are the outcome of techno stress? How do you know that techno stress is going up in the organization? That you see through anxiety, that you see through fatigue, skepticism, and inefficiency in using ICT. Okay, information and communication technology, they are not able to use that. There will be a lot of skepticism, inefficiency, anxiety, and fatigue. So ladies and gentlemen, so this HR profession was never as exciting as it is today. While all other professions are working in silos, so HR profession alone can establish a bridge among them. And while HR is to be criticized as the most political group, to HR would be the group that is facilitating, extracting maximum potential out of the human resource. Okay, so let us move towards Society 5.0. As our machines automatically get intelligent, because there is no dearth of those IT people and those technology platform sellers, they will come and sell that to your organization where you may not have any control. The CEO will buy those gadgets. But what you can do, you can work towards making human more human. And how to make it, you know it better. Okay, thank you so much. All the best. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Barma, for your talk. We shall definitely move towards Society 5.0. And now towards the first panel discussion on navigating the future of talent management, strategies for success in 2030s. While they're setting up the stage, a request for all our upcoming session chairs that would mostly be from the host team. Please take note of the timer. I see all of you laughing now. Just a request. This is not a part of my script, but I have to say it now. Okay. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Prashant Kullar, CHRO Ecom Express. Kamaljeet Kaur, Director and CHRO Sterlite Power. Pavna Udarnani, Founder, Managing Director, Adan Solutions Private Limited. Vikramjeet Singh, Head, Human Resources and Corporate Services, South Asia, Lee and Fung. And this session will be chaired by a most punctual now, Arjun Yadav, Correspondent, BW Business World. You know, I only see the host team clapping. Can you please be a little more louder, more cheerful for them? Thank you.
Good morning. Check. Thank you, Aditya. I can clearly see the timer showing 15 minutes less. Now we were supposed to have a 45-minute panel. So we're clearly at 30 minutes now. So good morning, everybody. This is the first panel. So panelists, we have the burden of setting the tone for the day quite well for our future, for our subsequent panels. If you look at the topic today, navigating the future of talent management, strategies for success in 2030s. Of course, we'll discuss the strategies, but if you look at the talent pool that the HR professionals will be looking at, I want to understand from you first the characteristics. Of course, Dr. Asit was talking about that you will be dealing with Gen Zs, right? Now this generation, restless, highly aspirational. He talked about quick switching between jobs. Of course, he talked about retention. We'll get into that debate as well. But when we are talking about 2030s, what are the characteristics of this talent pool that you're looking at that would make up for this talent pool of 2030s? Prashant, if you would like to start.
Thank you. Let me start with the first thing that comes to my mind is I started my career about 25 years ago. And I think when I look at the generation today and when I look back, not just at myself, but my colleagues who also started, the mindset wasn't actually very different. Many of us were as restless. Many of us were equally ambitious. The only thing I think which we missed out and what today's generation really has an advantage over is the ease of information available, ease of connection, ease of network. But if I was to focus on a few, possibilities or characteristics of what this generation will look like. Number one, the first thing that comes in my mind is, I think their capability to look at not just solve problems, but look at problems and break down problems. Because in my company, I have a very large workforce, and that workforce is, I'm talking about 50,000 plus employees, some of which blue collared, also white collared. Their ability to focus on breaking down a problem and addressing each part of the problem rather than jumping to conclusions. And I think that's a mindset we will have to deal with as we look into the future, because that's something we want to enable more and more. The other thing, I think this were perhaps far limited than what people have today. And we need to learn to be able to build on their networks, encourage building networks, build on their networks to identify solutions for the kind of problems, companies are, solving today. And the last, I think, which we don't want to take for granted. I heard earlier that, human touch, technology is going to continue to play more and more, important part. Today, the chatbot is going to be able to do a lot more than what we were able to do, even today. That I can use. When I say catch up, not just aware of technology, but how am I bringing it to my workplace? So that mindset is something for organizations we will have to really build as we look into the future.
Thank you, Prashant. Bhavna, your thoughts on this?
The new generation right now is, they want to earn a lot of money, and they really want to have fast money. And they really are interested to want to become famous also. They are going to be a changed. They have all in this pandemic, they have shown that the employers that the work cannot be done without us. So practically we have to respect their ability also. And I think by 2030, there will be a lot of change, like our employees will want us to work as a partners rather than treated as an employees now. They would really want to have a change. They would like to give. I always believe it's the same. Initially, when we started, we talk about Tatas and Aditya Birlas and everyone. There was always a give and take relationship between the employee. They used to do that.
Thank you, Bhavna. Kamalji, your thoughts?
Hi. When we're talking about the new generation, I think the new generation is all beside us. When I look back, we have kids in our home. We have friends, families who are grappling with the issues of teenagers. Let me give some thoughts. What I feel, what's missing and what we'll be doing really good. And I feel that 7 years hence and as future or parents, community, I think we owe it to building those skills that will really make these people very successful. So I agree with my fellow colleagues. I think with the chat GTD getting technology savvy, I think they'll be way ahead. And I think what we really probably missed, or I would say catching up the power of social capital, I think this generation would be very, very good at it. What I really see, and this is the time that we owe to kind of build some skills in the generation coming ahead, and I feel that the organizations would need that most, is building resilience. I think somebody talked about it, but as I see, I think a lot of things that come in very easy for this generation, the fast ratification and then getting bored by the things that they're doing. I think the ability to manage and cope with failures and uncertainty is something that will really, really need to be built. And I think it starts from us as a community, as a parent community, as a teacher community, as a mentor community, to build that skill in our generation. I think the second most important thing, if we look around, is what's happening in the colleges, in the schools, and in early years of building careers. I think it is about whole drive of building a very purposeful community. Very small in the age, I think these days schools and colleges are talking about not to fire crackers, they're talking about sustainable planet, and I'm sure all of you would relate to it, right? So I think the new generation is going to be connected with companies and organizations that have a very purposeful goal towards a sustainable planet. And I think that is something going to be far greater. Last but not the least, it changes the mindset. I think they are looking at a balance in life, purpose with balance. So I think the whole construct of this talent is going to be, I feel is going to be totally changing, nowhere you will be looking at, like a 9 to 6 kind of job, or only focusing on certain skills. I think skills are also going to be very diversified, and they're going to play an important role wherever they feel that skills are going to be utilized. That's what I feel, about the new generation.
Right. Thank you, Kamalji. Vikramjit, how do you see the future talent pool of the 2030s based on your observation?
Yeah. So, hi, everyone. I think, my panelists have touched upon a lot of things. Let me add another dimension and since we are talking in context of 2030, right? And then in the previous talk, we saw, 5.0 social, and all that. If you look at the world, the Asia Pacific or the rest of the world, they will have most likely a talent deficit. However, there are enough and more reports where India would have a surplus of talent in 2030s. But with that, the challenges we will also have is, or rather are going to be in terms of job creation or employability, right? So while on one hand, we will say that, hey, as a country, because of our demographics, we have a large talent pool, but the employability will be a big question. And we all know, I mean, as HR people, I mean, I'm sure everybody in the room, we all know that even today, we struggle, let's say the talent pool, the system that is churning out the talent pool, adaptability or readiness, for your organization. That's a problem we face even today, and then 7 years down the line in the 30s decade, it's only going to become even, multifold, as a challenge. So I think the organizations will be, and at the same time, we just literally came out of a pandemic and it put a stress on decision making, on leadership, right? Everybody had to evolve. None of us, claimed that, hey, I know how to deal with a pandemic, right? Everybody literally evolved through the situation, tried, so So 30s with all those challenges will also demand, new set of competencies, for the leaders also, from that perspective.
Right. So, all of you have very well elaborated as to what the talent pool of 2030s would look like. Of course, Prashant also addressed some of the things that the HR professionals would do or would need to do, to cope up with that pool. Vikramji, you elaborated the challenges. Now, if we come to the second question, where we are talking about HR professionals, transforming their organizations to address these challenges, how would you do that?
Well, I would start with my own team first, I mean, before you can even think of solving a problem, you have to have a very realistic and a fair assessment that do you have the capability to do it, and in 2030s, gig economy, contingent workers, that will be, a major share of your workforce, right? Organizations will be, on one hand, we will be dealing with the internal workforce, the internal geographical distribution, the internal reskilling, upskilling, but at the same time, the external, managing contingent workers and all that. So how are, or rather, how would an organization align themselves or be ready to enforce, the whole, let's say, policies, framework, growth, development around a diverse set of, population? It is there today, but I think the share of that, your permanent workers versus contingent versus maybe, ageless interns, will be even more, as you go along in 2030. So that will be a big shift.
Right. Thank you. Kamaljeet, if you would like to add to Vikramjeet's point as to what would be the need of the hour, to address the opportunities and the challenges that you just mentioned about this talent pool.
Yeah, I think the whole talent management strategy is going to be dependent upon, from an organization point of view, is how do we look at the business in next 5 to 6 years? And at the helm, I would put culture as a very, very key foundation. Somebody talked about, in the presentation about building an ethical workforce. I think the whole cultural enablement is going to be the key that will actually drive this philosophy. Having said so, it's always imperative for a business to identify the key levers or the key roles or a talent, the roles that really create value. And how do you continuously allocate and reallocate talent into those value driving roles is going to be the key. And for that, I think one of the challenges for us would be that how do we identify, develop, groom, even look at people who are going to be creating that roles. And scanning those roles that are going to be key value drivers. Filling up those roles is going to be the challenge. And to meet that challenge, and we all know what's happening in the talent market, skills are going to be fungible. There's a lot of talent mobility. I think having a talent marketplace in the organization where you allocate, reallocate, build skills, I think is going to be the key. And the talent management framework is going to revolve around with the right talent moves that will really create value for the business.
Right. Thank you, Kamal. Bhavna, your thoughts on this?
So I believe that the culture of the company, as she said, is very, very important one, and ethics are equally important, but they, at the same time, employee motivation and employee engagement will play a very important role in this. Motivation happens with diversifications of different roles also for the people. So with the talent what we have, I think the talent needs to have a way forward also, which attracts the people to stay in the company. That is very important to be known. And the best way to work over there, and he's comfortable and secured. Today, flexibility is also very important part of any organization, because we all know with the amount of growth what we are having and with the limited talent pool, the best.
Back, yeah.
I'm just off the thing. Now you can take the question.
Prashant, I want to understand, she about flexibility. Vikramji talked about the gig economy. And given how, the Indian economy is transforming, Asit was also talking about it. Of course, gig economy I mentioned. Then, of course, last year, the whole debate around moonlighting, flexible working. How do you see the need of agile talent management, to address these challenges and, have that blended workforce when we're looking at 2030s?
Let me, before just coming to the blended workforce, just carry on from what the rest of the panelists have said.
Yeah.
And a couple of important points.
Check. Yeah.
All right. So just building on what the panelists said, I think some few things that organizations which have started doing and will need to do at a rapid pace. First, I'm sure everybody in the audience will agree with me that whatever we've become today, a large part of us was because each of us somewhere had a really good mentor, to show us the ropes, to show us how to do things. But that's what mentoring was really limited to. Unlike our times, today's generation, if you ask me personally, doesn't need so much of mentoring because they know how to do things much better than us. But what they need and what organizations need to build is a culture of coaching. Okay, because the fundamentals of a good human being were the same 100 years ago, were the same 50 years ago, and is the same today. And similarly, a fundamental of a good leader was the same, decades ago, even today. How are we passing on some of those leadership attributes in such a cluttered world today over to the people so that they're ready by 2030s to be able to take responsibilities at a far younger age than what we did? So first thing is building a culture of coaching, which is beyond mentoring, not showing them what to do, but involving them or getting deeper into what are the issues that they're facing. Number two, decluttering for them, because I think we're living in such a cluttered world and technology has only added to the clutter. Simplifying things for them, because the way the world is progressing, there's going to be far more need for simplification. Right. The third thing, I think, which is going to be extremely important, and I go back to that, maybe perhaps because of my 2 decades of career in hospitality, inculcating a seva bhav. I read service orientation earlier. I think, for me, a fundamental, characteristic of a leader or a human being is that seva bhav. And how do we, coming from such a strong, rich heritage of our Indian culture, take that forward in everything that we do, not just for the customer, but for each other. Coming to the gig workforce, what you asked. So I currently employ close to about 15,000 gig workforce, on a daily basis. So I have a, strong headcount or a large headcount of on-roll. Off-roll, my on-roll and off-roll constitute about 60,000 odd people and another 15,000 gig. Now, when I say gig, a lot of my delivery partners, because my business has different verticals. We have delivery partners for, Amazon and the likes of Flipkart, Meesho. We run warehouses, we run transportation, trucking. We also run, courier and digital. Now, gig workforce, my last mile delivery. Today, given that 15,000, the policies and the scope is very different. Okay. And in some cases, I'm even offering the gig workforce a little more than what I'm offering my, beg your pardon, my even on-roll people. And that's what it's going to take, because this is a very dynamic workforce. I am first, I think, as as an organization, comfortable that somebody's going to be working for me for half day, and the other half day, the person may be delivering for a Swiggy or a Zomato. But the time that he's spending with me, do my values matter to him? When I say values, my organization's values, does my organization interest him enough to spend more time with me than with somebody else? Some of that is going to be addressed through benefits. Some of that is going to be addressed through compensation. But much of it is going to be addressed by how does she or he look at the kind of opportunities to grow, through this business, grow financially, grow personally and professionally in terms of, career opportunities with the company. And at the same time, how do you distinguish yourself as an organization in such a crowded market today, where whether
become a big disruption for this industry altogether. It's not gig workers is not going to work. It's a very big workforce and it has a good future, a great future in India. But there has to be a lot of changes which it needs to be coming. They are not compliant. Those things have to be changed drastically. And the gig workers, there is one problem with this whole workforce is that the scalability and the tomorrow when the world is going to get into AI and a lot of jobs are going to cut down. So how do we scale these people to the next level? Because these people are not getting that potential and they do not get, they are right now, they think short term. Okay, if I earn this much in 2 days, I'm good enough to have a temporary arrangement. But tomorrow, the future, which we are talking about 2030, when the things are going to be changed drastically, those people need to be trained in a different setup only. The requirements of the job will be very different. So that we need to take care about it. And yes, government is are coming up on this also.
I'll just add, to the gig. I think one piece, I think the panel being good first, and I just saw my fellow colleague. I think this whole diverse workforce is going to play a. Sorry. I think this whole diverse workforce is going to play a very important role, and for us, diversity just doesn't mean gender diversity. It means sectoral. It means all kind of diverse backgrounds. And I think our new Gen Z and our talent management strategy is really going to based on having a very diverse workforce, and wherever is the best workforce sitting, whether it's here in India or global or whatever caste origin, I think that's going to be in another helm of, I think most of our talent management strategies here. It's a larger pool which we can't ignore. And how do we inculcate that to the culture of the organization, I think is going to be the key.
Vikramjit, your thoughts on this?
So we've run out of alphabets, I mean, after Gen Z, what's going to be there, right? I know, but then something else will come, right? I mean, things evolve. When you talk of, let's say, I'm going to touch upon leadership because, that's going to be a key differentiator. There was top-down approach, then, sometime later, it came to situational leadership, servant leadership, right? So, and I'm going back to the context, which is 30s, there are going to be leadership styles which perhaps are yet to be invented, because when it is upon us, it will require a whole new dimension of looking at it. I mean, CEOs today have to be bold. The vision has to be bold. So for that matter, the board has to enable the CEO or position the CEO to have that bold vision, So I think everything is interconnected. So as HR people, do not just have to look at, from the workforce point of view. I mean, when we say workforce, even the CEO is part of the, that workforce, chain, the entire chain. So I think a lot of shifts have to happen. The role of the board has to enhance. The CEO's role has to become more bold, more, risk-taking, more, and then, when we talk of Gen Z, I mean, whatever, terminology we may use, the divide will shrink, so there will not be too many, the hierarchy, the levels, it will become flat, even if there are grades, but the work culture will become flat, the best idea will win, no matter where it is coming from. And I think the onus is not from the workforce to grab that. Of course, their demands, I mean, organizations are compelled to create interventions around people because they want instant gratification. They want to work in an environment where they have their own time. They can choose their place for work, hybrid or totally remote. Companies are forced to create frameworks around them. So but then, for gig, of course, there has to be legal framework also, which has to enable it, right? I mean, as of today, your employer one organization, you can't take up another employment. The contracts are restrictive, right? So I think the whole ecosystem, will have to enable. There is no choice in the matter. The whole ecosystem will have to enable, the gig work economy.
So we have 5 minutes left, and I want to, since I, incorporate one of the questions that are trending on the social media or based on my observation. Now, one of the debates that almost every month that I see on my LinkedIn feed is the debate about quick switching jobs quickly or staying at an organization for a long time. जैसे influencers हैं, उनकी एक डिबेट चलती रहती है whether to rent a home or buy a home. यहाँ जॉब वाले जो है LinkedIn पे इनकी ये डिबेट चलती रहती है. So as HR professionals, obviously I know where you would stand. आप चाहेंगे कि they retain, you are able to retain your employees. But for the long term, when we're talking about retaining employees, what would be your agenda for reskilling them? Some lifelong programs for helping them retain, and your general view on this debate very quickly. Prashant, you could start.
For me, I think everything starts with first the person herself or himself. And let me use the entrepreneurial mindset and not in its literally term. For me, I think with each of these talent, it's important to infuse in them the ability to look at themselves like a brand or treat their own self, their own body as an organization and tell them you're the CEO of the organization. We're living in a do-it-yourself time, do-it-yourself culture. No longer am I willing to chase people for their development because, this program for you, you must do this, this will help you one day. I think our job as leaders is to put a platform, have the right opportunities, have the right programs in place. Help build a mindset that your growth is in your hands, your development is your responsibility. I can only drive, I can only push you. Number one. Number two, I think it's extremely important looking at the future, and the journey started, of course, some time back, but looking at more and more cross-functional approaches. Right. Today, when I'm hiring somebody, it's very different from what I'm looking at when I was hiring somebody 5 years ago, 10 years ago. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I was looking at, is the person capable of moving to the next 1 or 2 levels? Today, I look at, is the person capable of not just working in HR, but also in marketing, also in sales, technology, it plays an important factor. Third, I think still one would not compromise with, no matter how times change, are certain human values. Those values, one, as an organization, what do we stand for? And how am I able to connect those values to the individual purpose of that person? Many people struggle to even identify their own purpose. If we can help them identify their purpose and link it to the organization goals and values, I think 90% of the job is done.
Thank you, Prashant. Bhavna, your quick thoughts on this. It's working.
So we need to understand why people want to change the job. If they are getting a job security, they're getting job security, they are getting growth, they are comfortable with their packages, they are comfortable with the culture, and they are getting learning experience Plus they are getting the credibility in the company. I'm sure if the company, if our team is happy with all those things and continuously are promoted and been motivated with these things, the people will not leave. And the retention of any company of manpower is very important because it's a simple cost. It is a cost which no company wants to bear extra. Attrition only makes things worse, and people coming in with the new talent. I always believe that there should be a 10% of attrition. The new blood is always important, but the mature people in the organization carries the values of your company further. So that is my take.
Kamaljeet, your quick thoughts on that.
Yeah, first of all, I have a very strong thought of saying that in this war of talent, I think retention is the new recruitment. So I definitely believe the value of having employees who grow with the company, and some of us are examples in the company. Now, I totally agree with Prashant, and I think we've actually launched some initiatives which actually says about own your development. You know, our role as a management is to provide a platform for employees to kind of grow, but we can't really put their or hold their hands to kind of grow. So I think employees who've got the drive, passion, and the right values, I think that's very important. I mentioned about having an ethical workforce,
right,
but definitely are the pillars, and we owe it to them to make sure that we have internal growth. That's number one. Now to retain those employees, I think that's a challenge. And I agree with Prashant. I think gone are those days when you're looking at just vertical growth. I think we are looking at talent fungibility. I talked about, and I can quickly share a practice. I talked about key value driving roles. We have something called, which we practice like a talent to value matrix, where we kind of continuously look at our A people and churn them into multiple roles. And, we look at the potential, we look if the person's 50, 60%, there, we throw that person in that role, and it's our role to ensure that we enable that environment. So a firm belief that we have to retain our best people and of course attract talent where capabilities or the new skills are not there.
Right. Retention is the new recruitment. Certainly for our journalist who's covering this session, I think he's got a good headline.
Well, in spirit of time, can I just say all of the above?
Yeah.
But I wish there was a silver bullet to fix this. I mean, one size doesn't fit all. Personally, I don't see it as a negative when an employer and associate put their interest first or put their interest, ahead of the organization. I mean, gone are the days when, classic, there's a joke, right? In an interview, the interviewer is asking the candidate, will you, stay with us for 3 years? And the candidate asks, will you keep me for 3 years? So it's actually a two-way street. I mean, an organization is a commercial, a body, an entity, which has to put their interest of their stakeholders, of their, the whole ecosystem, their board, they have to provide value, to their shareholders. Similarly, I mean, the employees, the associates also have to put their interests, there could be various interests, of course, family, money, whatever, position, place near to your house, whatever, you want a hybrid, but, the organization is making. So I think it is up to the organization to see that, which industry they are in, which life cycle the organization is in, and then if retention is an issue, then what's causing it? You have to actually look at various things. I mean, I can't pinpoint one, but I think it is a pain to lose your talent because, the replacement, of course, everybody knows it's a, you lose 6 to 8 months, and if it's a senior position, even more, right? But I also agree. I mean, healthy attrition is also wanted. So I really cannot, pinpoint what to do, but it all depends on which industry, which sector, which where you are facing the issue. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, panelists, for your time this afternoon, this morning, and for setting the tone very beautifully for the subsequent panels. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have a big round of applause?
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please.
to, but the times is up.
But sir, I think now that you've asked, would you want to ask one? So that's a point, right? That you made. No, absolutely. Of course. Thank you so much from your experience. All that counts. Anybody else who wishes to ask a question now that we've started with the Q&A? Kisi ke paas koi sawal? Because you really want to make sure that at least whatever's coming through should be answered. You wish to, sir? Now we'll take one. Who would like to?
I think I've not come across many cases where every organization would like to have a bond with the employee, and I feel the bond should be more psychological. Every other contract is like as good as a contract. But having said so, where cases where the company is probably issuing a bond would also be very very case specific in terms of whether that there are some patent or specific benefit that's been given to an employee that could value that would justify the value of that bond. So I would say in general, and correct me my fellow colleagues, we at least we don't look at giving bonds to people in terms of having them at the employment. If it's a case-to-case basis, I think it will actually come on as to what's the value the bond is generating and what's the importance of the bond. So never really come across such practices.
Prashant, sir.
I just quickly add on to that. I completely agree with what both of you said. I think as HR, first of all, we need to come out from the bias that the person's only spent 1 year, 2 years in an organization. Why are you moving so fast? We need to ask another question to ourselves is how are our systems, our learning systems progressed, where if it took 3 to 4 months for a person to settle in a company, how quickly can I settle the individual in about 3 to 4 weeks time? And even if the person works with me for, let's say, about a year, I can have full productivity. Moving forward, the question is more going to be towards productivity and the value a person added in an organization, not the tenure. So if some people are able to do what it takes others to do in 3 years, well, period. Either we are willing to provide them faster growth and keep them, or then we're just happy to shake their hand and say, sorry, I have nothing for you. That's the new reality.
Thank you, Prashant.
Bonds are completely outdated. Bonds are no.
If you ask me if I would want to join a company as a young individual, don't look at my gray hair. I would surely say no. I wouldn't want to sign a bond. If you ask me, my personal opinion, no matter give me how much money you would want to spend on me, etc., I would simply say it.
Practically, bonds have no value right now so much. So if a candidate, how much are you going to go to the court or how much are you going to take a legal action? It is not worth it. So it's better to have and why do you want to restrict yourself to have a good talent and lose because of the bond? That is the biggest thing. Because of bond, many of the talented people will not join. And why do you want to lose that?
The bond question is not about, it's not about right or wrong, right? You could be investing in a colleague or an associate. You could be sending them as an expat somewhere, a niche position, a specific position, a new market, leading a new vertical, right? And you are accepting their terms, right? It all depends on that individual negotiation. If you are accepting a lot of terms that the associate is demanding in return, you want some assurance that the person will stay and will take that agenda further, maybe developing a new product, new market, whatever it is. So I think your point is it's not about right or wrong. Generally, bond as a restrictive practice is outdated, but it may be introduced for very specific niche or roles or demands of, depending on the demands of the role.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So bonds outdated, but they can be used for specific cases. Thank you. A picture, please. Thank you. Moving ahead from our first panel to the next one, which is on the digital learning revolution transforming L&D for the future of work. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Aarti Srivastava, CHRO India, Cape Gemini Technology Services India Limited. Charlene Manik, CHRO Transition India, ITEL, Techno and Infinix Mobiles. Mayur Sunit Saraswat, President, Sales, XOXO Day. Vishal Chopra, CEO and founder, Umwelt.ai, and this session will be chaired by Resham Sohail, editorial lead, BW Disrupt. Let's welcome them, please.
Thank you, Aditya. Hi, hello. Before we end up getting into the situation that was just here, I must clarify that most of your question will be answered in this session. Even if you are left with some, make it a good list and find these leaders around yourself throughout the day. They're here. How many of you have heard about SaaS? SaaS? That's software as a solution. But today we are here to talk about UAS. That's upskilling as a solution. How many of you have heard about AI? That's artificial intelligence. And today we are here to discuss about IA. That's intelligence augmentation. These are the professionals who are the leaders in HR fraternity, and they are also looking at L&D. Now that we have spoken about retention as the new recruitment, we know that 99, if I can add to it, 99.99% of HR leaders are worried and concerned in all positive manners about retaining their workforce. And L&D has been proven to be the most cost efficient, if we really compare it to hire a new employee, is the best solution for that. Today, we will surely discuss about what are the best practices going on with the large conglomerates such as Capgemini and others, but also to discuss how the L&D program for any individual can be aligned with the business goals of the companies, and also for a person for its personal growth. Yeah. Can we start with the lady on the panel? Tell me what has been different in the last 1 year. Let's not go to that pandemic era, but what has been different in the last 1 year with the incoming of chatbots, AI, and most of the technology. Now that we all
perspective, and second is the organization perspective. So from employee perspective, there is too much of availability, too many options available to employees within the organization, outside the organization. The whole AI concept has brought together, the bouquet of trainings to people. It has also helped organizations to be able to understand what employees want through multiple things, surveys, predictive analysis, et cetera, and all this is being helped. On phones. Can we have micro learnings because the span of attention is low? Can we have these things being enabled by AI? Technology is something that organization needs to understand, and probably they're looking at it. It's helping organizations to do that. At the same time, employees now are very self-aware, and as Prashant in the last.
Apologies, I'm interjecting. Can you please help us? There is some sound. Much better, much better.
I was hearing Prashant in the last panel, and he was talking about how this generation is so smart, they know what they want. And if I look back, few years back, 20 years back, if somebody asked me, what do you want? At that very moment, probably I had to think and, answer that question. But youngsters today know what they want. So, and that's because the number of activities that are happening because of technology, the options available to them. So just to summarize, AI has enabled the thought process that needs to be there with people, the younger generation, on what they want, and organizations are being enabled on how can they be given that.
Understood. Fair point. Yeah. Charlene, going to you. Tell me what's been different in last 1 year with the AI coming into play, and also what you had to do differently in last year.
Okay, so good question. In last 1 year, what I have seen, particularly in my organization, is that from delivery to facilitation, right? There is a lot of change in terms of on-demand learning. I have never seen it before that people have come to us and said that they have certain demands. Like 2 days back, I have got a MICI leader with me who's looking after the market intelligence and consumer insight. He wanted to discuss with me about the BIE training, right? And the guy has got almost all the tools, but he wanted to start with some new tool, which he feels that really help us to manage the global MICI team, which we are planning to give it to him. So there's a lot of on-demand learning that happens. And to my surprise, that ChatGPT part that you've taken over, I have already seen that in pockets in my organization, people on their own has done the certification on ChatGPT. And in one of my team member also has done it because I have not really paid for that. And the guy is all managing the talent acquisition part. And I have personally seen that the kind of job description he used to make for almost half a day, he's coming back to me in like 10 minutes or so. He's become a pro now. So people are not really dependent on the CPOs or the organization to really invest on them. They are more than happy to do that in case we do that. But they know that how they want to now demand their own learnings. And if you are not investing in them, they can go all and do it themselves. One thing why it has happened, why there is a shift over in terms of behavior in employees that has happened. What we have felt post-pandemic, that people have actually observed and sensed that in case they don't learn, they will not grow. So inherently, they have got to know that we have to continuously learning in order to be at the edge to grow, right? And one more thing, there is a fear. Every single day, there is a news that comes in, job cuts, the biggies are moving out. They feel that if they're in the game, at least when they talk to the people, talk to their leaders, they feel that this guy is investing in himself. Okay, it's a good guy. So that's how 1 year shift I have seen it. And it is very positive because we are not pushing people to get learned and learn it. The demand is coming from them. And that is the transition which I personally see in the last 1 year, and which is a very healthy sign in the organization. And I'm sure most of you will also resonate with me also. So this will continue. Trust me, learning and division that we have is going to play a significant role. Plus, because now we have a joint partner, which is employees now. Yeah, so that's my take.
I mean, a very valid and fair point. I completely agree with you. And also clear.
Has been moving. Now, the product that we have been dealing with is two inclined towards the technical side of it. And the sales folks have been told most of the time about, how the solutioning is going to be. But when it comes to the real technical solutioning of it and joining the hands, I think there is a definite gap. With the organization that I represent, the kind of onboarding that we have, it starts with, understanding where is the gap, taking it to the solutioning part of it, and then going for the use case specific scenarios. And thereby we were able to handle those scenarios well. Just adding to some of the points, like while Aarti was saying that it's employee and, then employer, I would add it. I've seen this before COVID and after COVID scenarios in 3 dimensions. One is how did I handle, how did my corporate life have been? And I as a parent, how did I manage those scenarios as well? I think in all of these 3 scenarios, one thing remains common is that digital has actually changed the way we have lived and the way the kids has adopted. That is phenomenally well. I have learned a couple of things, like my teenager is learning saxophone for past 3 years on his computers with a teacher sitting in Kanpur. So that's the real world scenario. And I think I have learned a lot. I picked up a lot of certification during those times that has actually helped me to be more sharper in my job.
Interesting. Good to know. Good to know. Coming to you, Vishal, you have been on the provider side of it. Offer solutions from AI, conversational AI, if I can specifically say so. Tell us what you have been delivering, and in terms of your observation on the demand side, how has it been?
Yep. So currently I'm on conversational AI. Definitely yes, but I basically come from the other side of table for 16 years. I was last head of HR. I was having 12,000 people in India. So I think it all started, my journey started from there itself, because when we were growing fast, when I joined the organization, it was around 800 people. And when I left, it was 12,000. So I think one of the things which I experienced the most, or the biggest pain of mine, was that when we grew, I was getting far and far away from my people, which means that I was not able to now communicate with everyone and know what exactly is going in their mind, how can I help them, and you become overly dependent on your team members, the managers, and they feed a lot of data to you. So that is when exactly I came through. Technology was always the back of mind. I think probably I always laugh. So I will not say technology is a competition. It is always a companion, right? It is the best friend of yours. It is all about how we see it, right? So that is where exactly I shifted my role, learned technology. Today I can write Python code myself. So I think the way I see the change happening is that, yes, technology from artificial intelligence chatbot perspective, when we say specifically, it can help us now to listen to everyone person. Still the brain behind it is human, right? So there is still behavioral science behind it. If I'm doing with learning and development, one of the challenges which I would have seen, which quickly we are moving towards as in the industry, is a lot of augmented reality, virtual reality, micro learning, as I said, on-demand learning. Now you see these all things could coexist and they are actually helping you learning fast, but at the same time, I think there is too much accessibility of these platforms right now, or I will say accessibility of the modes of learning. One thing which as an HR professional, I see last 1 year, I can see that a lot of technology is now coming in where these all resources are getting integrated, and conversational AI is helping you connect with the employees from their perspective, understanding their needs and looking at that how and what they require, how it could be delivered and facilitated by the HR professional. So I think next 5 years specifically would be lot happening on what about learning, right? So it is about the people, as I think in the previous panel, it is all about personalization, and it is about people and their development. So it is not learning and development. It is, I keep on saying, it is learning with development. So ultimately it is, we know that what people desire. We provide them the resource. So, I'm sure that it is not helping development of an organization as well.
Good to know. Now that for L&D leaders, the role got added with another task of redeploying people after upskilling. Upskilling is now not just upskilling, but to actually see how and where an employee can be placed well. Aarti, coming to you, tell us in your experience and in your teams, how is that been playing? When you offer some type of training, let's say personalized one, when any employee look up to you for some training and leadership programs, but how has been this function or task that has added to your role of redeploying them, or to analyze it between the departments across where an employee can be fitted well?
Resham, I'll talk about my organization, as you said, my experience. So in Capgemini, we have the philosophy, get the future you want. So basically, your career is in your hands. Everything can't be driven by one department. If you say that, HR leaders have to drive everything, it's going to be difficult, and then it will look like more of a mandate and more of a tracking mechanism. What we do is we provide different learning paths, different roles, role and skill-based growth in the organization. You choose. So if today I want to move from HR to consulting, what are the skills I need? It's published. You choose what trainings you need to do to get to that role. I'm not defining it for you. What I have defined is the framework. You go and pick and choose and, take care of your learning. Certifications is in a similar way. Now, there are certain things we have to guide people to go through. Yeah. For example, in technology stack, we have multiple certifications, trainings. We tell people that we would like you to certify if you want to move to the next level, because outcome-based learning is very important. There has to be an outcome for the learning. If people start seeing that, okay, I have to go, it's sometime off the work, I will get a certification, will help me find a new job. Probably your intentions and the way you're managing learning function is misplaced. You have to tell people that if you learn, you probably will grow faster within the organization. You probably will have a role expansion. You have a better future in the organization, also recognizing where industry is moving. You have to you have to be aware where the industry is moving to. You cannot sit in your, ivory tower as an HR head saying that, I will retain my people for the next 5 years. That's not the reality. People will continue to move. How can you make that journey of 2, 3, 4 years, whatever the employee spends, worthwhile, and also make it valuable to the organization? So learning to value is something that you need to keep in mind. We have a framework called Ocean Framework, and it's about, role-based skilling, role-based learning. So again, as I mentioned, your roles are defined, what competencies and what level of competencies are needed is defined. You can go assess yourself, see where you stand in terms of competency score. What trainings do you need to cover yourself with to move to that level? It's all available to employees to take their career in their hand. When they need the guidance, HR and L&D organization is always there along with their HR business partners. Similarly, tie up with the, learning partners is very important. And as, Mr. Chopra said, that there are so many options available. As an HR leader, you have to be conscious about what learning partners are you choosing. Everything is available right now. There's so many people who will reach out to you, but what makes it qualitative for your employees and what will really give that, I wouldn't call it return on investment, because such a hackneyed word, return on investment, and none of us can really measure it. We just keep talking about it. But what can bring value to the organization needs to be assessed. Yeah, so that's
definitely. Shaleen, tell us, gig is coming to play, and it's very much here. How do you really ensure that metrics, ROI, if I can say, how do you really ensure that mechanism, or let's say the result, the output, value, if I can say, when you are offering something to a partner, an employee, an associate who is associated with you, even on an employee on a full-time basis, or maybe it can be a other person who can be your gig partner, if I can say. How do you ensure the outcome? What should be the mechanism? Yeah, majorly, but also it can imply to the full-time employees.
Yes, of course. Look, again, this is one thing which is quite in discussion, and it is tossed up a lot these days. And I'm sure in the previous panel also mentioned about that the future of work definitely will embrace gig economy, and sooner the better. If we embrace it now, it is anyways going to take its shape. In our organization also, we also start looking at certain roles wherein they are more repetitive in nature, whereas there is a lot of mundane work that is required. And there are enough organizations which are deploying such gig workers also, and there are independent gig workers also, which gets into play. I'm sure there are many sites where you can go around and find them, and whenever you post it, and you post it like you're looking for a part-time or work from home, you will anyways find a lot of resumes around that. And it makes a lot of sense also, because one, the kind of atmosphere that we are into, we don't want to invest a lot on the administrative, because when we are getting our job done, obviously the major job is to get our work done, and we don't want to invest it administratively, because that is also a cost to the organization again. And everything boils down to efficiency and productivity these days. And if I am getting an option of having such a team in place where I will get the best output, and also it will give me a lot of efficiency and productivity, why not? And if I bring this to any of my management leaders and CEOs, they will just hug me, because I'm sure I am talking their language, I am supporting them. So this is going to definitely be in. And as an HR leaders, we also need to find out ways and means to discuss with the functional leaders, wherein that conversation happens, then what kind of a role which they feel are more repetitive in nature, comes in silos, seasonal, and that can be pushed out. And the amount of efficiency that we create can be invested in digitalization and the future technology. This will continue. This will continue a lot.
This is something, this is one of the changes I have seen over the course of the years, wherein it is more increasingly important to get in touch with the function leader. When you are hiring at any level of employee. It's really very critical to get them
You will not be able
consulted with
to
the function leader.
bring any change until unless, and I'm sure Aarti will also agree to that, and all the co-panelists, is that it is always important to align your or take a buy-in from the leadership, because if you are making certain big changes in the organization, if you have their buy-ins, the movement becomes so easy to. And as 2030 we are all talking about, you will find out almost, and it is on internet as well, around 30 to 40% of the jobs which organization right now having an on-roll employees can be easily managed by. And there is 2 days back I have read it that the 50% of the millennials and Gen Zs are doing side jobs. You can find out, and this thing will continue, whether we will struggling with moonlighting or not, but they're enjoying it, because that gives them so much freedom to really explore themselves well. They want to work with you on 9 to 6, but there's something which gives them kick. They will continue to do so. And we should start embracing it rather than getting rid. Otherwise, you will find that they will move out and they will pursue their passion.
I can see the co-panelists nodding very with smiling faces, and that clearly shows that it's an ongoing phenomena, and we have to embrace it in a bigger manner. Coming to you, Mayur, there are a lot of studies and research, and a lot of leaders also put this as a point that this is the era of skill-based learning first. When it comes to recruitment, we also look out for skills first rather than the years of experience, which was not the case a couple of years ago. Do you somehow see it as a challenge? Tell us.
Yeah, okay. There are no straight answers to this. we live in a world, I think, where there is a wicked learning environment and there is a kind learning environment. Now, you will have to live by those rules here. Skills are definitely very important, as Aarti and the others have said. What I will sum it up as that when you write a job description, it is mostly, on 80% hunch and 20% on actually what you desire and outcome from there. And then somehow you would go out, at least in the kind of recruitment cycle that I have been participative. So then you go out and look for your best pick from the market, and then you stay on course, give them time, and then perform. And overall, I think it's towards on that journey, you will realize that is it a good fit and what are the skills which is missing, and over a period of time, you'll see a momentum of growth thereby. Coming back again to that wicked learning environment and kind learning environment, you have to make any choices around that. And soft skills versus hard skills always has its up and down. But yeah, in my previous avatars of the roles, whether it's a recruitment agency that I worked, or a RegTech agencies in the SaaS world, or now in a reward and incentive SaaS solution that we have, one thing remain common is that the job descriptions and skills can define the outcome, but they are not guaranteed for the productivity that we or an organization look for.
Very practical and fair point. Coming to you quickly, Aarti, when we saw the pandemic time and there was a boom when everybody was talking about agility, resilience, leadership, involving everybody across the dimensions in decision making, soft skills, if I can bracket it well. Tell me why there has been a little pause towards soft skills. We are right now talking about skills that are in action, that are functional, yeah. But why is that the phenomena that the soft skills have been shelved right now? Do you have a take on it?
Of course. I'm not sure where is this coming from, because I don't see a pause on that. That will always exist, because the interplay of social being of human side at work is extremely important. While technology, I'm coming from a technology, hardcore technology company, tech skills, consulting skills, domain skills, industry skills are extremely important. But not to forget, you just mentioned about pandemic, we are talking about pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. The human play has changed considerably. The expectations of human mind have changed considerably. People, the stress levels are different. And social skills and soft skills play more important role today than ever before. Look at hybrid mode. Earlier, and I'm not talking about too many years back in life, I'm talking about just maybe 5 years, the manager's role was very different. You report to me, I take care of you, I manage your career, you manage the KPIs. That was the relationship. Today, they are in hybrid. One team member is coming to office, another team member is probably working from home today. There has to be a team dynamic that has to be managed. There is interplay of emotions. There are things at home. Some people are still at their base location taking care of their parents. Some people have come back to the the location where you're based. There are satellite offices. Look at what we are dealing with. Look at the impact on managers of today. They are much more accountable to their teams than ever before. So social skills and social your social being in the organization is more important than ever before. In my organization, I can talk about in Capgemini, our leadership dimension for you to grow. While there are, of course, your skills about being a good sales leader, being a good, profit shaper, etc., there are skills required on agility, resilience. How are you people leader, not just people developer or people manager? How are you a people leader? How can you influence people? How can you manage team effectively? How can those leadership skills come into play? I don't see a slowdown or a pause at all. What I see is more and more importance being given to it today.
I completely echo with Aarti. Vishal, do you have a different take on this?
Exactly same, actually. I think on the soft skills size, I don't know that where exactly it is coming from, that there has been a pause. I do not see that pause because normally in my company myself as well, so we have not gone back even hybrid till now. So everybody is working from home. It has helped a great deal. I think that emotional connect has increased over the period of time. And definitely there is more thrust on learning. People have started understanding. I think post pandemic, what has happened is that the employees have started understanding their own learning and development plans much more effectively. Along with this, definitely there is a thrust on work-life balance. They understand, they have already realized that traveling for 2 hours one way is not going to benefit them. So I think it has been much more constructive, which probably 5 years back, we had to actually ask them that you need this or you have to come for this program. But today, they are asking for it. And that is where exactly on-demand learning comes in. They have this access to mobile phones, applications. They are learning themselves. As my colleague was telling that people are themselves completing these courses on ChatGPT. So nobody is asking them. So everything, this is more behavioral. So while they are still doing technical training, but I still see a behavioral aspect behind it because they are driven by it. It is not purely technical. Yeah.
Good to know.
If I
So
can add one
yeah,
point
true,
to
true.
this, one example comes to my mind. Just 2 years back, we were working from home, and my boss from probably, a generation before me, a very, very nice, leader that I reported to. My daughter just peeped in on the call 3 years back. She, I was on a call and she said to my, global CHR at that time, "Can you leave my mama alone for some time?" I froze. It required certain level of managerial skills to accept that there is a thin line now between personal and professional life. It requires social skills. Yeah. So I'm just one small little example that I gave, but we need to understand the managers are a different ballgame altogether. People are a different ballgame altogether and require social skills.
Very good point. Very good story. That human connect still here and will continue to be. This brings me to a very, very, very simple, easy, yet very effective point that everybody across the dimensions, including the top leaders, the global ones, the Indias, everybody across the departments, across the boards, needs to be very compassionate. Towards my final question, if you, all of you, were on a other side of the table, you have a leader over you, that's L&D leader. I know. This is a very hypothetical situation. You have an L&D leader available to you. What would be your one demand? What would you expect?
Freedom to choose.
Good to know.
Ask me what I want. Exactly same.
Yeah, in fact, empowerment is definitely required because when you have that, you can do many better things for others as well. Otherwise, you are just handcuffed.
Good.
So,
Same, I think we are all like-minded people. I will vote for the same thing. But I think one thing which is more demanding right now is to empathize more, given that we have come out of those eras, which has been trouble for all of us. We have seen our people have faced some kind of a success or failures up and down. I think empathy is something which I would ask for the leaders to keep continuing.
Thank you so much. And that's it for this discussion. This has been really insightful and a very, very lively discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists and also Resham for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you. Now from the digital learning revolution to compliance and ethics in the digital age, building trust in a changing landscape. And for this discussion, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Aditya Kohli, CHRO, Orient Electric; Amar Kumar Sundram, General Counsel, Senior Vice President Legal and Chief Compliance Officer, NEC Corporation India Private Limited; Raj Gupta, Author and GM HR, TCS; Abhay Kapoor, Head HR and Administration, Suzuki Motor Gujarat Private Limited, India. And this session will be chaired by Meha Mathur, Senior Associate Editor, BW People. Let's collectively welcome all of them, please.
Thank you so much. And we have such an esteemed panel and also some great experts sitting on that side. And so I would like to listen to all of you rather than, adding my bit. Ethics and compliances. So this is a question which I will pose to all of you, but starting with Mr. Sundram. So what are some of the biggest, complexities, the ethical issues that corporate India is facing at the moment? And also, how has digitization added to that complexity and also, on the other hand, enabled, solution to those, some of those issues?
Thank you, Neha. First and foremost, I'm the odd man out sitting amongst the HR professionals here. But, I hope people will bail me out if I go beyond my framework and the legal boundaries. Whenever we talk about ethics and compliance, the collaboration between HR and the legal is very, very important. And I think that's the construct of this panel. We all work together, and it's important that we work together to ensure that every organization is ethically and protected, they are compliant, so that they are not caught on the wrong side of the law. Now, having said that, today's era of technology advancement, and the previous panel spoke a lot about AI and the ML, the chat GPT. Number of issues have come up now, which has actually being witnessed now in a greater detail. So, and a lot of these things are the work from home, the hybrid model. As an organization, what concerns many of us is the confidential information of the organization, the trade secrets, the business secrets, the price sensitive information. These are something which is very, very vulnerable now with more and more technology coming in, people working from home. Another issue that has come up is data. A lot of issues on data breaches, and that's a major area of concern. The third very important factor is how do you deal with social media internet? These were not there some 5 years, 6 years back to the extent that we are witnessing that. I'll quote one very recent example. In US, Department of Justice was investigating JP Morgan, and this is in the public media, so I can quote that. And during that private settlement that they had with SEC, they wanted to reach out to some of the encrypted messages on WhatsApp and Telegram. And the organization said that, look, I can't force an employee to share these encrypted messages because those handsets are private handsets belonging to the employees. And it created a block when those large scale corporate scam investigations were being done. Now, what DOJ came out is they mandated the organization that you take an undertaking from all the employees to the effect that if you are using your private mobile phone and WhatsApp and Telegram for exchanging the official communication, then you will retain those messages which may be required by the organization. So those undertakings were being taken and kept in the personal file. So these are the new challenges which are being posed in today's world. But let's open up the debate and let's hear what others have to say.
Maybe, I think when I kind of hear what Amar said, I think there's another aspect that I want to, and Amar and I have decided that we're going to make this a controversial panel. So then let me kind of start with that view. Sorry, is it audible now? Okay. So let me ask us a very simple question. How many of you have traveled to be here? Can I see a raise of hands? How many of you have traveled to be here in person, right? All of you, 100%. Now, out of which, let's say if you drove out here and you saw an accident on the way and you thought you would have been the ability to help that person, how many of you would stop and do something about it? Can I see a raise of hand again? So maybe about 50%. All right. Now, let me ask you a question. If you were in a car with 4 other people, you were the only one who wanted to do something. And this question is for those 50%. You're the only one in the car who wanted to do something about stopping and helping the person who was in the accident. How many of you would eventually end up stopping? Okay, 1, 2. So what I'm trying to get at is individual ethical view is very different from a group ethical view. When you ask the question, how can a company do something like that? It is not an individual ethical view. It is it gets diluted. So the behavioral aspect of AI is another field that is vastly ignored right now. I was in Calcutta yesterday. Sorry, I'm just going to take another minute. I was in Calcutta yesterday, and on the way back, we were having this. I was just thinking about this panel, and I was talking to a friend of mine who was sitting next to me, and I was saying, future could be it could be a pilot. It could be a pilotless flight, right? It could be somebody it's autonomous. Cars are driving. Why can't they fly autonomous? And as we were debating, we said if the flight goes down, and this was when Delhi landing in Delhi was a bit of a problem because of thunderstorm and stuff. If the flight goes down, who's responsible? These are some of the questions that haven't even are still in the era of being debated, right? And that behavioral ethical dilemma almost gets so pronounced with the advent of AI right now. So it kind of makes our jobs a lot more tougher. Sorry, over to you.
And also new sensibilities are there. For example, climate action is an important area where corporates are supposed to be taking proactive action. POSH is another area. Diversity and inclusion is another area. So given that, how does digitization help compliances on all those fronts?
Thank you. I think, AI or digital technologies are, getting adopted very fast. So if you look at Netflix took roughly 3.5 years to reach to 1 million. Twitter took 2.5 years. Facebook roughly 8 months. Instagram 2.5 months, and ChatGPT just 1 week. Now, this adaptability and proliferation, certain challenges are coming. One is bias. So when you write algorithms, even using face recognition technology, there is a possibility of bias creeping. When you look at and when you use that data. So bias is one aspect which is critical to look at. Second is control. Now, who controls this? Does algorithm controls? Like if you see 90% of the trading happening through algorithms, and they have to take decision in a split of a second. Now, who controls that? Now, the opportunity with the bigger corporations is high. if you look at 5, 6 corporations, big one, their ability to innovate, their ability to work on AI, algorithms, etc., is far higher. So is there going to be a level playing field is the question that we have. People are also talking about the metaverse. Now in metaverse, again, if my avatar does something instead of me and does any activity which is integrity violation, who do you fire? Me or my avatar? So when I look at it overall scenario across, whether it is diversity and inclusion, talent management, performance management, etc., digital technologies has helped us in a big way in terms of automating repetitive tasks, etc. However, the human angle is something that we need to look at. For example, somebody was alluding to this driverless car. Now the car is on the road and suddenly find a child running. Now who the algorithm protects first, the driver or a child? So these are some of the challenges that industry is still grappling with in terms of regulations, etc. In developing world, they are at a nascent stage when it comes to regulation around privacy, transparency, etc. That's a big challenge, data privacy, because today whatever we do on our mobiles, etc., it is being captured somewhere. So Europe, they have progressed far ahead of what I see in developing world, and I think in our country also some of these things are being debated. But regulation is a big thing which will come into play as these digital technologies take center stage further.
So may I just to add to what Raj said, and even in our fraternity, we are debating a big time. When we talk about artificial intelligence, one of the major, and Raj touched upon that, major issue that we are grappling as lawyers with is the accountability. And when I'm talking about the accountability, I'm talking in terms of the legal liability. So who will be legally liable if something goes wrong? And therefore, what is very, very important is the authenticity of the data, which goes as an input. And when this debate comes up, that end of the day, every statute, if you see, there is an accountability. Is the organization accountable? Is the CEO accountable? Is the CFO accountable? Who is going to be liable and accountable when it comes to a breach of a law? And when this was being debated among a couple of our friends from the army sectors, a retired Major General who is a good friend of mine, he answered it in a very simple manner. And he said that in army parlance, behind every weapon, there is a hand. So so that gives an insight that who is going to be the liable, right?
I'll come to you, but if I may ask Mr. Kapoor, he has talked about the culture of accountability. What is your take on that? And how can that culture of accountability be built in organizations? And also, what are the kind of challenges that you have been facing, if you can point out?
Compliance as a topic or as a culture in the organization, I think it is built around the fabric of your law of land and your rules and regulations, policies, and what is the standard you want to observe in the organization, and what are the requirements, basic requirements you have to follow. And I think the entire fabric is built around that. And from that point of view, we have come a long way. If I see my own journey of last 3 decades in the industry, the way we observe and we manage the accountability and compliances in the organization, maybe we have never thought when we started our career. We were only thinking of a legal guy, and anything will happen, we'll reach out to him that and find out the solution. So definitely a lot of incidents which have happened globally have created a lot of awareness on the compliance, on the audit, on the assurance, on the risk management, risk mitigation. And lot of work which has been done in the organizations about creating the awareness, right from compliance training to self-assessment, self-declarations, then lot of compliance mechanism, very high standard of your integrity and ethics, which you need to follow. I think these are the things which have built the very different culture over a period of last, particularly in last 1 decade, wherein, and definitely the globalization and the lot of MNCs coming to India, I think that has also impacted a lot in the Indian organization as well, wherein the compliance level has gone much higher.
Okay, coming to transparency, because you mentioned, that the law of the land has to be adhered to. So how is digitization enabling that? If you can share specific examples of that, all of you. Through, some of the technologies that have come in.
So it's a huge topic and we can keep on debating for the entire day. But if you messaging should go. On the point of transparency, when you are doing this whistleblower complaint investigation, it is very, very important that the witnesses, the accused, the people, and we talked about the POSH, all of these should be done in a very, very transparent manners where every opportunity is given to people to come out with their facts, their supporting documents. So as an organization, we should create an atmosphere of transparency where people feel that, yes, let's move ahead, speak up. If there are wrongdoing, wrong behavior, which they have observed, speak up. Right? Most of the organization promoters speak.
Okay, so I think the complexity has gone up multifold, right? And the complexity, where what Amar talked about was the legal process of making sure that the culture is embedded. But I think if you look at organizations today, they used to be very tightly knit in a box, right? So their ecosystem was very tightly knit. Suddenly you've got partners, you've got when today you may be sitting in, I don't know, some other country and doing work for this country. Which country's tax do you need to pay? Leave. So, there are a whole bunch of organizational perspective. So, policies, setting up what is acceptable and not acceptable, going through the end-to-end ecosystem, and it's going to get more and more difficult with data protection and data security. So,
I think the culture part is what fascinates me. You touched upon, Alok, on that is Kotler says like a strategy. It's what is this? A culture is strategy for breakfast. So what we say and do when somebody is watching versus when nobody is watching is something that we need to deliberate upon. Second, in this deliberation, when we are looking at it from a culture standpoint, our say-do ratio, are we walking the walk or talking the talk? If we don't do that, there would be a problem. Another challenge that I see, which is polarity that we need to manage, we say build trust. But at the same time, we are increasing surveillance. Now, one side we say develop sense of belonging, but at the same time, we are talking about working remotely. So these are some of the challenges that's confronting the leadership, and they need to figure out solution to it, and hybrid and some other solutions are coming out. But it is imperative that how do we build that trust and transparency to bring about the change that we want to bring out, so that people feel comfortable to stand up and blow the whistle. That is important.
Mr. Kapoor, final word before we have one question from the audience.
Yeah.
Sorry, time is really running
Yeah,
out.
so there's another aspect which I want to touch upon. One is definitely the retaliation and awareness. Until and unless you ensure that all the employees are aware that what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, until and unless you are able to do that, you will always have a conflicting situation, that whether we are able to take the right action, we are not able to take the right action. Okay, and then about it has become very easy, as he rightly said, that anybody can write an email or a WhatsApp message or a toll-free number. It is very easy to use the whistleblower in the organization, but how diligently it is done, what is the intention behind the and lot of time in doing
Yeah. So we have terminated him, and 2 weeks back we come to know that he has posted one about against the company. He posted the name of the CSO also, and after that one of the employee was also left the organization. He also posted on that. So this case, how we can deal in that? Because I had been the person, I have personally spoke with him. Then I make the situation like that. Anyhow, that news will come to that employee, and then he will understand. He company will take some legal action, and he frightened and he remove it. That everything back of the stage I had been there, and I had did all these things. But how to prevent these things, because it is making the bad impact of the company, because any new talent will come, he will first go through all this website about the company reviews and everything.
Why did you terminate him?
uh as I said, he was a person, means he was a young talent was there. So as young talent is there, required high salary, then time freedom should be there, and more like employee engagement activity freedom should be there. But not, we cannot be give all the facility at a one time to all the employees.
Yeah, so I'll not go into deeper details, but when you terminated him, you feel that your termination was proper.
Yeah, it was correct. As a HR, if you can ask, it was
So
correct.
I'll not get into the debate whether it was proper or not, but I will assume that the termination was proper. Post termination, he is posting certain aspects about the organization on social media.
He was not posting, he was just talking with all the employees. And once he left the organization, and then he posted that things. And that website is like that. In that website, you cannot see the name of the person. But whatever words he used to talk about that, due to that,
So what
we
you can do is that you can write, generally what we do is, in that case, we write to that particular website and we tell them that what this person is posting is factually incorrect, because ultimately every website owns the contents, and therefore they are responsible that whatever is being posted is factually correct, right? So if that particular person is posting certain things which is factually incorrect, or which hurts the reputation and the brand of the organization, you can definitely write to that. This is complex situation, because there is a freedom of speech and expression which every individual has in this country. But having said that, there are certain restrictions, right? So you need to write to the website owner. Purely from a legal perspective, there is a cease and desist notice which you can send to that employee. You will have that address. And ultimately, even if that does not yield the desired result, you can take a restraining order from the court. But that's the ultimate path that you can take. So there are legal ways of doing that. Depends upon whether this.
before joining.
Excuse me, I'll have to end this discussion. I'm sorry, time.
We will talk after this
Sure.
session.
Thank you so much. This, okay. Any other question? I'm sorry, you can continue that discussion later.
This question, not about this problem, but how to prevent that. Maybe we all get a code of conduct signed by the employees. So in code of conduct, it is not about their behavior when they are part of the organization. Even once they have served the organization, they are responsible for the reputation of the organization and its employees and individuals, even after leaving the organization. So if they are bound by that code of conduct, then they are not allowed to do all those things.
Thanks so much.
Actually, you know, this is this is a very complex one, but it's true today because there's very little ownership. The person has left the company, you can't do anything. Usually the sites that you're talking about are anonymous. When they put the complaint, you reach out to the administrator, they will go and talk to that individual or one-on-one, and if that person says, yes, I believe it is true, there's very little you can do. It's going to stay there. And while you can take the legal recourse, my experience is it's tough, it's complicated, and the damage doesn't kind of go away.
It was really impact on the company, we would have said like that.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, all of you.
Ask him
for-
one, please.
Do we have time?
To ask and 30 seconds to answer.
Go ahead.
My budget only allows that.
My question is same in the line of this one. Recently, some of the companies have hired the new entrants from the colleges and universities, and due to the recession, some of the companies have revoked their offers before the joining, and those offer have been revoked. Those students have written something on the social media. Saying that these companies are not good. They are spoiling the career of the students. So in that case, what can we do?
Can I control what you write?
Yeah, pardon?
Can I control what you write on the social media?
Yeah, students have written that the company is not good. They are spoiling the career
Can I
No.
before joining.
Can I control what you write?
He's asking, can you control what I speak? Can you do that?
I control what you write.
But how can you control sir? They've already posted the link on the website.
So the answer is a no. I'll answer it for sir. सर कोई निकालेंगे हल इसका लंच के बाद ना निकालेंगे बैठ के.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
But thank you so much. Thank you for asking, sir. Everybody, thank you so much. Round of applause for them, please, for all our panelists. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And just like we can't control what people write on social media, like that, we also can't control your hunger. So it's time for lunch. It's 1:30. It's a request. Let's all meet back at 2 sharp so that we can begin on time. Yes? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello. 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 Case 1, 2. Hey. Hey. Hello. Hey. Hello. 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 Welcome. Hello. Hello. ठीक है.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. May I please request all of you to ask your colleagues also to come inside if they're outside. Salman, is the team outside making sure that people are coming in? We can start now. 2 more minutes and we shall start then.
10 years and how? From one women army to team of passionate HR professionals. From one city to 80 countries, from 0 to 300 plus clients. Awards and recognition. One of the most recognized and awarded HR consulting firm across the globe. Our progressive opinions in the news. Seen as a thought leader and opinions published across platforms and media. Our services, diversity and inclusion, learning and development, HR consulting, employee well-being. Client engagement. Creating an impact from social non-commercial campaigns. Our clients across industries and geographies, including APAC, Europe, Middle East, Americas, and Africa. Our journey towards making a difference to people's lives and careers and driving respect and equality for all continues. Follow us on www.marchingsheep.com and contact us at info@marchingsheep.com. Your husband doesn't mind you work so late.
Monday, I like saris, so I wear them.
Whatever money you need, whenever you need, you will get it. Namaskar.
छुट्टी चाहिए थी आपने पिछले महीने कहा था कि अगले महीने.
I know what you need in a hug, right?
No, Karan, I'm all right.
Come on, I'm a little teddy bear. You see, a no means a no. If a woman is silent, it also means a no. This project is really important, particularly for your promotion next month.
Please don't send me emails that are not related to work.
It's office politics, babe. Leave it. You won't get it. Yeah, please say, yaar. Internal committee. यानी कि IC का होना बहुत जरूरी.
We don't want to make it a police matter.
Workspace की सुस्वागतम. Employee engagement module का और sessions लो.
Here, Kalpade has friends in the right places. Deadline will be met on my word. Done. Finish.
You can put these under documentation charges.
I know we've had extra expenses and I'm not very happy about that.
Why do we have to be so cryptic about what is going on? Bribery is a crime. If she's starting a family, she will not be able to handle the workload.
And Neha is a woman. She's out of the question. How do you think she's going to manage the travel and the vendors together?
I cannot yell like a madman. I can't lead a team.
We can't lose great potential to biases. People achieve great things when given equal opportunity.
During the course of employment, remember that you represent our brand and work ethic.
This is important. Can you postpone for data? This is HR. Listen to all your legitimate concerns.
Remember, ignorance is not a defense.
Years and how? From one women army. The team of passionate HR professionals. From one city to 80 countries. From 0 to 300 plus clients.
Thank you. Okay, before we move ahead, just a request to all our speakers, our panelists, that please stick to the time limit. We specially ordered a bigger timer screen now for that. Even for me, that's मेरे लिए भी वही चीज है, लागू होती है. Just a request. ये काम मेरा था नहीं और मुझ पर लागू कर दिया गया है. Thank you so much, Talis, for doing that. चलिए, moving ahead for the next keynote address on creating a human-centric HR strategy. Please join me in welcoming the founder and CEO of Marching Sheep, Sonika Arun. You know, I thought we all had lunch. So शायद मुझे लगता है आपके हाथों में ज़्यादा जान हो सकती है. Just assuming. Thank you. And mics, sure, ma'am.
How do I change the slides? Good afternoon. So, good lunch. And how many of you had gulab jamun? Raise your hands. How many of you had kheer? How many of you had the chocolate pastry? Stand up. Please stand up. Chocolate pastry किसी ने नहीं खाई? How many of you are vegetarians? Keep sitting. How many of you were non-vegetarians? Please stand.
अभी नींद खुल गई पोस्ट लंच या थोड़ी और एक्सरसाइज करें? You know, Talis was very smart. He gave me a pre-lunch or a post-lunch option. Either way, I was screwed. Pre-lunch, I was between you and lunch. Post-lunch, I was between you and sleep. Bichara kare to kya kare? You're all okay with Hindi, English, right? Nobody here who says Hindi nahi samajh mein aati? Anyone? Sorry? अच्छा ठीक है, वेरी गुड. क्योंकि जब दिल से आवाज निकलती है तो वो भाषा नहीं देखती. Right? Okay, so first of all, coming back here is like homecoming. You know, I started marching sheep in the year 2013. And before that, I was heading HR for Philips in India. And when I started marching sheep, my daughter, my second child, was 3 months old. So practically, I have brought up my younger daughter and marching sheep together. And the first person who gave me an opportunity to come and speak on stage was our very own Talis Rizvi. So I feel that, you know, there are some people who play a very important role in who makes you where you are, who play a role in your journey. And I think business world and the team here have played that role. So deep sense of gratitude with what I stand here. Can I get? Essentially helps organizations term which has come these days. Anybody knows what is that new term? Bani. Who said that? Sir, Bani sabko samjhayenge? Brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible. And in this Bani world, what has really become very important is that how do we manage our people? How do we get the best out of our people? And you know what? One thing that always stays with me. HR is always called as the custodian of people. But tell me something, there are a lot of HR people sitting here. Does a worker in a factory or a salesperson or a finance guy come and speak to the HR head or the HR BP or look at your policy manuals every day to experience an organization? Who do they experience an organization through? Their supervisors, their managers, their leaders. And end of the day, if we have to really create an employee-centric organization, an organization that unleashes the potential of today's workforce, we've got to enable each and every manager and leader in the organization. We've got to touch each and every manager and leader in the organization. Let's understand, you know, many times people say that, you know, we have Generation Z, we have Generation Y, lovingly called as millennials. We have Generation X, we are a multi-generational workforce. When millennials joined the workforce, McKinsey, Deloitte, everybody did research on millennials, and they said millennials like ping pong tables, millennials like bean bags, millennials like open offices, and everybody changed, all the MNCs changed their offices, and then COVID came and the offices shut down. Did anybody give a thought? Millennials are people born between 1980 and 1994. A person who is born between or in 1980 would today be 43 years old. And a person born in 1994 would be 27 years old. Do you think all millennials would be thinking the same? Do you think all millennials would be in the same life stage? Do you think all millennials would be happy with the same leave policy or same medical benefits? Would a millennial sitting in Brazil be okay with the same policies as a millennial sitting in China? We talk about hiring women employees. There are lots of women here. When an organization says, I want X percentage of women, we are bucketizing all women in one slot. Are all women identical? Their life stages are different, their ambitions are different, their upbringing is different, their thought processes are different, their communication style is different. One of the panelists earlier spoke about not looking at the same L&D framework and hyper-personalizing. And today, if we truly need to make a human-centric workplace, we really need to dig deep and understand what is it that our workforce today wants. How many organizations are today really investing with authentic intent on what is it that the workforce really wants? What is the internal demographics of their organization? It is very easy to say, let's do a benchmarking of what are the best practices in my industry. But within the same industry, is my company, my people, my demographics the same as my competitors? Because today, we are not just hiring from the same industry. Sorry. We are also hiring cross-industry. So today, if I look at people, we've spoken enough in the earlier panels about what is it today's workforce wants. I think whatever has happened post-COVID has made today's workforce reprioritize and repurpose their relationship between work and life. It is no longer about work-life balance. It is work-life alignment. Is this job getting me closer to what I believe are my life's personal and professional goals? If not, it is not about the money. It is about the holistic package. Is the culture good? Is my manager good? Is my manager giving me the right exposure? Does the manager even know how to speak? Is the manager empathetic? Does he give me feedback? Is he giving me time? Otherwise, even if I get a job in a company which pays me 10,000 less, but helps me get to a situation where I will get what I want in the long term, I'll go there. There is a term called FIRE, financial independence, retire early. That's what today's workforce is looking for. And please don't mistake financial independence with higher packages. So I would like to share a case study. I mean, this is not all yarn that I'm talking about. I would like to share a live case study we did for a client. A very recent case study where a client came to us and they said, you know what? our global head gave us a target. They said, we want more women. This was a manufacturing industry, an MNC, heavy engineering, B2B business. And they said, we want more women. And just like any organization, their recruitment teams went into an overdrive, started hiring women. They kept on hiring, they kept on losing. And it was a leaky bucket. So they said, our top management is aligned. It is aligned, right? Because it's come from the global CHRO. So it's aligned. Everybody is aligned. The CFO is aligned. We have the budget. The CHRO is aligned. The operations manager is aligned. Everybody is aligned. So what is the problem? We have an articulated statement also. अच्छे से लिखा हुआ है, वेबसाइट पे भी है, पॉश पॉलिसी भी है, पॉश की ट्रेनिंग भी हुई भी है, LMS पे भी है, ऑल टिक मार्क्स. लेकिन फिर भी women का attrition is higher than the rate at which we are able to hire. What is the issue? So what did we do? We told them, let's see, it is very easy to say we have everything. But let's understand. One is something called as commitment to culture. Where are you? Are you walking the talk? Are your people walking the talk? आपने कह दिया that you have it on your website, but down the line from your top management to every layer, is every manager aligned to it? You know, this time there was International Women's Day. The theme was embrace equity. Social media was full of pictures from startups to MNCs to the largest organizations celebrating International Women's Day. And after that, we had a lot of sessions. And then when we went and we asked managers, what is the meaning of equity? They had no clue. We said, how will you demonstrate equity in your day-to-day behaviors? They had no clue. How will you drive equity? Embrace कैसे करोगे अगर मतलब ही नहीं पता? So there was a mismatch in what was being articulated and put on the website and action. The second was short-term, day-to-day and long-term vision. We want X percentage of women, but for what? What is the purpose of having gender diversity? What does it mean for the organization? Are we doing it because it has come as a mandate from the top or because we believe in it? What does it mean for the shift? What does it mean for the sales team that has a balance of gender? What does it mean for the marketing team that has women in it? So we started moving forward, and this was our approach. We said, let's deep dive. We went into a deep diagnostics. We started looking at their policies, their processes, to the extent that we started looking at what happens when a woman comes back from maternity leave. What are the ratings that are given to them? Are they given back their role? How long does it take for them to get back their role, if at all? Do they get promoted? How do leaders and managers speak about the entire diversity intervention? Is there a term called diversity candidate in the leadership, the entire recruitment process? Employees speak. How do the team members treat women? Arey madam, 5 baj gaye, half day. Smaller cities, please let's understand where are units, branches are. We are not just talking Delhi, upcountry, Gujarat, Ankle. Along the employee life cycle, there were maternity related issues. Performance management was not speaking to reward and recognition. Reward दे दिया because reward तो roster system होता है ना. अगर एक क्वार्टर में सोनिका को दे दिया अवार्ड, सेकंड क्वार्टर में नंदिता को दे दिया अवार्ड, थर्ड क्वार्टर में इनको दे दिया, नेहा को दे दिया अवार्ड, लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस मैनेजमेंट के टाइम पे तीनों को 3 की रेटिंग दे दी. Peer support and bias, career progression, functional disparity, which pointed out that who were the leaders who needed more support when it came to mindsets. That is when people realize that cultural iceberg is not just about what is seen. There is so much more which is below. The unspoken rules, the stereotypes, the values and norms people get to office, the gender norms which the patriarchy in the society still continues to perpetuate. And how do you deal with them? In the same organization, head office might deal with these things very differently, but in a sales office or a manufacturing unit, it might be very different. And then we had a quiver full of arrows as solutions. But most importantly, while we were doing all of this, there had to be change management. People had to be taken along. We had to make, self-managed teams. So it was like creating a TTT, saying, okay, if we have to run these sensitization workshops, how about building internal brand ambassadors who will take it down to the workforce level, to the blue collar? How about creating infrastructure and making the admin team responsible for it? So there was a lot of work that happened around change management and communication. There is Rainmaker team here, and they would agree with me that you can't have a posh policy which is not communicated, which is not all over the place, which is not reiterated, not once a year, but maybe once a quarter, and in multiple ways. So this is the final framework that we gave them. And here it is talking about diversity, but it could be about anything. It could also be about the L&D framework. And we looked at what is it that will drive the drivers of belonging top down, and what is it that will drive the drivers of belonging bottom up, and how can we bring them together. And eventually, when it all came together in a very systemic, holistic manner, that is when we started to see change. Did change happen overnight? It didn't. It took us a good 6 months before we started seeing a drop in the attrition numbers. So I'll end here. Customers will never love a company until we make the employees love it first. And this is something that we'll have to live it, we'll have to make it happen over the next few years if we truly want sustainable growth. Employees are forcing it to happen. There's just no choice. And if we have time, I'm open for questions. If we don't have time, I can step in. Is there a question? I don't think there is a question. I think I've left them in shock.
No, I think you explained very easily and beautifully. Let's just put it that way, no? They understood everything. Thank you so much. Everybody once for her, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now we are back to our panel discussions once again. And the next one is on from big data to smart insights, leveraging analytics to drive HR strategy. And while just setting the stage, I'll introduce the panelists to you. Prem Singh, President, Group HR JK Organization. Gaurav Saini, CHRO APAC and MEA Nokia Phones. Deepan Mukherjee, Head of Learning and Development, Jackson Group. Gautam Kumar, Director, People Experience, Industrial Region, India and Southeast Asia. Organization, India and Southeast Asia Region. And this session will be chaired by Deep Majumdar, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World and BW TV. I think now let's have all our panelists joining us, please. Deep, the pressure's on you. Huh? Just saying. I've really troubled the session chairs today.
Check, check. Thank you for that intro, Aditya. This session is about big data. A few years ago, it was about GPS data, smartphones, the cloud. Today, it's about AI. Big data is everything. Big data is everywhere. It's the driving force behind all major corporate decisions. On that note, speakers, thank you for being here. My first question is, I want to understand how do HR professionals in India make sure that they use big data and translate them into data-informed decision-making. And in that way, they also optimize HR processes. So let's start with you.
Okay. So I divide any kind of data or analytics into 4 parts. One is your operational analytics, which is we do it on normal basis, which is required to run our operations. The second level is your advanced, which is based on some kind of strategy initiative you want to run.
in the organization. The third level is also advanced, but that is basically based on some kind of objective you want to achieve, like specific, maybe focused on something, recruitment or any kind of sub functions of HR. And the last one is predictive. So in my opinion, I think we do all three, 1, 2, 3. Predictive is still in a very niche stage in my organization. But yes, in the past, we have done very quickly. I want to discussing outside. We have done a very good analysis on the happiness for the people. So like measuring one thing, this was very difficult. And we have done that as well. In my last company, which was Happiest Minds Technologies, we used to monitor the happiness quotient for the people. What time of the day, which day of the week, or which team is feeling happy and maybe they are stress-free in what circumstances, and then address the specific issues with those managers, with those leaders, and address those with certain engagements and initiatives which we used to run in the organization. So I would say that 1, 2, 3 is definitely been addressed in our organization currently as well. But predictive, I think still I'm not very satisfied with the kind of tools we have currently, and the input of data is also questionable. So I just, because we have very less time, put it this to other panelists.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Well, given the fact that we have a slightly tighter time frame, so I'll be quick. So firstly, to the question about data, I think just to give a sense to the audience, the data market, big data market in India today is something around $2 billion US. In next 3 years, it's going to grow to about $3 billion US. That's the landscape that we are dealing with. That's the growth. With respect to the question that you asked about the utilization of the insights, and I saw on the in the topic of the session, it was mentioned from big data to smart insights. I would also add one more word, smart and pragmatic insights. Because howsoever smart it may be, if it is not helping the business, being of practical use, it is no good. And I'll just give an example, slightly going back into the history, you know, and it's a beautiful example of the data, but how it can be used in a manner that it could lead to a counterproductive action. You know, back in the World War II, the armed forces of the US allies were facing very heavy casualties, particularly the Air Force, and close to about 90,000 casualties. And there was a research that was carried out, you know, they engaged a very famous mathematician called Abraham Wald. And the US Air Force had a very detailed mapping, and they looked at the places where the planes received maximum bullets. So maximum bullet holes. They looked at the entire data. And what they figured out was that the wings and the tails of the planes received the maximum bullet holes. It means they were very vulnerable, right? So that's what they concluded. So the armed forces of the US concluded that we need to strengthen or armor these portions, wings and tails. And here comes Abraham. He said, wait a minute, guys. I think you are leading to a wrong conclusion. What about those planes which received maximum bullets on the other parts of the planes and never came back? Actually came back, which avoided the attacks. And these are the planes who received maximum bullets on the wings and the tails. It means that the planes which received the maximum bullets on the engines, they never came back. So rather than strengthening and armoring your wings and tails, which is the conclusion that you are leading to, my submission will be, leave it there. These are good. Wings and tails are fine. They are strong enough. Rather, armor or strengthen your engines. Because if they were strong, they also could have come back with large number of bullet holes on the engine. So my submission to the team also would be, in addition to being smart decision maker in terms of using insights from the data, also look at the pragmatic side. More later, next one to my other colleague.
Thanks. It was a lovely analogy you drew, and it made me think. No, and I want to caution the HR community here. See, we generally tend to clung to the fad and fashion of whatever comes next, whether it's AI or, but let's, I think, step back and because AI and big data, it's an expensive proposition. It takes a lot of SNA from your P&L, and though we want to utilize it, but we need to be wise here. We can't be doing research for an obvious solution, right? Because it takes away your speed of transformation. While we need to be very, very wise with these tools, how can it add speed to your transformation in the organization? Because if you get fascinated by big data, which is a good capability to add, I see a lot of organizations trying to build the data or build that capability within the organization. Maybe there are portion in the organization where we can outsource this, where we already have the capability, because it costs money, it costs time. So first thing, pick the play field right. Look at where are you playing? Do you really want to build the capability of AI and data, big data in the organization, or do you want to buy it from outside? That's easy proposition. Second is, it is very important to understand what are the play fields we are playing. Because if you're playing for a long-term strategy on the big data, it may help you, or it can be disastrous. If you are playing it in an execution, and I'll give you an example. SKF, when we joined, the entire team joined 4 years back, our stock prices of 1,500. Today, we have tripled the stock price, right? And I think we used big data very, very smartly. We had to build our Salesforce capability because look at the variability of, so many competence to manage, so many battery of tests to be done, so many values to be tested. Then there are market competencies. Then there are variability in the distribution of the south and the north and the east and the west. And then you need to put the right person on the field to get your money back home. So we use big data at that particular place to build a market capability. Now, when today my guy goes to the market and we have enabled them with all the insights of the market, all the product inside, all the capability inside, all the distribution, pricing, everything, they go and get the money back. And I think the point what I'm trying to drive is choose wisely what's important for the organization. Don't get swayed with the big data and AI. It can be crazy, taking all your SNA, and it can add a bottom line to your organization. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Mr. Mukherjee, your thoughts on this?
I'm usually not very tensed whenever I'm in a panelist, but today, being sitting with such senior eminent speaker, I'm feeling very nervous. Would it be possible for you to pep me up by clapping for me?
Come on, people.
तो वाइफ ने बोला था कि कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाकर कुछ ऐसा बोलना कि सब आपके लिए ताली बजाए. Now that have been achieved, and now that I have your attention, I would surely agree with what Gautam bhai had to share, that don't find for a solution for something which is very, very obvious, and also not to get swayed away with what social media or everyone is doing. We have to also understand its relevancy with the organization that one is associated with. I would just give one recent example that I faced since I manage the learning and development vertical. So in our company, one of the business heads, he wants his team to undergo a data analytics training so that we are much more structured, we are well driven with our decision making rather than taking on whims and fancy. We are much more structured in our decision making. But when I took a pre-assessment test of the team that was supposed to undergo the training, they don't even realize what is the need of it. They are so disconnected with their leaders on that part, that whether we need it also or not. So smart insight to dur ki baat hai. Unless and until I first realize what is the value of it, how big data, how data analytics, how this churning would help me further, enable me further, equip me further. Unless until that is clear, I think any organization or any audience won't be ready to work on it. That is my thought on it.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on. There are some ethical strings attached to sourcing data. The way we source data also matters. How is corporate India addressing that issue?
I think that is not a big issue because the data which is there, if I'm assuming that the organizations are collecting it within the organization and they're not intruding. So if the data is like this, that how much time I am on a Gmail or a LinkedIn website during my office hours or something like that, till that time, I think is okay, because otherwise, see, another factor here is that you can have all that data which is placed, but we are forgetting one thing: we are dealing with humans here. So collecting data for the humans is very complex. It is not that easy. We can always say and sell it like this, oh, we have this data. And that's why I was telling into the operational and other things. So operational data is very easy to collect. After that, any AI-based data, I'm doubtful and totally doubtful about this, that it can give you a very, very directive insight. Because if you have data also, and I've seen my leadership, they don't trust the data. Honestly, because we work on two aspects. One is a fact and assumption. When I question anything which they are questioning me on the performance management or ratings or talent management ratings, their boxes and other things, they will always come with a perception, assumption. They never deal with the data. They'll say, this is my experience. So everything goes with the experience. The experience bol diya to sab kuch chala jayega. Because data aapka is rubbish. So you have to see, as Mr. Singh was saying, relevant to hona chahiye, and data collection is that way is complex. Ab authenticity ka dekhna hai, to then it is a double sword, kind of edged sword, ki bhi kaun sa data collect karne ki baat kar rahe hain. If you are collecting the data which is your usual operational data, I don't think there is a problem and any compliance issues in that. But is a data which involves my personal behaviors, my wants, my personal involvement in the organization, behavioral, I think we still need a lot of, laws, regulations there, which is not there in India currently. This is my.
This. Fast forward, a very recent study on Amazon recently showed that up to, Amazon runs a recommendation engine based upon, they keep on collecting a lot of data based upon your spending pattern, based upon how you travel, the places you travel, the kind of posts you put on the LinkedIn, on the social media, on Twitter, Facebook. So they are already building a lot of insight about you, about all of us. And then they make recommendations to you, which is run as an independent business. So what they have estimated, because of the efficiency of this recommendation engine, as much as up to 35% of the sales could be attributed to the effectiveness of this recommendation engine, which Amazon runs, which is very large. I mean, that itself is a very compelling case about the authenticity and the usage of the data. Now, bigger question is, which you asked, the question of ethics and privacy. Now, let me deal with the question of ethics and privacy from an Indian context based upon my own personal example. About 4 or 5 years ago, when big data and analytics was just getting into practice, my team and myself, we ran a very detailed exercise on predictive analytics on attrition, large sales force. So the stakes were very high. So mandate was, even if we are able to control it by about 5 or 7%, that much would be the upside to the business. And therefore, we undertook a project on analytics, predictive analytics, on as to who are the likely people that might exit, that might jump the ship in next couple of months. And very detailed analytics were run, and it was fairly accurate. Now the question came when we were fairly successful running this for about 3 or 4 quarters. Somewhere the complaint came to us that, look, you are collecting a lot of data on the people, and it's not ethical, and you are in a way gathering intelligence on the people. So the questions like these are very common. These questions will come. We need to be able to deal with them because we are in an evolution phase. As the situations are evolving, we also need to evolve our responses to those situations. In India, things are yet to be evolved to the extent those are in Europe. In Europe, the privacy laws are even more stricter. There, you have to be far more careful. My sense is, in India also, we will graduate to that level of granularity and those level of sophistication. And I think we need to evolve our systems and processes now. Do we have the ready-made answers? Answer is no. But I think as we grow, as we mature, we got to discover those answers and responses, making sure that we do a balancing act between the privacy of people and the need of the organization. And let me just take half a minute to explain why the balancing act is important. We have studied the concept of pendulum, right? Pendulum, it goes from one extreme to the other extreme. When it goes to any extreme, its velocity or speed becomes 0, and then it comes back. Then it goes to the other extreme, and again the velocity becomes 0. It is running the fastest when it is at the equilibrium, when it is at the balance, when it is at the center. Any organization system will be much more effective when there is a balancing act between the privacy of the people and also the organizational needs. There is a lot of communication that needs to happen to the people around it. Is it easy? Answer is no, but there is no escape from it. These are my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kumar.
Thank you. I think I'll just build on what Prem just talked about. I think, he spoke about the European laws. We are a European multinational. There are stringent laws and that is more stringent in the GDPR. So we as an organizations in India, we have to be very well oriented towards what's coming in going forward. So one is the orientation is important. I'll give you some examples of the balancing act you talked about. And I see Dwarka sir is coming. Thank you for coming here. I think I was not expecting him. Thank you.
Dwarka sir, thank you. We really feel
Honored.
honored. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
He's the one. So I was taking an example of COVID and how we did a data protection and COVID story for SKF. By the way, Dwarka sir helped me save my father during the COVID. So thank you. I just wanted to, he was the one who did whatever he could do. Now, my parents hired, one of the reason is sir here. So let me give you a story about SKF on data protection and in the COVID. You know, during the COVID, we used AI and big data to predict the initial symptoms to protect life, you know. So the big data AI needs to be purposeful driven. It has to have a minimal ask from the employees, leading to what is the purpose? Why are you seeking data? And once the work is done, have you deleted the data from your system? You know, because it needs to be purposeful. We used very effectively the big data to predict who will go through the COVID, because we used to ask for the initial symptoms. And it was a life-saving purpose. I can tell you very proudly, at SKF, barring one person, we did not lose any life during that point in time. And that's a very proud moment for us. And those are the purpose. But you know, when we started asking for those data, people questioned. People did say that, why are you taking so much of data from us? And what will you do about it? But then it was a very, very effective communication around what is the purpose of the data, what we will do with the data. And we were predicting very, very rightly. And we were making provisions for those people. We converted all our guest houses across the country into hospitals. We connected them digitally. You know, there was a digital, and that was also powered by AI. So the point I'm trying to make from the ethical concern is that what you talked about on balancing, I totally agree with that. And one is balancing, another is purposeful data-driven approach. What is the purpose of the data? You are collecting data for just heck of it, or you are going to do about it? And once the purpose is done, how are you letting go of the data? And how are you transparently communicating? And all these provisions are in DPDP 2024, the bill which is coming in. And organization, it's high time that Indian organization needs to orient themselves with the GDPR provisions and the new laws of the country. Thank you.
Deep, I want to just add just quickly one point here, just to make you aware, guys, that, and both of the panelists spoke about it. We are running in a stage where we will not have much of the data. And as an organization, we don't collect the data even on gender. We can't take, like, we have an option to give your salary slips, which are your last salary slips, because we're talking about Europe. Let me tell you about the countries which are like Indonesia and Vietnam and Middle East, like Egypt and Lebanon and all these countries. They're much, much, much advanced in terms of awareness about the data. We can't ask them about their last salary details. They will not share anything. They will not share their gender. They will not share their residential address. You cannot get anything. They will only give you an ID as a copy of it. That's all. An ID number, not even a copy sometimes. You take all the data from there, whatever you. So we are just very far from the fire. You know, we are not reached yet there. So we are talking about a data, big data, yes, but it will be very, very difficult to collect the data, as was mentioning to you. What data we want to collect, it will not be easy. So yeah.
And there is a committee which in the new bill, which will track what is you are seeking and how you are delivering. There is a full committee on the data compliance.
Right. Mr. Mukherjee, your
And
thoughts?
I was just thinking, and here every Tom, Dick and Harry would come and ask me for my Aadhaar card, that I would need your Aadhaar card to proceed further. But anyway, in one of the last conferences I attended, one of the gentlemen from Accenture was presenting at that, Gaurav, you have done for Happiest Mind, how the happiest quotient, they were proposing how healthy is my organization, how important it is to understand that, survey that, analyze the data out of it, and what kind of cost impact in future as an organization one can expect. And yes, people would be very apprehensive to share the secretive data. And like Gautam Bhai was sharing how we are discarding the data once we have come to arrive to a decision or conclusion to that.
Thank you, thank you. So seeing the time, I think this will be our last question. And we have to make it quick, okay, guys? So, so we have spoken about big data, we have spoken about data-driven decision making. Now, how do we translate them into strategies that can be put to work? Once again.
Yeah, I think, for example, the case that I mentioned earlier about the armed forces, that was just an example of how do you interpret the data and how do you really drive the right strategy, right action. So I can only say that before you really, in a very blindfolded manner, just say that we just need to take action X. Think of an action which is counter to this. And many a times you will discover that the counter action of X will be far superior in terms of outcome. I'll give an example here also. The project which I mentioned about the predictive analytics on attrition that we ran for about 3-4 years, which was fairly successful. We were able to bring down the attrition by about 6-7% over a period of 3 years' time. One of the things, immediate knee-jerk reaction used to be that since these are 3 weaknesses that we have, let us work on those. But the coach who worked with us on this also continued to guide us that look, also look at 2 strong points that you have, because of which your people are staying, which means do not be overly worried about only why the people are leaving. Also be concerned about what makes people stay. Ask people who have been in the system for, let's say, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Ask them the questions, what makes them stay? Probably they will talk about 3 things. Can we do those 3 things more with larger number of people? And that helped us.
So very simple and nothing a mantra here. When you want to build a strategy, some strategy will be given. Because I've seen in my case, maybe approach in that case. But the bottoms up approach can come when the analysis will come to you. So a strategy will be defined by 2 ways: that what intention you have to collect and analyze the data. And then post that, are you open to change that strategy also, that when you get the data out? It will change totally. It might change in both the aspects. So you can't drive the strategy based on maybe any assumptions.
Oh, and I just add, time's up, but I just want to add to your point. I think to build the whole culture in the organization, I think the leaders at all level need to do a real good appreciative inquiry in their reviews or in their discussion, because most of the time the biases creeps in, if you don't have an insight or a data, it just made some statement. So I think strategy and culture, I think the cornerstone is data and insight. And I think it's high time that organization must be invested in the infrastructure of the big data, but be wise where you want to use it, how you want to use it. And at the same time, I think it is very, very important to look at what's the purpose and why we are doing it and how are we closing it, because that adds to that propels the whole organization for the future. And today's world, there are so many variables. The predictability has become a big challenge, and big data is going to help us, whatever we can predict. Whether you could predict something, it doesn't work. You predict something, it doesn't work. So the big data is helping us to have a better predictability of the business.
So I can take one live example here very quickly here is that when you talk about happiness quotient. So we were trying to capture the data for the people, how well they feel happy and what time, what week and all the stuff. You know what, insight came up that some of our people, like most of them were unhappy between 9 to 11. And how we're collecting is that we used to have swipe cards and you have to press a button there as a smiley thing. And when you log into a computer, you have to press again the smiley thing. So this was the day and the various time of the day we were collecting the data. And slicing of the data was done with the team members and the team leaders and other things was happening. 9 to 11 was maximum organization was not happy. It was in Bangalore. And the insight came that, and you will see that maybe it is the people who drive. No. No. It was with women.
The men were driving?
It was with women, most of the women. And when we had the focus group discussions with them, it came up that most of the time they don't have the breakfast. That meeting is at 9 o'clock. They are rushing to the office and they are bothering about it. Where the maid has come or not. They have just been bothered too much in the morning time. They settle over the period of time during the day, but it's the morning time they are very, very hassled. And if the meeting is kept at 9 o'clock, they're like, oh, rushing to the meeting and I need to prepare for this. Laptop is there or not? The presentation is there or not? And everything is there. And some like maid calls, I'm not coming, Didi, today. Oh, God, done. So all that stuff came up. And what we did is in that. Now, the strategy was this, 9 to 11 will be a silent hour. Do whatever you want to do. And it changed over the period of time. So every 3 months, we used to collect it. Every 6 to 9 months time, that 9 to 11 window changed drastically. Just to tell you this, a strategy can crop up. Like you can have a lot of maybe insight from the data, and the data was collected for a happiness quotient. It went there as an engagement. Just to summarize this.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mukherjee, last comment.
Yes. So just 4 things I think would help in proper strategizing. The first C would be clarity of purpose, the big why. What to do is clear, how to do is clear, why to do. Second would be clarity of communication, especially like the lady was saying from marching sheep, till the last man standing in the hierarchy, he should know what is the reason behind it. Third would be clarity of roles and responsibility in this entire project, in this entire initiative, intervention. And last would be clarity of ownership. I think this 4 can really, really help in getting that crux or getting the sense behind why the management, why the company, why the entire team is thinking of getting it rolled out. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, audience, for being so nice and patient. That's a wrap. Thanks.
Also, big round of applause for Deep for moderating it so well. Thank you, Deep.
Thank you so much, Deep. I like how you said that's a wrap. We have more to go. There's only this wrap. A picture, please. Oh, Deep, you got to teach us some attitude, man. But thank you so much. Moving ahead to the next one. Our next panel discussion is on the employee experience imperative, designing for engagement, well-being, and inclusion. I think that Nokia story 9 to 11 came at the right time, because now we shall discuss all of that in detail as well. So please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Madhu Menon, National Head, Talent Acquisition, Deloitte India. Dr. Pradyumna Pandey, Manufacturing HR Head, Hero MotoCorp. Dheeraj Modi, Vice President and Global HR Head, NLB Services. Vikas K. Khoka, Head HR, Dhanuka Agritech Limited. And this session shall be chaired by Reema Bhaduri, Editorial Lead, BW Business World. Let's welcome them, please.
Hello and good afternoon to all again.
So welcome panelists. So after a very interesting panel discussion from the morning, talking about L&T, future of HR, moreover the data-driven strategies. Now coming on to new discussion, talking about employee experience imperative, designing for well-being, engagement, and inclusion. We want to, Dr. Pradyuman, we would like to start with you on how do you think that Indian organizations prioritize employee experience to drive engagement, well-being, and inclusion in a workplace? What do you think are the key elements that that should be considered for designing an employee-centric experience?
See, whether it is Indian organization or any organization worldwide, there are certain basic rules which drives engagement, which drives well-being of employees in an organization. And the basic rule, if I talk with my experience, is the first thing comes is a discipline in the organization which is driven by process and systems. That brings the engagement of employees. That brings the trust of employees in the organization. And when I say the discipline driven by process and systems, it's all about the transparent process systems which are driven by technology. Whether employees are clear about their roles and responsibility. The basic thing of having a robust PMS in place, creating platform for collaboration for each employee in the organization. So this first part, I think, becomes very important when we talk about engaging employees, giving them when we talk about employee experience. The second thing which comes is a motivation which is driven by leadership behavior. How you have coached your leaders, how you mentored them to deal with your employees. In this era of technology, are you happy to be with employees? The proximity with employees becomes very important. And that, I think, when we create those, when we talk about employee experience, the reward and recognition part, the empowerment of employees, these becomes important. So these are two important things. One is a discipline driven by process systems, a motivation which is driven by leadership behavior. Beyond that, I think communication plays a major role whenever we talk about employee experience. As an organization, have you made the expectation from employees clear that what we want from them? That is one. What are the vision and values of the organization? Is it communicated? So this communication part plays a major role when we talk about employee experience. Second, also, the most important is an inclusive culture. We talk about diversity, we focus on numbers, but more important is when you bring those diverse people in, are you capturing their aspiration? Are you able to capture their diverse perspective when you're taking a decision? That becomes important. As a leader, are you comfortable if your best assumption or best way of working is challenged by the team? That gives a comfort to employees. That gives them an experience that, yes, we are part of a big picture. If I am there, if my perspectives are being heard, whether my perspectives are being taken into account for any decision making. So these small things, leaders should keep in mind when they are dealing with their people. When we talk about inclusive culture, it's more about giving them equal opportunities to all. Whether our policies, we have done that much of job that our policy, we have removed those biases and barriers from our policy itself. The basic work is you need to review your policies if you want to create that experience which we feel that we should provide to our employees. Yes, work-life balance is important. Yes, benchmark compensation is something which all look for in an organization. So these are my initial comments on that.
I just want to add, all of us know these things are important, right? Communication is important, process, policies, everything is important. The most important thing these days if you're managing a young population, India, agility. We are expecting agility in people, right? We are expecting agility in leadership. Our population, our employees are expecting agility in our process and policies as well. That is the most important thing these days, right? If your processes and policies are 5-year-old, 7-year-old, and you think they're the best, I think you're wrong. Those has to be reviewed, and just not annually, right? When do you think there is a need, 3 people already come to you that they're expecting something else, it is not covering this, that, you have to be agile there to change and update as early as possible. Because these young people, they expect a faster response than anybody else, right? They are actually little more stricter than your manager, even your employees. So managing them is a difficult task these days. Yeah.
Madhu, your take on that?
So adding on to what has been said now, the structure of, creating experiences now, looking at multi generations which are now coming and working with us in our corporates. We understand that we all as an organization are making a lot of efforts in all the directions which we have spoken here. But very clearly, I think the experience part of it maybe a leadership team right now. That lot from, to them actually focusing on what we have to do with the millennials. And we also are very much concerned of Gen Zs and Alphas which are going to join in. But what about those people who are already in the organization? So we have these generations which are in the organization. We will have tools or technologies to connect with them, which is the second C. But we also need to have those checkpoints where we really connect with them, in person and feel that what exactly is their aspiration, whether it is related to, their performance management, or it is related to their learnings, or, anything which they really required. And it is something which can't happen through only the processes which is set, like goal setting in the starting of the year, mid-year when you really go and review it, and, you really do it once you are doing the year end. What they really want is this constant, touch points during the month. And maybe those are the check-ins where they really open up. And it's individual responsibility, which is driven from the top. It starts with, again, saying that, are we really living our values? So we have head of the functions who really sit on top and really have those values which are there. But are they among the crowd and sharing those values and making it open for people to really touch them and tell them that what exactly they are feeling? The third C, which is very much important for us to give them, is this space. So, communication and connect and making that, as a cultural value, are we really caring for them? And which brings us to the second thing is, today care is so important. It's not only physical care, it's not only about mental care, it's about anything which really matters to me today for me to perform in an organization. And sometimes, we just spoke about those data where care only is when we see them in the organization, but there is something which is happening behind, those two, the women who are in Bangalore, or maybe, women in large. Morning hours are something which, after pandemic, we have seen that there's a lot of stress. So are we doing enough to do that care today? There was an article to say that really a happiness quotient is very much important. And happiness is something which will differ for one person to other. I think these three C's are very important, where as an organization, I think commitment is very much important with regards to all the culture part of it. We should basically take care of how we connect with them and connect with, such large organizations, such volume people, by making them feel that they are part of it. And the third one is where they actually feel that they are getting, getting care from the organization. To few bits from this side.
So Vikas, do you have anything to add to it?
Most of it has already been said, but I'm just building it with 3 points that we did very discreetly. We did not only talk of mental wellness, but made it really live for people by getting experts to talk to people in a private space and getting it live, because when an employee is stressed, most likely the person is not going to speak out. And there are forums which need to be created, that space. I think creating that safe space for people to come out and talk about what they're going through. That was one of the successes that we had. Second was basically getting people, and I think I heard from the panel that we had to launch our charter for the organization. Charter had to remain consistent across years, can't change. So rather than, charter was obviously created in discussions with leaders, but we got further about 40 to 60 leaders to percolate this charter down the line to everybody every day. So there's a 5 minutes call that we had fixed where these 60 leaders will talk to a group of people every day on that charter, and there'll be a question. So it became such a regular exercise for us. Initially, it was very tedious to get everybody every day, but religiously for 45 days, we percolated this charter, and I think made a huge difference to the population, whether it was, and there was no language barriers because we created the similar versions in Tamil, Telugu, South Indian languages, North Indian languages. So we could manage to get this by getting forefront with the leadership in terms of these 60 people. My third point, which is very critical, is when we made policies, I think policies sometimes are for you and has to be friendly with the employees. So we made sure that people have every policy statement is redrafted completely with lesser English words, making more sense in terms of what's in it for me, and making in terms of how it is tech and technology savvy, and it is also latest as per the industry. So we reviewed every policy, looked at from an employer perspective. I think it really helped us to simplify things to communicate.
Okay, so since you're on that topic, Vikas, so since you talked about initiatives and policy, so what strategies and initiatives have been proven successful in fostering a culture of well-being and work-life balance, which is also, have a social impact on the country as well?
So I think when we looked at work-life balance, we looked at how you could develop a culture which is less toxic. I remembered an employee left very early, hired, very happy doing the job, but just exited, and I just did a very conversational exit interview, found out that the person left only because of the toxic conversations. Says, I can't deal with this toxic conversations. How do you deal with that? So went into the core of that to understand why these toxic conversations arise, in organizations. We did one thing, I think it's called daily completion. So we started from the leadership, went down the line. We said everybody has to complete with everyone in that group on a daily basis. So with that kind of approach, we could get to how you could, go really, really mind-free home, right? After doing that completion with that person. So once you announce that I'm incomplete with somebody, privately you have to go and complete before the next day. That really helped us to get through people, in terms of removing all those conversations which happen outside the boardroom. Right? In the room, people are okay, but outside the room, I think I got a tremendously positive feedback from people, how it impacted their personal lives and their family lives. So I think I consider that as a good success. Eventually led to lesser of people moving out for wrong reasons.
Let me add, I think two of my speakers, they have talked about the policies, how to review the policies, the importance of reviewing the policies. And we need to understand why it is important. See, post-pandemic, we have people, those who are working from home, some are, those who are on-site, some are hybrid mode, they are working. So if you wish to drive everyone with the same policy, I think that will be a mistake. So we need to definitely have that review of policies, one, and review the policy with the mindset of bringing that inclusive nature of the policies, bringing those, whether it is promoting equity in the organization, those policies. So it becomes important to how to look at, review those policies. Two more small points which I would like to make here, that when we talk about an organization, we talk about millennials coming in, but we should understand that millennials are now part of blue collar also. So how to capture their aspirations becomes important. How we are focusing upon them, because as millennials in blue collar, they have same aspirations as we have earlier. They need to go in a car, they need to send their kids into good school. So whether we are focus on that blue collar community, the people, those who are working on us on field, that becomes important because they bring value to us. They are who talk, because they bring the productivity part. So how we are engaging, how we are giving them the experience which we talk about, employee experience, that becomes important. Second is definitely technology. When technology is coming in, for millennials, those who are coming in, for them, technology is a need. They are used to having the technology being used in every facet of their life. For people, those who are already in the organization, for them it's a change. And there I say that don't leave technology in the hand of technologies when we talk about employee experience. You as HR need to take the charge of a change manager, change agent, because when the technology is coming in, that experience part, when we talk about employee experience, you need to train them. You need to make sure that they are not fearful of the technology which is coming in.
Very basic examples. If your HRMS, your policies, process, systems, leaves not available on mobile phone, then you're not a company of a new age, right? If you're still asking people to go to a computer and apply for leaves and all, no, they don't need it, right? Even you should have your own, those basic YouTube channel, Instagrams, and mentioning those things. That's how you can grab their attention, right? They are not opening any policies, going to your website, looking for an employee section and picking up things. They will never, ever. They need everything on mobile. Otherwise, you have your helplines and all. So those things help. I think coming back to basics, policies, usage and abuses also coming together, when you deal with a young population. So you have to be mindful that your flexibility, your agility should not be misused or abused. And that's how I was hearing HR head of JK that there is a balancing act, which is most important. But one balancing act for one organization might not work for another. So you need to understand the problem statement, and every problem statement is different. So if you understand and you agree that there is a problem in your process and policies, you can make a change, right? Otherwise, you can introduce so many best practices, but those are not suitable for you, right? Those will not work. And all of us are here, HR leaders, and we've heard thousands of best practices and thousands of leaders, and everybody says the same things. It's just how we understand the problem and how do we execute a solution is the key for everything in, managing this young force. Sorry, all the time I'm coming back to young force because I'm managing a young workforce. Thank you.
Yes. So since we are on technology, so what would you say, how can organizations balance strike between automation and also have a human touch in the entire HR process?
Yeah, like I just touched upon before, technology is here to stay. And of course, all our processes will go through digitalization, automation, and all of that. I think starting from recruitment to talent management to even our predictive analysis of people leaving, retention, all of that. And it's here to stay because that's the way we will see transformation in the entire life cycle. So I feel technology is something which we have to leverage for our advantage to take the best out of it through doing the analysis, for we be able to see that what are the insights which are coming. And of course, the technology itself will go through a lot of transformation. So like it was said in the earlier panels, we didn't know about, this GPT, which is coming now, and so many more technologies which are going to come and hit us. It's something which is evolving. So whether it will really change the way we operate in terms of giving the experiences and adding value as a human touch to the employees, I think the clear answer is no. And I think in various forums, various studies, it's very, very clear that technology is an enabler. It's going to give us more, help, and we will be able to leverage those analysis to really make those touch points really more sharper. It will really touch masses when it is about volumes. When we today talk to our candidates, when they really, come and meet us, the first wow factor we give to them, is about how they feel that they've been treated. It's just like you walk in a good showroom and you get first touch from that that organization. Whether that person makes it to the organization or not, the first thing is that an impression which really connects to other people who is in their network. From there to how do they feel the entire gamification and the technology connect, then to bring them to how really when they were onboarded in the system, how we really gave them a experience through technology, through also that human touch, through buddies, through other people who really connected with them, really made them settle in the organization. So will it be only technology? No, they will get some surveys, something to touch upon those factors, which is going to make it very easy for them. But at the same time, it's very, very important for the leaders, the managers, the organization, and the HR to make sure that they feel special, not only at the time of entry, but at the time of entire life cycle from goal settings till the exit. The important part, which most of the organization and sometimes the functions also miss, is that the person who's leaving, that is the time when we send a form, whether it is a technology driven form, to collect their pulse when they are leaving. And during their entire life cycle also, we keep on sending surveys. These surveys go to them, but we really do not know the pulse of those people during the entire value chain. The important part is when the person is really thought of leaving the organization, the first designation when comes, it's very important to understand the pulse of that person. It cannot be done through technology. I think those connects where, technology will do a part for us to understand and keep those data for making some decisions, but us to give that experience to that person who really has thought today of moving out because of some other reason, but not the culture, I think will come back to us, and therefore we will have more returnship in the organization. We will find these people to come back and join us. I think that's the place I will leave the technology and the touch points. Touch points has its own, flavor to it, and technology is an enabler. So I'll leave it there.
I would like to add here, when workplace is flooded by technology so fast, I think when we talk about employee experience in such an environment, it becomes important for us to think about the users of technology. So there is a term which talks about humanizing technology. So you need to be in the shoes of the users, the technology, the user interface, that how technology is exciting those people, those who are working on technology, that becomes important. So always when you are designing something which is tech-enabled, please take inputs from the users, how they want it to be. That becomes important. Their involvement in their decision becomes important. And also when you're bringing technology in, it's very important that the rationale behind bringing the technology is shared with employees. Clearly communicated why we are bringing this technology, how it is going to help us. That becomes important when we talk about technology and the employee experience.
Okay, so since we are short of time, I just would like to, ask with us that on a very quick note, that how do you think, what do you think that organization can effectively measure and evaluate the impact of employee experience, and also drive continuous improvement to it, and also ensure that it aligns with the business as well?
Yeah, so pretty tricky as a question, because you could do a lot of surveys, still finds the result coming as lag indicators. I propose and I would like to look into future. So I think creating small group of people and doing discussions with them in terms of how they look at the organization's future along with you, in terms of what goals that you set. Every organization has its goals, but when you set those very objectives and create those champions for those specific goal projects, and create small group of people who could brainstorm and think how they're looking into future, you can really see what is their vision and how much their vision is going into it. Primarily looking at, other panelists talking of millennials and Gen Zs coming in, it's more and more important for us to upgrade us. And particularly in an organization where I'm working, there's different genres of people. There are old school thoughts versus new school thoughts. So old school thought people have to be toned down, while their points have to be considered, while new thoughts have to be bring in. So you need to have change agents who can bring a change in these mindsets. So I think it's very important for us to involve these people and get this change done through these live projects.
Madhu, any quick comments on this?
Majorly, I agree to what Vikas has mentioned. I think the overall mindset change is not a journey which one can take alone. And we have to choose between whether it's innovation or it's novelty. I feel innovation is quite far away. I think everything what we do today, we should find novelty in doing that, because that's something which we can do in a short run. Innovation is a huge canvas to achieve. Small things done in a structured manner with close group, thinking of an impact, I think that will go longer way than to put the entire canvas around.
Last comment, I think when we talk about employee experience, for my experience of 30 years, it's only proximity with employees. As HR leader, as leaders, your proximity with employees is what makes everything good. If you are the proximity makes you able to capture the aspiration of people, and once you capture their aspirations, you are in the best place to serve them, and that brings the entire change in the way they think about us. HR as a facilitator, but HR as a guide, HR as a coach, HR as a mentor. I think that becomes important for us.
Yes. Last thing I would say that the only thing which is important in terms of employee and their success, everything boils down to success of an organization. So we just say that we fail together, we grow together. So no company can grow without employee being growing, or no employee can grow if company is not growing.
Thank you so much. And here we come to an end to this discussion.
I was going to give you a buffer of one, but then Talis mentioned that जब तक ये इल्जाम आप अपने सर पे ले रहे हैं, सर मेरे को सब मंजूर है. Thank you so much. Moving ahead to our last panel discussion of the day, which is on leading change in the future of HR, skills and competencies for success in 2030 and beyond. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Arijit Sen Gupta, Director, Human Resources, India and Neighboring Countries at Bacardi Limited. Dr. Anshul Goyal, CHRO, Tyner Orthotics Private Limited. Rajneesh Vashisht, Global People Business Partner, GBS, Ericsson India Global Services. And this session will be chaired by Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World. Let's welcome them, please.
Good evening. I think we can have some more people in if BW People team can do that. But after every session, people move out. We have to wait for them, come back and restart. Anyways, with that, I'll start the last session, and that happens to be one of the key sessions that we have is about leading change in the future of HR, the skill and competencies for success in 2030 and beyond. We are talking HR excellence today, and future is the most important thing, as Dheeraj in his last comment said. So with this, we'll begin with the quick intro of our panelists. We have Mr. Arijit Sen Gupta, Director Human Resources, India and neighboring countries at Bacardi. We have Dr. Anshul Goyal, CHRO Tainor Orthotics Private Limited, and we have Mr. Rajneesh Vishesh, Global People Business Partner, GBS Ericsson India Global. Unfortunately, Ashish was not able to join us, so we'll begin with this. So just to start for another, you can take 5 seconds and talk about your organizations and give a quick intro on that with Arjun.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. We say that in any training program, after lunch, the session is very difficult one. We call it a graveyard shift. Looking at the room, it looks like this is going to be the most difficult session for us to engage with the audience. As it is, there are not many audience in the room. But yeah, we'll give it a try.
They're coming back.
Yeah, we'll give it a try. So we are talking about future. I represent a company which is 160 years old. The company was started by a family which belonged to Cuba. And then when Cuban Revolution came, 1950s, 1960, the family had to flee Cuba and then they settled in US. So why I'm talking about that we always talk about future, but sometimes we forget about the resilience of humankind and how this resilience keeps on moving us forward. So the company I represent is Bacardi, which is 160 years old. So all this 160 years, different challenges, different changes have happened with the humankind, but the company still survived and the product still survived and the brands are still popular. So when I talk about future of HR, I think the business will continue to evolve, but the company and the human resource function will continue to be resilient and continue to represent the experience which every employee will expect.
Dr. Anshul, you want to start?
Okay, thank you. You've been modest in saying that the company has survived. I think it has helped the spirits to be high in last 120 years.
Well said. Thank you.
So I'm Anshul and I head HR for Tainor Orthotics. So Tainor Orthotics is a healthcare organization which is into manufacturing of orthopedic aids. And we strongly believe that nothing as far as your health or your physical ability should limit yourself to pursue your dreams, right? So that's the spirit we have, and we are into 3 categories. One is the healthcare, of course, the prescriptive category. You would see a lot of hand slings or wristbands. The second is the lifestyle category, which is preventive, what we call as the pillows, the backrests. And the third is the sports category, right? So that's the 3 categories which we are in. We are by and large the leaders in India, and we are also present in 30 countries. And this year we have a aim to, reach to about 50 countries by end of the year. So that's about me and my organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goyal. A quick intro from Mr. Rajneesh Vishesh.
I represent Ericsson. It's a Swedish organization. It's a company into telecom services, products, technology, consulting, in all of it. And I work in their global services work in business HR.
So we'll dive into the questions now. And as we discussed earlier, that holistically, we'll be talking about what is the future going to be for HRs and what are the changes and challenges that we foresee in the future. So that will be the core thing that we are here to talk about. We'll also talk about the changing landscape of HR. What do you see how the future is going to be like? So could we start with Sarijit?
Yeah, so there are 2 thoughts coming to my mind. One, of course, the world and the business will keep on evolving. That's there. I think every year it's going to be different. And post-COVID, the way we work, that has completely changed. And we all have experienced that in our own lives and also in our work life. So that thought is there. And with that, HR will continue to enable the business. I mean, we talk about HR being a business partner. The word which comes to my mind is business enabler. And I think no other function is better placed to enable the business like HR. That's one piece. And of course, there are so many different things are coming together, different aspects. I mean, we talked about AI, we talked about different technology coming in. We talked about how 2030 generation alpha will come to the workforce. This is the first generation ever who has or which has born with screen. The previous generation had some time without screen and then some time with screen. So people in this room who have kids over 10 years and above, they will now realize what I'm talking about. So those things will change. And of course, with that, HR will continue to change and continue to drive different initiatives to adapt to that change. So that's one piece. But the second piece, which I very strongly feel, that we sometimes forget the basics of HR, which is in HR, there is a word called human. So the human connection or the experience we talk about for any employee in any organization, that's paramount. No matter what kind of technology, what kind of AI will be there, the human connection will be very, very important. And that's where HR will play its part. We talk about org culture. We talked about HR leaders as coaches, mentors in the organization. So these skill sets or these aspects will continue to be there to support the business. So these are the two thoughts come to our mind. And of course, I'm very interested to know what my esteemed panelists also will have to say on this topic.
So we'll come to Rajesh, and I would also like to understand from your perspective, and what would be the workforce expectations along with it? So if you can throw some light on it.
So, so there are, I'm just adding to what, human thing, which just was spoken about. See, there are a couple of things which we all have witnessed. One of the things which actually is an let's say a cascading event which nobody had thought of was the COVID, and it has made people aware that they can work from anywhere, and this is particularly important to the organization where the work can be done remotely. So people have become aware that they need not to be in the metros in, let's say, not very good conditions, and people leave all over the hinterlands of India and come here and spend money and stay in not so very healthy conditions. Now they know that they can go back and work from anywhere. So this is actually countering the narrative which HR and leaders have been actually making for decades altogether, that no, the work cannot happen remotely. So now it has been done for 2 years and they know it. This is something is going to accelerate going forward. That's one thing which has happened. Second, which we all know that, how the iterations has been spiking up. And with every passing year, this is actually increasing. The way we saw immediately after pandemic, even if I discount the pent up, people have not left for, let's say, 1 year. In our organization, we saw for 40–50% of attrition. In a technology organization, and we take a proud pride of, very high cultural driven organization, we actually steered an attrition of 30–35–40%. So as the people are becoming very, very, very aspiring, at the same time, that old thought of, I started work in this company and I retired in this company, and this tells about my loyalty, and people take pride of it. The next generation is totally challenging it. We really cannot. I cannot go back and stare and say no. There is a conversations which are happening in which HR people sit, and a lot of leaders. People are not loyal about we worked for 10 years and stuff. I mean, the other part who are not part of that conversation, they don't even need two hoots about this loyalty thing. They are changing. They'll continue to change our organization. And this is a major problem which HR and leaders will have to think through what to do about it. I think all of the strategies of HR have failed. Most of those have failed in actually retaining people for the reasons which we can delve further, why that is happening. But we have not been able to, HR fraternity and leaders in the organization have not been effective all over India in making any counter narrative against the attrition. These are the two important things which are happening. And there are third thing which I would want to add is that since now people are living in 1 year, 2 year, they're changing jobs, the fact doesn't change that for any change to be brought in, for any contribution to be made, I think it takes around 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. For any work you pick up, it takes this much of time to make any turnaround. Now, while it will remain the same, it may get compressed from 4 years, 5 years to let's say 3 years, 2 years, but people are changing job within 2 years. So they are picking up a job 6 months. When they are into the job, they change the job. So this is actually telling how much people are engaged in the work. They just do not have that much of engagement. It might also be a reflection of, I think is a reflection of also a fickle-mindedness. People, let's say, how, people are actually becoming glued with the phones and stuff, how things are changing so fast, they're changing the jobs as well as faster. But the work itself is not changing as faster as their behaviors are changing. How are we as a leaders and HR organization to prepare a counter narrative in which the work is also able to be delivered when people are changing so fast jobs? So third question is about human behavior. And, and these are the three things which I think in India is going to get accelerated further and further as we go further in the career. And I think we'll agree our HR's counter narratives are actually pretty weak. We still are actually talking about the transactions. And all of people are HR sitting. There is a discussion which is happening, pumping more money into the employees. I think it works. But, for how long will company be able to pump in more money? Because there is a profitability part also needs to be looked into. So our conversations about one, that, pumping more money into the organization and people. And the second thing which we are talking about is that let's have an engagement. And I'm sorry to say, the kind of engagement we do is actually to have, let's say, fun, some drink party or some, somebody coming and having a cultural event. I'm sorry, these are far short of what it will take to retain people in the organization. So, I think there is a huge challenge ahead, and, only time can tell, if we'll be able to make a counter to this.
Thank you, Mr. Vashisht. Dr. Anshul, can we have your views on it?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, we might bucket this into 2-3 parts. The challenges which we are currently facing. We've been hearing a lot about technology, AI, BI, CI, and, getting into big data analytics. I think we are crowding HR too much with the thought of digitizing HR. That's not the reality. We saw, as my friend just said, that, we saw HR systems tumbling down when COVID struck us, right? I think it's better. So first on the technology, it's better to stick to the basics of HR is something which I have as the bucket one. Connect, socializing, talking to people, getting in touch with people is one area which I personally would feel has been working, and it would work maybe 7, 8, 10 years down the line also. Coming to the second area is that, the people are going boundaryless. So something which my colleagues talked about, work from home, or when COVID came in, people moved back to their places. So, right. So boundaryless HR is what I call. How to engage with people who are sitting far away from, the base station, various countries, various places. Some of them are staying in the hometowns. So still this thought has to evolve and has to mature, that how to get in touch with those people, how to engage those people, how to, bring them back. As we rightly said, the attrition is rising. So I think that is the second bucket, and that's the second skill which we need to focus upon. The third is the new generation, right? So what we call as Gen X, Gen Y, and the so-called gig workers, which is coming in. I think that science has still to develop, or that skill is still to develop in HR. And we are still evolving that how to engage those part-timers, those young generations. And the things have changed. I think the policies itself, whatever policies we had in HR till about a decade back or till now, they all needed to be revamped when the COVID stuck in. Those policies were not relevant. So that's the third thing, that we have to be current to the needs of the new generation. and the gig workers and the newer generations which are coming into the course. I think these are the three buckets which I would put the problem and the skill set in.
So we spoke about majorly about the workforce challenges that we are going to face in future. But what is, I'd like to understand a little more about what will be the evolution and role of HRs that we look at, how the HRs would be in future, and how are they going to contribute to the leadership, alignment with the leadership and help in the growth of organization. If you can just throw a bit of light on that. Come to Mr. Arjit.
See, the basic premise will not change. I mean, what we have been doing for last so many years, I do not think that the basic premise of partnering the business for growth, the partnering the business for profitability, partnering the business to get into newer territories, I think that basic premise will not change. Definitely what will be required is more agility and flexibility in the HR function. Like we keep on talking about how COVID made us change. And what really worked at that point in time was our agility and flexibility. So the set policies and processes, which were there for maybe 20 years, that didn't work. So overnight, we had to rethink how we can still engage our people, how we can still support them. Health and wellness became very, very key, which was not maybe given that kind of attention before. But overnight, health and wellness become absolutely critical. So it is our agility and flexibility to adapt to that kind of a newer environment which help. So going forward also, I think that will be very, very key. There will be a lot of course, new elements coming. And as HR professional, we also need to upgrade ourselves. We talk about automation, we talk about AI. So definitely tech skilling will be absolutely critical for us as HR professionals. At the same time, I think we need to be strategically aligned to the business a lot. So it's about how we can partner the business, and we need to understand the business to do that. Gone are the days when we can only have our functional skill set to survive. I think functional skill set is basic, and a lot of the functional aspects can be automated very easily. I mean, outside, we were talking about how recruitment can be automated, how learning development can be automated. We need to be more strategically aligned, and we need to be a business manager, so to say, where we can also build in the HR aspect. The third aspect, which is very, very key, and that is critical, the way workforce is evolving, where people are working from anywhere, people are changing jobs so soon, how we still build a culture of collaboration, how we still build a culture of engagement. And that's where HR function will play a leading role. And we always keep on saying that culture eats strategy for breakfast. Culture is critical. Like in our company, it's a culture-led organization. We keep on saying that we cannot compete with our competition with salary, we cannot compete with our competition with maybe a different training and development program. But what we can compete, that this is a culture-led organization. And if you work in this company, you can actually live and feel that culture. So, I mean, so much so in Bacardi, we don't call our employees employee, we call them primos, which is Spanish for cousin, because it's a family-owned organization after 160 years. And we really cherish that legacy and heritage. And we continue to have that family culture in the organization. So again, if I have to kind of see through next 15, 20 years, I think these are the things which are very, very critical. And agility and flexibility of our HR professionals will be critical to navigate through those changes. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sengupta. So I'll come back to Rajneesh for a quick comment. So do we see some engineering colleges launching a BTech HR in future? That's one thing, because there's a lot more talk being talked about digitalization and AI and stuff. So how do we make HRs aligned with the implementation of digital technology and AIs in the future? If you can just throw some light on that. And I'll add one more thing. You spoke about culture. So that question can be extended again. We have gone hybrid. Mentoring and culture, development of culture with the people whom we have never met. How do we do that? Because you are a large organization and you might be dealing it on daily basis, that the hybrid workforces being integrated into the organizational culture.
See, my expertise in the digital part is little limited. So I'll actually leave it for the other panelists to give a view. But on the culture thing, and this is actually more pertinent to knowledge organizations. See, in my view, see, organizations is a reflection of what is the society is. So like the organizations has moved from last 200 years, I mean, in India, it's a relatively newer story. But if you look at, let's say, Western part, the way the organizations were, that's how the society was, the way the organizations were also structured. So as the society is changing, the nature of organization is also changing. In India, let's take an example, which is considered to be, and there may be debates around, is more hierarchical in nature, in which there are certain people who believe that they are better than others, and there are casteism and stuff like that. The same is remained reflective in the organization, in a very hierarchical organization, in which there are people at the top taking a decision, and then the people down below are actually doing an execution of this. As we see in last 30, 40 years, and some of that has also come from the multinationals who actually tried to force fit their culture into us, because their societies are relatively different. That acceleration also has changed in the organization, in which we talk about empowerment and stuff like that. I think that empowerment has lost its like value. I mean, there are fads which keep on happening. So, that empowerment things has lost its shelf life. It has to go further than that. This. So we have, all of HR we talk about for many years, there's the flattening of organization which is happening. Now, I think there are certain organizations, as in India, I mean, the societal barriers and the casteism is gradually breaking. There are people who are demanding and coming, and that is also probably the reason there is a lot of churning in the organization, because people at the down below, they don't feel empowered. They actually come, do some transactions, somebody else pays them more money, they go there because they have no association with the organization. So association with the organization happens when you are part of the decision making. In a family, when you ask your kids to be part of the decision, they feel part of the family. When you tell them something to do, I mean, that's how the organizations are. So this flattening also is actually painfully slow, and there are certain organizations which are experimenting, in which there will be no hierarchy in the organization going forward. This is a long shot which I'm trying to tell, in which people are going to work in the teams, in which everybody is equal. Everybody is equal. Everybody has a share to say what they want to say, and the decision is taken by the debate. Now, how long this going to take? I mean, the sooner this happens, the better it will be. We are able to contain attrition and engagement and stuff like that. Now, it may be a relatively slow pace in the India because of, our societal system are relatively more difficult and more stringent to break. But in the Western part, some organizations, and we know these are big names, have started experimenting, in which there is no leader, there is no subordinate, everybody is actually same. And I actually tried to have this discussion with one of my team member in my organization, and very matured colleague of mine, and he thought, and he said, sir, it is very utopian what you're talking about. I said, yeah, it appears utopian, but what we are having today, in which we are having employee surveys and all, if we ask 100 years back, was there employee surveys happening? They will also call, it was utopian. Who asks the employee? There was a Frederick Taylor scientific management. In every task is divided into, at every time, everything is decided how much of minutes and seconds you're going to do. People were just expected to do the way they are being asked to do. This has changed. Now we go and asking and have FDGs and stuff like that. This will continue to happen because in society, now people are coming, they don't want to be told anything to be for them to do. They know what to be done. Now, when they know it, why would they want somebody to come in HR and tell them, do this and do that? They'll say that, we know what to do. And that's why the organizational structures need to be changed. And it is about flattening far further and far faster in the future. Whichever organization will do it faster will actually be able to adapt more than the other.
Come back to you, Dr. Anshul, on your take on cultural integration in the future.
Yeah, I'll just finish that question. I think he left that part, that how to develop and how to, go about the digitization and technology.
please.
I mean, quickly. So I think the puzzle can be solved by saying that, adopt technology to solve a particular problem. Don't first implement the technology or digitization and then create a problem, to solve. I mean, that's the very clear mandate. I mean, identify the problem. What are you trying to solve? And then look at the technology to be implemented. That's the simplest rule. My 7-8 years of experience in working in tech-driven organizations. Coming to the question of culture, I think as my friend said, going forward, the boundaryless working is something which is going to prevail. So it is important to understand the local flavor of the culture from where the person is working, where the person is coming from, what is the background of the person in terms of the region, continent. I think it is very, very open. I mean, one culture cannot define, what HR should do. We have to understand and go to the level of understanding the local culture or nuances of the, people where they're working from. And also going forward, I mean, also to mention that, and he mentioned, I think let's keep the human element of human resource alive and not get into the, so-called fashion of implementing technology. It's good. It's a partner. I mean, let's keep technology as a partner to enable the processes, but let's keep the human element of human resource alive.
Can I just come in for 2
Please,
minutes? This discussion reminds me of one of the initiatives many of us have led during COVID times. So during COVID times, when we all were working remotely, suddenly there was a lot of discussion that we are missing the water cooler conversations. And that's a critical part of building culture. And I remember, including in my company, many companies, HR came up with initiative wherein they started blocking 15 minutes, 20 minutes, so that employees can have coffee or tea together. Initially, it was a big hit because it's fun, right? People are coming together, having tea, coffee, having this chit chat, no office meeting happening. But after 4 or 5 months, at least that's what happened in my company, there was a huge digital fatigue. And people used to hate those kind of time blocking just to have coffee and chit chat. So we tried to replace that water cooler conversation in a digital format. Initially it worked, but after a point of time, it was not working. So I think the discussion or the point what we need to keep in mind that when we talk about culture building in those kind of hybrid working or those kind of evolved workplace, or when we have gig workers where one person works in 5-6 different companies, we also need to think differently. Every company will have different culture pillars, culture aspects. Now, how do we live those culture pillars? How do we build people processes around it? How do we build business process around it? I think that's what something we HR professionals we need to really think and be more pragmatic about it.
Thank you. So the technology is telling us that time's up and it's been there for quite some time now. But if you have any points that you wish to add on, or Anshul or Rajesh, we can take it in.
I think it has been summed up, and the crux is to use the technology wisely and make it an enabler. That's the point number one. I think the cross boundary or making HR boundaryless is the message too. And I think looking at the policies, depending upon the last 2-3 years of challenges which HR has faced in terms of hybrid working, work from home, I think we need to look at some of these things going forward also. And I mean, not to say again, but keeping the human element alive is something which we all would emphasize on. I mean, these are some of the points.
Thank you. So I wish that 2030 is much better than what we are in today. And let's see how we embrace the technology, AIs and automations and whatever comes our way in future, and hope we are not forced into getting into any kind of technology like we were forced by COVID 2 years back. So with us, we'll come to end of this conversation. Thanks a lot. Thanks for being on the panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Talis, I leave that to you. Mike, please.
Thanks. I'm Sonika. So my question is going to be a little long. So we do a lot of strategic HRBP certifications. And one of the competencies that we try to build or talk about revolves around getting a seat on the table. You know, as a cost function. And the pushback that I always give to my participants is that there is not a penny that the finance function on its own makes. It is nothing but a gatekeeper. But nobody asks a CFO कि आपकी ROI क्या है? Accounts payable team की ROI क्या है? Accounts receivable team की ROI क्या है? तो हम L&D वालों की ROI क्यों पूछते हैं? हम DEI वालों की ROI क्यों पूछते हैं? Now, isn't that something that we today as leaders need to be building in the HR aspirants of future, wherein they can claim that space not just as enablers, but people who are actually custodians of the most important asset of an organization. People, I mean, you might have the best product, best service, best AI, best technology, but who uses that technology? Who sells that product? Who markets that product? It is people. So how do we build that competency, that confidence in today's young HR professionals that hum sirf enabler nahi hai? Agar CFO ya finance function is considered the right hand arm of business, then HR is the left hand arm of business.
You want to answer that?
So can I have some stronger views on that. I've heard it, like everybody else also, we have heard it. And, you know, a couple of years back, we seriously tried to find out what is an ROI. It's a very difficult task. All of us might have tried and failed after some period of time. See, let me answer the latter part which you asked, what do we do about, you know? That I think a lot of blame lies on HR fraternity itself, because they themselves go and position themselves as a service oriented part. So I mean, it's a little more complexer situation in an organization in which we ourselves, see, it's like on human behavior. Who wants to be countered in a leadership, in a hierarchical organization, which I was talking about? All of us, we are having a hierarchical organization. And when, let's say, an HR is actually, let's say, reporting to the business head, hypothetically, let's assume, who wants at a head of the organization wants to be challenged on his ways of working. So to be successful in the organization, there are many people I have seen in HR, and some part of it, we also will be guilty of it, will actually play along. Why do we play along? For two reasons: because of our vested interest, because we want to grow, because the moment you challenge by let's say, a professional answer to this, it is actually countering to what is the view of somebody in the organization. Now, it's all one part of this is. The second part, which how can we do is that, how many of HR professionals, and we know hundreds and thousands of people who know behavioral sciences to the core of it. You know, if we are talking about people, and if we become business, okay, then if there are business people sitting who have been doing it for years and years and years, how can we compete them into talking their business language? Where are we cultivating our behavioral dimension of people, which they are not aware of? So people have to go back and go to the subject. The subject is people. How do they, what is motivation? What is engagement? What takes people to, what is conflict? What is leadership? I mean, how many of us actually seriously study that subject? Seriously. And there are academicians who are doing really interesting studies for all of their life. But where is that collaboration between academicians and professionals? I don't see that happening much, or at least I'm not aware of. So, one has to know what their strengths are and have to build on those strengths rather than, becoming business people. And we are talking about, let's become business HR, let's talk their language. They know our language better than them. So if we are going to talk in their language, where is the people dimension there in this? So I see, I think people need, HR as a function needs to go back and study what people are all about. So that's one part of it.
Sonika, we had only one. We are running late. This is live as well. So please, we can have a discussion later.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am, for asking that. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we come to an end of our panel discussions, which also means that it's time to move ahead with the next keynote address on building a culture of integrity, the power of an effective code of conduct. And to deliver the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Anthony J. Alex, founder and CEO of Rainmaker. Hello. Why do you switch this off? Okay. Once again, for next keynote address on building a culture of integrity, the power of an effective code of conduct, please join me in welcoming on stage Anthony J. Alex, founder and CEO of Rainmaker.
Thank you. Just a slight difference. I won't be joining him on stage. Prefer to sort of be off stage. But thank you all. I realize that we are running a little behind schedule. So I'm going to keep my sort of discussion very, very brief. Before I get into this, I'll just tell you a little bit about ourselves. This is who we are. That's our team. We're basically a company that creates engaging training modules in the space of POSH, DEI, bribery and corruption, code of conduct, data privacy, insider trading, and so on and so forth. So that's what Rainmaker is and what we do. And our USP is primarily that we make content that looks a lot like a short film, backed by research and a lot of experts that we collaborate with to make sure that we get what we put out there to be absolutely spot on. All right. So before we get into what we are here to discuss today, I want to quickly get a sense of the room. How many of you have honestly gone through your organization's code of conduct, front to back, cover to cover? But that is the objective, right? To know what the finer points are. I'm just kidding. But seriously, how many of us have actually gone through the COC? Okay, I see 1, 2 hands. I see a lot of hands there. All right, Sony hands are all up. Anybody else? Okay, so let's say about 20–30%, of us do go through the code of conduct. Many of us don't, and that's primarily because while the COC is the guiding framework, sort of like the document that guides ethical behavior, professionalism, and basically talks about what the organization wants to achieve. Most of the time, you will see that the COC is a very text-heavy document. It's a lot of text, it's a lot of content, but not in an interesting, engaging fashion. And more often than not, you've lost the audience, right? So most people do not bother reading it. Most employees are actually happy to just sign a COC document. Say, okay, fine, I've read it. I know what it says and I'm done. Because, I mean, who really wants to go through all of that, right? So the world we live in today, the way the landscape of employee training is changing, it really demands that we take a look at how we are training future generations of employees, especially on something as important as the COC, right? Think of it this way. What do you think is the COC of our country, of India? What is our COC? Anybody? Constitution, right? So the COC of any company is literally the constitution of that company, right? It tells you what to do, what not to do. And it's absolutely critical that every employee understands what the COC is saying or what it contains. So this room has some of the finest leaders in our country today, especially in the space of HR. And what are really things that you should be looking at from the perspective of, sort of ensuring that the people, the workforce in your organization are fully sort of trained and up to speed on everything that you want them to do, right? Because HR leaders and CHROs really play a very, very critical role in ensuring that the organization is, you shape the organization culture, but with culture also comes compliance. You want to make sure that your organization is properly trained, because only a properly trained and sensitized organization will also focus on compliance, right? So a well-drafted, strong COC helps leaders in creating a framework for ethical decision-making, mitigating risks, and essentially, all in all, building a workforce that is cohesive. With different generations and groups, communities now coming together, where a lot of the focus areas of the traditional HR function has changed or shifted, and emphasis on, newer aspects like DEI, you're going to start to see that, this understanding of what the COC is becoming even more critical, right? And so that's sort of something that we want to dive a little deeper into today. Now, where are the, why is this such an important topic? Why is this such an important aspect that we are all sort of needing to focus on? Because employees' conduct or misconduct essentially, in many cases, can have a negative impact on the brand of your organization. And that is the fundamental risk that we are dealing with today, in that if employees, and there are many times where the employees say, I didn't know that this was part of my COC. I didn't know that this was something that was prohibited or not permitted or what have you, right? This is sort of the big risk that we're dealing with today as organizations. Now, a question for all of you. This brand, I mean, and with due apologies to anybody from Wells Fargo who is here, the idea is more to have a discussion than anything else. When was the last time in recent times you heard of Wells Fargo in the news? What for? Conduct issues, right? It was a public conduct issue, but the whole airline thing and misbehavior on an airline. But did the company have anything to do with it? Zilch. Yet somehow, from somewhere, their brand got dragged in and people started saying that employee is an employee of Wells Fargo. Of course, they ended up terminating that employee's employment. But you see how very quickly in today's connected world, brands are getting dragged into conversations, right? And that is the fundamental risk that we're running today. Another one, AIB. The company was on the verge of raising a lot of capital. They were doing really well. Founded by four stand-up comedians who everybody knows really well, Tanmay Bhatt and the whole gang. But ultimately, a case of sexual harassment dragged the whole organization down, and they had to shut. Right? Shut. It's over. The business is over. Everything is over. And primarily due to the misconduct of one individual. But what is the issue here? The issue was not the misconduct of one individual, but the kind of culture that had been created by the founders and the leaders. And so that is really those are the challenges that we're dealing with today in today's day and age, right? Where leaders have to be very cognizant, very aware of the type of organizations they're building, and also the kind of conduct that they would like to see from their employees. And importantly, you've got to walk the talk, right? So some of the things that, I'm not going to go into a very detailed conversation on this. Some of the things that leadership needs to be mindful of, culture is primarily determined by those here today, as well as the leadership, right? So you're in the unique position of actually framing the culture of the organization. And we just previously, in the prior discussion, we were actually talking about finance being right hand and HR being left hand. And, to me, I feel like this is the function today that is going to determine the success and future of any organization, because no matter what you do, ultimately it's people that sort of determine how well the organization does. And whoever is responsible for people is really, in my view, the most important aspect or element of that particular organization. We're not going to go into left or right, but it's clear that that's really where the organization needs to focus on. So leaders need to set the tone from the top, clearly communicating, the expectations that they have from their teams and management, below management, mid-level managers, and basically set the tone in a manner that everybody understands that cultural change is here, and that change will be forced or pushed by the leaders of the organization, including HR or people and culture. And COC is one element that clearly needs to be clearly focused on, brought out, messaged carefully, sensitized, and also provide all kinds of logistics and support that might be required in that particular organization to make it happen. Of course, it's obviously critical that whoever is pushing that agenda also needs to ensure that they walk the talk and essentially basically have a culture of reporting, transparency, continuous evaluation. Very important to reward and recognize ethical behavior that you see in your organization, which can be a part of actually sort of pushing the COC and what it stands for, right? Very important, keep things open, keep things transparent, and foster dialogue within your organization. Among other things, also have, and I think some of these we've covered earlier on during the day, including things like whistleblowing mechanisms and so on and so forth. So they're all really a part of a very effective and a very tight COC sort of system in place. Now, if you were to think about what you'd like to see, some of the key things that you would probably want to see in a COC, what would that be? Just like 5 or 6 topics. What do you think are critical ones that should be a part of any COC? Just whatever comes to mind. Come on, I'm sure you don't have to have read a COC to know what should be there in it. What are important things? Top of mind. Anti-bribery, very good, right? Bribery and corruption is something that all of us grapple with. Connected to bribery and corruption may be whistleblowing, right? A proper whistleblowing mechanism. What else would you like to see in a COC? Data privacy, right? Data privacy, very good. Anybody else? Sorry? Values of the organization. harassment, misconduct, obviously harassment including prevention of sexual harassment as well, right? Anything else? I mean, there are tons of topics, but I just want to get a sense of the room as to what you all think are key topics that should be part of any COC. Conflict of interest, sir. Very good, sir. Thank you very much. A very important part of any COC has to be conflict of interest, right? Prohibited substances, nobody said that. I guess we all consume some prohibited substances in some shape or manner or form, meaning alcohol could be prohibited during work hours. Otherwise, it's not. Sorry? Very good. Social media posts, that's brand image and social media guidelines, right? How you interact with the brand. Obviously, every organization has its own set of rules around it, right? What can you do? I mean, I think there were some instances where an air hostess of an airline got into trouble because she created a TikTok or an Insta reel dancing in her uniform, right, on the flight. So, of course, there are safety issues, but even if you were to do it outside as well, it's something that you would need the organization's approval before you're able to do it. But did she know that it was going to be a problem? Probably she did not. But either way, that is something that that is now sort of most organizations are very clear about. Conflict of interest. We all sort of talk about it, but do we all really have a sense of what conflict of interest covers? What could be a possible conflict of interest? What would you identify as a conflict of interest? Moonlighting, interesting. Yes, absolutely, moonlighting. But there are organizations that permit moonlighting these days, even though, well, it depends. Now, moonlighting for an organization that is not a competitor of yours, would that be a conflict? You're still crossing the line, even because you are double hatting and your employment contract probably prohibits it. Plus, you're going to be exhausted. If you're going to be working 9 to 5 or 9 to 6 for one organization and then 7 to 12 or 1 or 2, you are not going to be able to do justice to your organization. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Correct. Right. But look, I mean, it's likely to get you into some trouble. What other forms of conflict of interest are there? Being on the interview panel when your relative is there, right? Clear conflict. Any financial involvement, or there are people who have stakes in companies which are also vendors or service providers to your organization. How about romantic involvement with your junior or your manager? Is that a conflict? I mean, you see that a lot. Sorry? If it's a reporting relationship, does it have to be prohibited by the policy for it to be a conflict of interest? I'm just asking, not giving any answers. It does. But do you think that you could be objective about your somebody who works on your team? Let's say you have 5 people on your team, but you're romantically involved with only 1. Do you think you could be objective in your appraisal of all 5 people? Humans never can be, which is why that the whole, that's a severe conflict of interest, right? Among other things. Anyway, that's for another day. Information security, of course, I think we all know that is something that is of paramount importance, very closely sort of associated with data privacy and protection as well. Creating inclusive workplaces, right? I think DEI has been talked about a lot, and we know that that's a key essential part of sort of a COC. Gifting policy. Before we wrap up, I'd like to know what you all think of gifting policies. What kind of a gifting policy would fall afoul of a COC? No gifts at all, right? No gifts to government officials, and receiving gifts and supplies is also a problem, right? Okay. They all have disclaimers. Okay. Now I want to throw out a googly at all of you. Do you believe that giving gifts to your managers should be prohibited? Wow, that was surprising a lot of people. Why is that? But it happens today, right? You give, no? People give their managers gifts, don't they? Okay, below 100 rupees, above 100 rupees. Okay. Okay, a gesture of gratitude. Fair enough, it's a bouquet of flowers. Bacardi is the right, right brand for today. But I have a question for you. Let's assume that it's your manager's birthday, right? And you're one of 5 people in your manager's team. And you've sent your manager a lovely bouquet of very fancy flowers. You know, think of the best flowers money can buy, maybe worth a few thousand rupees. And you're the only one out of 5 who's sent your manager flowers. Do you think now that when your manager does your review, which is let's say 2 weeks away, he or she is going to be 100% objective about your work and what you have achieved? I feel that that's a thin line, but we can agree to disagree. But what you've done with that bouquet is you've somewhere in the corner of your manager's heart, you've got a little bit of, you've seeded it that, hey, I'm really different from my peers. And it's most likely subconscious. Your manager may not even realize it, but when they're grading you, they will probably give you an extra point. So the bouquet of flowers might arrive in your manager's in their manager's cabin and can maybe something a little more which is, oh, all right. I won't belabor the point. So that's basically it. Thank you very much. The idea was just to cover off some of the key points of a COC, and my time's been up for the last 5 minutes. Yeah, Sonika. Yeah. Whoever is in charge here.
Then I go outside.
Any other? Okay, good. Thank you all very much.
You know, I realized you could have done that question any which ways while they were setting this up. But never mind. Okay, moving towards the last keynote address of the day. Now, this is on employer branding, endorsing company values to gain a competitive edge. And please join me in welcoming Harshvendra Soin, Global Chief People Officer and Head Marketing Tech Mahindra, to deliver the same. Please, sir.
Hello. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why it was planned this way that I come right after the COC session, right? But I think it is very apt that this happens because ultimately, I think what I'm going to talk about is probably a topic that we all grapple with at times. And I'm going to talk about employer branding, but how do we endorse the company values? And we've spoken a lot about that, really get a competitive edge. And I work for Tech Mahindra, so I want to give a Tech Mahindra story. But happy to take questions, and I promise to take 15 minutes, I thought it was. Come down to 10. So I'll take 5 minutes more than this. Yeah. I've always said to all my employees and in every forum that look at the traits that make you unique and then turn them into stories. But use those stories really to attract and retain talent. Make it a differentiator for your business, because really it's always been that the HR folks are talked about and said, you're in charge of employer branding, but employer branding is really a strategic call of the company. You don't have a great employer brand if your CEO and all your CXOs don't endorse it. And if it's not one of the pitches that you do to your customers, your clients, then it's just somewhere in the presentation, right? I'm not going to spend too much time, but obviously companies that have a great employer brand outperform the others. And there's been enough studies on that. We all are aware, and that's why we spend so much time as HR folks into the employer branding. Here is what the Mahindra Group is, and I represent the Mahindra Group. What you see here, ladies and gentlemen, is our first advertisement ever published in 1945, right? And the interesting story is that the Mahindra and Mahindra was not Mahindra and Mahindra, it was Mahindra and Mohammed. And Mr. Mohammed went and became the first finance minister of Pakistan, so we had to change because we had already printed everything on M&M. So the only other solution was Mahindra and Mahindra. But look at what the first advertisement of the Mahindra Group talked about. It did not talk about the product. And remember, as HR folks, this is 1945, we talked about entrepreneurship, we talked about ethics, meritocracy, dignity of the human toil, and diversity. You know, we talk about diversity today, and it's a very cool thing to talk about diversity, but in 1945, this is what the Mahindra Group talked about. And to this day, this is our differentiator. And whenever you see anything on Tech Mahindra, you will see that we still talk about the very same. And why? Just a glimpse of the company. We are about now 157,000 people, 105 countries, 142 nationalities, so it's complex. And therefore, the brand, when we talk about the employer brand, we're talking about 105 countries, because you can't have a great employer brand in India and everything else, you know, really sort of we are struggling. So the reason it's important is it's helped us grow. The reason it's important is wherever you will see us presenting to a customer or a client, this is on the top. In fact, yesterday, there was a meeting I couldn't attend because we were with a client and a customer, and the only differentiating factor when he awarded, we signed the agreement yesterday, was employees. The people factor, simply because 64% of our cost is people. We only have a product that's people. And if the employer brand gets a cold or, you know, gets a nose bleed, then every company, the whole company gets a bleed. And our challenge is how to be consistent in 105 countries. Okay, so that's the story I'm going to talk about in the next 15 minutes. I'm going to be a little fast because of the paucity of time. I have 11 minutes and 30 seconds. So So in this slide, in the previous slide, we call Tech Mahindra as a purpose-driven, people-centric, and performance-led. But it's words, right? 3 words which sound nice. This thing, how do we make it come alive? How do you make your employer brand come alive? The first thing to really think about is you are unique. So you have to make sure that the employer brand is not decided by 5 CXOs sitting in a room. You have to find out the uniqueness. And I started by saying unique traits and uniqueness about your company. You have to find out the uniqueness about your company. And that really has to come alive for everyone, including your employees. And we said we were purpose-driven, people-centric, and performance-led. But it's woolly, right? People don't understand these words, so we have to make it come alive. In the next few slides, I'm going to tell you how it comes alive for us and why it is still a sustainable differentiator. So we talked about purpose-driven. Very clearly, we do this. It's a strong belief. You see Mahindra rise. Everywhere you see Mahindra, you see rise. And one of the facets I'll talk about rise is this, that we are purpose-driven because we believe that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it for our children. And what it means is, as an organization, we have to be beyond the profits, beyond the business, and we have to mean something for the community. If you shake somebody in the middle of the night and say, who are you? They talk about rise. And on the left side, you see what rise belongs, or what is rise to a person. There are 3 pillars or 3 tenets that we talk about. Number 1, we celebrating each movement, and empowering all to rise. And the three things we promise our employees everywhere around the world is, number one, we are a hardworking company. We drive positive change in the lives of our customers and customers' customers. You will have to work hard for the customer and the customer's customer. Second, celebrate each movement. It is allowed to have fun. TechM is about fun. And if you even come to our corporate office, you see there is actually quite a strange corporate office. My office doesn't have a desk. And it's very informal, but we like to have fun. And there is nobody around the globe in Tech Mahindra that will say, why are you making so much noise? Why are you having so much fun? You can't. And the final thing is, we are very particular about empowering all to rise. We hire from colleges, but people are shocked that we give huge responsibilities at a young age. Our country heads are 25 years old. They run 20, 30, 40 million, $100 million regions, 25-year-olds. And a lot of people, my HR team, I have Sudhanshu here who heads globally, we call it BCCI, but benefits, compliance, etc. He's under 40. I have my, so it is about enabling youngsters to take on large roles. It's part of our culture. So this is ingrained. Anywhere you go at Tech Mahindra, you will hear this from everybody, right? Then we said, okay, what else can we say which is unique? We heard this great term called employee value proposition. And we said, what will we do? What will be our employee value proposition be? Because, we don't pay well. We pay well, but not the best. We're not the largest. So what is the employee value proposition? Here is one thing that TechM does, and every single employee vouches for it, is freedom to explore. You are given complete wings to fly. And our thing is, if you can dream, and if you have the ability to dream big, we will give you wings to fly. And I always give my example. I'm not an engineer, by the way. I never worked for IT before TechM. I've been in TechM 11 years. I ran a $450 million business. I currently do 4 functions: HR, marketing, corporate services, supply chain. I'm not an engineer, but I was given wings to fly. And it's all thanks to the organization that I work for. And freedom to explore is something that comes naturally to us. And it's unique because other companies don't do it. And therefore, our employer branding is around rise, around freedom to explore. And then the third thing that people talked about is, okay, culture is great. We know about the employee value proposition. How do we express it? What do we say? I can't go to her and say, by the way, freedom to explore is what I like. This is TechM. So we said we must have an expression. And I'm sure if you go to social media or anything, you'll see this. We said we will express it by saying, love to be TechM. And why love? Because love is an emotion that accepts the good and the bad. So you like the company, the good and the bad. And therefore, everybody expresses it to say, love to be TechM. Love to be TechM BPS, love to be TechM XDS, but it's always love to be TechM. And these three are so easily understood. It's a flow. People don't have to really mug up these things, right? Because that's how your heart expresses it. And everything that we do is really around this. It's whether it's love to be TechM or it is any campaign, even a business campaign is run around this. Okay. The second thing is our storytellers are none other than the people, because the other problem is that there is such a complicated communication network in most companies, nobody understands it. Because you send mails and stuff. The problem is today your employees are not on those mediums. And therefore, this is the last thing I would say is very important, is you have to be in the medium your employees are in. For example, I'll give you an example. If you ever go to Spotify, all of you know what Spotify is? Our Rise songs are on the Spotify playlist. It is there for everyone. Our podcasts are on Spotify. We have WhatsApp stickers. Our Rise is on WhatsApp stickers. We have memes. We have Gen Z language. We have everything that our employees feel. Everything is gamified, even Rise. People laugh. Say, yeah, your Rise is gamified. I said, yes, it's on Snakes and Ladder game. Because people like to understand the nuances of Rise through gamification. And this is why the employer brand is so powerful, because people understand it. That's why we said people-centric. And finally, we said we are performance-led. Clearly, when you talk about the brand, we're the fastest growing IT brand. I mean, TechM, when we started this journey 5 years ago, we said, gosh, nobody knows us. We are today the fastest growing IT brand in the world. Okay, and this is unique. But we've done something else. It's of no use if your employees don't believe it and it's not resulting in business. So this is what it is. In the last 5 years, we are the highest engagement score company in the IT industry, in the Mahindra Group. We're at 4.58 out of 5. We are the lowest attrition company in the IT industry. By the way, it's not 17, it's 10% today. The next one is double. So at 160,000 people, if you have 10% less than your competition, you are impacting about $200 million, right? Thirdly, we are the highest in internal fulfillment, which means our promise to give wings to fly, our promise to say freedom to explore is translated into 72% internal fulfillment. So these are the matrices that tell you people believe in the story and they follow the story. And finally, this is just a glimpse of who we are. We are the #1 employer for women in India. We are the #1 employer, period. Not only in India, but in Philippines and around the world. Diversity and inclusivity, which was a plank that we took. We are probably the #1 around the world. We won everything, including being now the 5th year in the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index. We have won about 8 Stevie Awards and Brendan Hall Awards. But the awards are not important. It's our belief in what makes a difference. Even in 2023, you see this one came out a few weeks ago. We are in 23 also the #1 company for women to work. And this is the reason why we do a lot of things which are different. For example, when we took this plank the first time, and when you talked about our expression of love to be TechM, etc., and people actually came and said, why? Why would you do this? We are the only company probably that has 12 active LGBT communities, because diversity and inclusivity is big for us. You know what? Out of the last 20 deals, 18 are won on the fact that this is important. And today your customers want this. Today your employees want it. And therefore, any employer branding that is not you is not really a great employer branding. And it's been done with all the employees. There was a huge exercise that we took, which really talked about what it should be. And it doesn't change. It just doesn't change. People laughed at us. Again, 5 years ago, when we said, oh, diversity, inclusivity, freedom to explore, we'll be the #1 employer for women to work, we'll be the #1 employer for careers in India. It doesn't happen in IT. And therefore, we stood out, and we stood out hugely. And to me, that makes us unique. And that is really the value proposition that we have for every single tech mighty in the company. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you. If there's any question I can take, otherwise, I'm anyway over time now. So thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from the enthralling discussions that we witnessed today to the evening's celebrations. I welcome you all to the 8th edition of BW HR Excellence Awards, a celebration of best HR practices. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor to be a host for the evening as well. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BW HR Excellence. And once again, I would like to thank our partners for the day. Our associate partners, Bharati Dasan Institute of Management, Tiruchirappalli, Adan Solutions Private Limited, Rainmaker, organized by BW Business World. Event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. May I please request my team to play the partners AV? All the ones standing in, take a seat somewhere. Table empty here and there. And unless you don't want to be playing out. Just...
Years in PAL. From one woman army. The team of passionate HR professionals. From one city to 80 countries, from 0 to 300 plus clients. Awards and recognition. One of the most recognized and awarded HR consulting firm across the globe. Our progressive opinions in the news. Seen as a thought leader and opinions published across platforms and media. Our services, diversity and inclusion, learning and development, HR consulting, employee well-being. Client engagement. Creating an impact from social non-commercial campaigns. Our clients across industries and geographies, including APAC, Europe, Middle East, Americas, and Africa. Our journey towards making a difference to people's lives and careers and driving respect and equality for all continues. Follow us on www.marchingsheet.com and contact us at info@marchingsheet.com.
Your husband doesn't mind you work so late.
One I like saris, so I wear them.
Whatever money you need, whenever you need, you will get it. Namaskar.
कितनी चाहिए थी आपने पिछले महीने कहा था कि अगले महीने
I know what you did, you know hug, right?
No, Karan, I'm all right.
Come on, I'm a little steady there. You see, a no means a no. If a woman is silent, it also means a no. This project is really important, particularly for your promotion next month.
Please don't send me emails that are not related to work.
It's office politics, Dave. Leave it. You won't get it.
क्या मस्ती से यार internal committee यानी कि IC का होना बहुत जरूरी है.
We don't want to make it a police matter.
Workspace की किस बात का? Employee engagement module का और sessions लो.
Yeah, open it. As friends in the right places. Deadline will be met on my word. Done. Finish.
You can put these under documentation charges.
I know we've had extra expenses, and I'm not very happy about that.
Why do we have to be so cryptic about what is going on? Bribery is a crime. If she's starting a family, she will not be able to handle the workload.
And here is the woman. She's out of the question. How do you think she is going to manage the travel and the vendors together?
I cannot yell like a madman. I can't lead a team.
We can't lose great potential to biases. People achieve great things when given equal opportunity.
During the course of employment, remember that you represent our brand and work ethic.
is important. Can you take some for data? This is HR. Listen to all the document concerns.
Remember, ignorance is not a defense.
10 years in how? From one women army. The team of passionate HR professionals. From one city to 80 countries.
Thank you. A big thank you to all our partners once again. And with that, may I please request the presence of Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, to officially open the awards ceremony.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. I couldn't be here in the morning. I was just taking it easy. I'm absolutely fine. But sometimes it's like to reflect on things that I don't get time. So I utilize today morning to reflect. But my honor and privilege to be here. Mr. Tali says he is here. So really Tali, Sashi, Sugandh, and the entire BW people and business world team has put this event together. So my kudos to them for doing that. Today in the hall, we have the presence of Dr. Bhimsen Mhetri, who's the director of IIM Nagpur and somebody I've known for many, many years. And he's a very kind man. I always get a lot of warmth from him. Shri Dwarka Nathji, again, someone who really doesn't need an introduction. Ratnesh, can we close the door? Yeah. It's not because people will run away because of my speech. It's just distracting. Thank you, Preksha. Preksha, sit down. Dr. Mitra, my parents are academicians in my genes. Literally in my genes, I have academician genes. So I talk like a professor. I definitely look like a professor. My association with Dr. Mitra goes back to MDI, which is a family for me. And Shri Dwarka Nathji is among the most kind people I've met. And my relationship with him, again with Dr. Mitra, the gentleman called Dr. Preetham Singh, who's in heaven, your ex-boss's father, right? He, of course, I knew Dr. Dwarka Nath for many years, but he's the one who cemented my relationship and made sure it became. And I remember his last call to me 4 days before he went to heaven. He called me, and he would call me twice a week at least. If not, if he wouldn't call me, it would be something. And he said, you must involve Dwarka Nath ji. Anurag ji, ऐसे बोलते थे, आपको देखना है. Anyway, he called me, and since then I have interacted, and of course, purely on merit, Dwarka Nath ji would be very welcome in whatever we do and contribute. So we're grateful, but I've seen how meticulous he is. Again, very kind, very warm, and always contributing to whatever we request him. Shri S.Y. Siddiqui ji, when I was in MDI, I started hearing your name. When I was in the placement committee in 94 in MDI, which is almost 29 years back, that's when I first heard your name. I think that time Dr. Abad Ahmed was our director, and Dr. Preetham Singh came in the second year. And since then, for the last 29 years, I've known about you. About 7-8 years back, I got the first chance to meet you, and thank you for being part of our initiative. Shri Harshvendra Soin, again, Mr. Soin, I've had the good pleasure of knowing over the last few years. Dr. J.K. Singh ji, again, I've had the good pleasure of knowing you for many, many years. All my editorial colleagues, a lot of my senior editorial colleagues, Ms. Meha Mathur is there. She edits 2 of her magazines, the Education magazine and the People magazine. All my business world colleagues in marketing, the event team, and all of you leaders from the HR domain. I don't want to stand between you and the awardees. This is the 8th year of the awards. We do awards through an honest process. While I'm mostly on the jury, sometimes I don't go for jury meets because I have a job to do of running the company. And sometimes I feel that there are very eminent people on the jury. I don't need to be there. And, really, I don't even know who wins until someone calls me for something and asks me. Then I call Talis or whoever to ask what happened. And mostly I get to know just 10 minutes before the award who are the winners, or maybe one day before the award in most cases. So I just want to say that our award, through an honest process, that's Shri Dwarkanath ji, Siddiqui Saab, Dr. Maitre, they all have been part of the jury. So you know that with their integrity, their domain expertise, both in running the companies and in nurturing HR leaders, they understand what's happening. I just want to say that I crossed being 50 last year. So, you tend to think a lot. I do think a lot. While I do a lot, and, it leaves me less time for thinking. But like today, I got up and I didn't do much. And I was thinking, and I was possibly overthinking. I was reflecting, and sometimes reflection is good. So I was coming here and I was saying, what would I say to HR leaders, which goes with my current frame of thinking? And I would say only three things. One is, in COVID, we talked about self-care. I think it's most important, right? If you don't look after yourself, like Talis has a sleeping problem. He doesn't sleep in the night. He's mostly awake. So I tell him the quality of sleep determines everything you do. If you sleep well in the night, everything else, you'll be kinder to people. When I sleep well, I'm better in personal interactions with my colleagues. So first is be kind to yourself. Good quality sleep is a very important part of that. I think in all the discussions, Resham, I see you, we forget about sleep. I think it's the single most important thing, to be able to be kinder to yourself. If you're kind to yourself, there's a good chance you'll be kind to others. There's a good chance. So first is self-care. You talk about self-care. I think to be great leaders, you have to value your own self-care. And when you value your own self-care, hopefully you'll be sensitive to other people's. Today I was thinking things like, should we be working at all on a Saturday? Right? I was thinking about it, You may ask me what side of the bed I got from, but I was thinking about these things, okay? Because I work 8 days a week. That's the title of my book, 8 days a week. But second thing I was thinking is, and I've said this in the past, that we talk of compassion a lot, It's a very oft used word. Uska exact translation is karuna. I think compassion means karuna. I can only say that I understand that a little bit better after being an entrepreneur for 22 plus years and, being part of many initiatives, meeting a lot of people, having been so lucky to be able to do a diverse set of things. That compassion is easily talked about, but very difficult to practice, very difficult to feel. If we can be genuinely compassionate, we'll be better leaders, whether you're an HR leader, you're an entrepreneur, whatever you are. And third is the ability to deal with uncertainty. I mean, till about 2 months back, the business environment was very different than what it is today. Let me give you 3 examples. If you ask most recruiters, and you are HR leaders, there has been a freeze on recruiting broadly across the industry, right, Chinmay? And I know it firsthand. There is a wait and watch situation. The real estate industry, which over the last 24 months had grown at a pace that most industries have grown at a pace that they had not seen even pre-COVID. I mean, look at the results of hospitality companies. Look at the result of Taj Hotel. Look at the results of Indigo. But so suddenly in 2 months, things are slowed down. There is a wait and watch in most sectors. While non-core expenditure is being looked at, the capex is still being maintained because companies and founders are thinking long-term. But the third most important area that we did okay in COVID was the ability to deal with uncertainty. We had too much uncertainty. I think we mastered it. But how to thrive in uncertainty? How to stay the course and know that you will be able to come out stronger, better, humbler, leaner. So I think these were thoughts on my mind over the last 2 days. I just want to say that if you can deal with uncertainty by giving it your best, we keep on talking about what is the single most trait most leaders need to have is mindfulness, the power of being in the moment fully. Even when you're listening to someone, you're talking to someone, and that's not easy with the phone and with us. And other thoughts that keep going in the background. You're thinking of a family, you're thinking of your old parents, you're thinking of your many things goes in, work. I mean, when I sleep in the night, I sleep around 11 mostly. The next half an hour, I'm not able to sleep because my phone is in the study. For next 1 hour, I'm thinking of things. But that's the only time alone. So I started to spend a lot of time in solitude. I posted something about solitude today. And I'm a person who likes people. I'm very comfortable with people around me. I thrive on it. My friend Ved was with me, and I was sitting alone for 3-4 hours today. And he said, I know when you go to the event, Anurag, you'll be okay. And that's fine. But I was reflecting, and I remember when I was younger, my father would tell me that सोने से पहले चिंतन किया करो, लिखो क्या ठीक हुआ, क्या खराब हुआ. I think I get all those things a little deeper now, and I tend to follow because I'm too busy doing, and which all of us are. So I would say take a moment to take a step back, think about what you're doing. If you feel confident about what you're doing, what you're thinking is right, do it. Be kinder to your colleagues. In work, I'm built in a certain way and I'm okay with it. I think that's good. But when it comes to my colleagues, people I work with, I like to be nice to them in whatever way I can be. And I think that's a good thing if you be kinder to people. Companies will be built, your organizations will be happier. I was today reading about Tony Hish. I don't know how it's the founder of Zappos. And I remember 6-7 years back, I would ask CEOs and founders, who's the one founder you look up to? And Tony's name would come up all the time. How many of you know about the Zappos story? One person, okay. Unfortunately, he died in 2020 at the age of 46. He died because he got into drugs. He died because of a fire. There's a new book on him, which you must read. He died because he put nitrogen oxide cans around him. He should every day take, in US, it's permissible to take nitrogen oxide cans because they give you a temporary high. And he was he came up with this motto, 10x. So whatever you do 10x. If you're building something, can you do it? So he was trying not to sleep and work 10 times without sleeping. So he would take nitrogen oxide cans and, pump himself up all the time. He became delusional. Of course, he came up with some schemes where he had lots of money. So a lot of people around him were milking him for money, which happens with people who get rich. And I was thinking in India, it would not happen ever because the family system is very strong. Your wife would be involved, your brothers, parents, even if you're old, they have an oversight. My parents still call me every morning to ask me if I've had my breakfast, lunch. I think they should be asking if I had somebody else's breakfast also or not. But point I'm trying to make is that we put people on a pedestal. How do you live a life where you do whatever your karma or dharma is, but not be, we are doing awards, accolades matter. It's a competitive world. Recognition matters. Recognition through the right means and a right process matters even more. But at the same time, how to be equanimous, not get carried away too much. Do what you have to do as a dharma, as a karma, as something which is fulfilling, but it doesn't go to your head. And Tony's story has been captured in this beautiful book, which I was telling Ved that he should buy and read. And it's a book that we must read. And again, in India, we put a lot of emphasis. I grew up reading the Harvard Business Review and all the international newspapers and magazines. So I put a lot of, but I think the Indian Vedic philosophy is superior to everything as I'm getting older. I think the way you don't need these books, but of course you can read the the Zappos founder story in a book called The Wonder Boy. It's called Tony Zappos and the Myth of Happiness in Silicon Valley. It's written by Angel Jung and David Jeans. It's a fascinating story of a guy who built a company where every employee was happy, but he was unhappy. Why I'm mentioning this? The founder was unhappy. Everybody was happy. If you talk Zappos as the, talk of HR culture, the happiest employees, but the founder was unhappy. Strange story. So how do you make sure that you stay grounded? What we seek in pleasure is actually not pleasure, it's pain. It's what I say, delayed pain. Whatever it is delayed pain. So the simpler things that our parents lived with, that's why they lived till long. My dad is 84, my mom will be 82 in 7 days. And hopefully they live till 100. Of course, old age brings it. And with advances in medical technology, with advances in the quality of life, in terms of hopefully the quality of air will be better, with gene therapy being able to restore almost any infirmity you have in your body, almost anything. I was reading Life Force by Anthony Robbins last year. Everything is fixable, except what you do to your mind. That you have to fix yourself. So I just want to say, I hope while you try to make everyone happy around you as leaders, you would lead a very large HR organization, Dr. Singh, Mr. Soin, I think your own happiness you have to prioritize. And happiness is not about, doing grand things. It's about being your own commitments well. It's about knowing that everything is fleeting, everything could change in a moment, enjoying the moment, and not worrying about, the glorified things that come with whatever we do. I think that's what I wanted. That's the kind of frame of mind I was. And I'd like to be, and I didn't have any guilty feeling not coming in the morning. I got up early. I texted 2-3 colleagues of mine that I won't come. I just want to be alone and for a moment. And I overslept today. And I genuinely believe that the quality of sleep and quality of alone time is the most important thing in a leader's journey, to find purpose, to find happiness, to be able to see through what he or she is doing right or wrong or can do better. I think we are too busy doing. I'm talking about myself. So maybe some of you may identify it, some of you may not identify with it, because you already introspect, and be kinder to yourself. You are perfect the way you are. Each one of us is perfect the way we are. Accept yourself. As long as there's nothing dysfunctional, or like I have changed the habit of procrastination. I'm a perfectionist. So if sometimes I'll procrastinate but in the last 5 months, I can say I brought that down by 90%, if not 99. I have to do something. I do it the same day. I call the person, whatever. I don't wait. I know, I identify it. And how I identify, my daughter who shares her birthday with me exactly like in this. And my wife gets very piped. Like, she's exactly like you in this. So I didn't like that comment, so I changed, right? This is a real story. I'm not making it up. So everything you can be better, but like yourself, we are blessed to have families. We are blessed to have real friends in our kind of society. Even strangers become friends. Taxi drivers become friends. People we meet in a plane become friends. And we are genuinely a very warm society. So I just want to say that if we go back to the ancient wisdom we have, while wisdom from any part of the world, any inspiration or learning from any founder, any person anywhere who's documented that, whether through a video, and these days videos are in, podcasting is in, or it's content. Whatever inspiration keeps you going, please follow that. But I find whatever my parents said when I was younger was right. Whatever my seniors said, have good counsel around you, have wise people who are very authentic and gentle with you, whoever those are. They will tell you things that you will find very, very useful, if I may not find another word. So I just want to say that. I also want to take this opportunity to be able to say that the world of HR in the last 3 years has changed. HR has changed because organizations and the workplaces have changed. We talked of virtual workspaces 36 months back. Then we talked of hybrid workplaces. Then we talked of coming back to workplaces in a full. The workplaces were redesigned. The way today we have work from anywhere, work from home was the motto in COVID. Work from anywhere. Hybrid is the motto. But most of the work that we do is collaborative, and there's no substitute to human touch. So I don't think the value of human touch is going anywhere after experiencing what has happened post-COVID. We continue to meet face-to-face physically. The collaborative nature of work in most industries is making sure that the office culture breeds innovation, it breeds togetherness, it breeds a feeling of community. The human touch continues to be important, and hence the role of HR is to be meaningfully reinvent these experiences that we have in the office space, to be meaningfully give flexibility. Again, flexibility without any accountability doesn't make sense. Also, during this period, we've discovered that Indians are very, very creative in lots of IT and ITS-enabled companies. Tech workers, which were in high demand, were doing 2 to 3 jobs. Very creative. Very, very creative, right? I have personally found 2, 3 such situations, and I dealt with them. So also we realized that the office spaces have to become centers of entertainment, centers of learning, and centers of work at the same time. Individuals have a bigger role to play in transformation, but the true transformations that happen is when the teams come together. So the old rules of how you build organizations, how you build culture, and how you build a winning team stay the same. That hasn't changed in 36 months. The role of leaders, which is to be empathetic, selfless, and lead by example, doesn't change. Since some of the companies in this room are startups, we are doing discussion 2 days after NVIDIA has been valued at a certain valuation. Within 3 days, NVIDIA stock got $200 billion of a fillip on the basis of artificial intelligence. Of course, as in a report that we did, we said it is not man versus machine, it is man, and meaning a person and the machine. As artificial intelligence makes more and more progress and takes over some of the roles that traditionally professionals and human beings have performed, AI will become a tool. I watch a lot of Hollywood movies, not last 8 months, but before that. And there are lots of doomsday scenarios which have come up in Hollywood movies. And when you put together what experts are saying about artificial intelligence, we need to be cautious about the implementation of artificial intelligence in the way we work in the content domain. We are a content platform at the end of the day. And in most organizations where content also plays an important role, whether that's code, whether in education, it's content. But I don't think we need to worry. We need to embrace artificial intelligence in a deep way, but the value of human touch will never go away. That's at least the hope I carry. I am not a futurist, I'm not an astrologer, so I can't predict the future. But I can say that when I entered the industry almost 3 decades back, we were writing the epitaph of newspapers. I must tell you, newspapers in the last 18 months are the most profitable media company, especially the newsprint prices back to almost 40% cheaper, right? We rely on newspapers more than we rely on digital. 20 years back, when I started Exchange for Media 22 years back, I was told about the demise of radio. Today, radio and podcasting go hand in hand. So to write, I gave these 2 examples from personal life, to write the epitaph of, the future of work or humans contributing to certain functions in organization. Yes, the world is a new place in the last 60 months. And with artificial intelligence over the next 12 to 24 months, we'll see new frontiers being breached, new roles being taken up by artificial intelligence. But at the same time, human ingenuity and the ability to be able to make decisions based on insights and to be empathetic about those decisions on how they impact organizations, how they impact individuals in the organization cannot be left to artificial intelligence functions. I think that's where the role of leaders will come. That's where the role of each one of you will come. I wish you luck, and I hope today's 27 award winners are people you look up to. I have the list here. I can tell you, looking at the list, it is truly a representative list of what's happening in corporate India. It's also a representative list of across genders, across kind of industries. It pretty much represents most of the companies that contribute to Indian economy. I want to say that India's growth in the world economics domain will continue to rise. It will only get better. It is India's century, and it is not a political statement. The only politics I bring in is when I vote. Otherwise, I try and take an objective view of whatever we do. I must tell you that in spite of the winter of investing, the next 10 years of India are going to be the greatest years India has seen, and it will build a base for an India that hopefully is among the top 3 economies of the world and can learn from whatever best practices are there in the world. For example, in Europe, since we run a disability and inclusion summit, the detailing to disability and inclusion in Europe is something that we can learn from. If we go to America, America is truly strategic in the way it thinks. In every aspect, American organization, I think they think long term, and we can learn from that. We can also learn from the Asian economies that we are part of. We can learn from China, how China has made sure that it has used its ancient culture, its spirit of nationalism to unite the country to build at a scale. If you took the top 200 billionaires in the world, 70% of them are in China. 70%. If you look at the top 10 billionaires in real estate, 9 are from China. So China is a natural ally. We can't wish China away. And China is too big to be ignored, whatever we may say. So really, I think in spite of whatever you hear in media or you hear through propaganda, we'll have to build very symbiotic relationships with large countries that India has collaborated traditionally with. And I hope there is no war in the future, because the biggest disruption to our progress is wars. And again, I keep saying all conflicts are economic. They are for economic gains, either through the sale of weapons. Defense is the world's largest industry, or because it is to be able to control the future of economies through semiconductors or oil. These are two big, and now the data. These 3 fights will be the biggest fights. I want to end by saying India is a traditionally land of well-being. We are the country that produced yoga, produced Ayurveda, produced the Patanjali Yoga Sutra. And I have learned, we have a well-being community, that the only way to live long is to control your breath, to sleep well, and to eat as less as possible. The lesser you eat, the more you sleep, the more you walk, the better breathing you do. Whatever method of well-being you subscribe to, ultimately it boils down to these: sleeping well, resting your body, slowing down your breath. That's where yoga comes in. That's why we do Alom Vilom. Eating less, because the more we eat, the more we harm our body, especially the kind of spices we put in Indian food. And I today told my cook that, Shankar, from now on, I don't want this kind of food. I only want a certain kind of food. 4th, walking. Movement is the most important thing. And just walking 45 minutes a day and I have promised Way that I'll try and go with him every morning for a walk. And last but not the least, I started with being kind to yourself and being kind to your colleagues. While we all have a goal and we are focused on pursuing those goals, I think we'll be able to achieve those goals better if we are kinder to each other. Thank you. I hope you enjoy the awards. I hope you applaud louder. God bless you. And thank you for being part of what we do. Yeah, Karthike, I told Karthike we must showcase what we are doing in future. So these are new domains. This is This is the facilities management domain that we've started. And just slow down, guys. No problem, slow down. Slow down. So we have an exciting lineup. So senior colleague of ours, Mohit and Shilpi run this. This is on Tuesday here in this hall. Go on. This is this is Tuesday 30th. Next one, Karthik. This is our law school ranches. This is the second year. Garima runs it for us. She's our business head. This is sometime soon, I think in the next 2 weeks is the event. I don't know exactly when. These are Tech Talks. These are Technology Founders Awards. This is the 6th edition. Go on. This is our Global Leaders Summit, which is on 24 June at the park, which is at the park, right? This is a Saturday. And Garima insists on doing events on Sunday because the lawyers are only free on Sunday, except they are billing, right? Then go on. This is our 40 under 40, which is on 27 June, Tuesday in Bangalore at the Taj. I know because I'm traveling for it, so it's in my schedule. Harbinder runs this. Again, Harbinder runs our 30 under 30, which I don't know when it is. Next, this is our BW Marketing World 40 under 40. I don't know when it is, but I wanted to show you. This is our GC conclave. This is on 9 July. This is at the Meridian. I am always afraid of going to Meridian, Dr. Maitre. You know why? I got married in that hall, so I sweat whenever I go there. But this is our GC lineup. I am the only non-GC in it. Get on. I just want to, this is on 20th. This is a partial lineup. We have 60 Chief Sustainability Officers. This is on 20th and 21st June at the park. Yes. The Honorable Environment Minister is the chief guest. He was our chief guest last year also. We have about 60 speakers. This is a little old poster, but anyway. And because we are talking of flexible workspaces, we have these are 30 under 30, but I want to show the 30th June event. Can you go on to the 30th? Yeah. So this is an award. Of course, this is our flex spaces. This is in Bombay on 30th June. I don't know the venue yet. Mr. Anuj Puri, who's the chairman of Anarok, is the chairman of our jury, is our keynote speaker. Anuj used to be my boss in the job, one of the kindest people and nicest people I worked with. Of course, Mr. Karpe again. Ninad was my client in my first job and is among my closest friends and somebody I really respect and like. I met him 28 years back for the first time. And there are many others. So these are our initiatives. We have your attention. One more. This is Uday Laruria's event. Of course, we're talking about artificial intelligence and Web 3.0. So Uday is one of my most brainy colleagues, and I admire him because he's unmarried at 43. That's why he doesn't know patience, Riti. So forgive him for that. But he is outstanding in every way. 17th October. So this is our lineup, for partial lineup. This is aloft again here. This is 19th and 20th July. I think we have a lot of initiatives lined up. Every community is growing. My vision for this HR Excellence Summit is a 3-day event where we have 1,200, 1,500 HR leaders. We bring people who inspire you, we listen to you, and we truly create a community that learns from each other and collaborates with each other. I'll not stay between you and the awards. Back to you, Ankit. All the best. Aditya, sorry, Ankit is on.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Taking from where you began with, the jury. We really want to show you the entire sort of process of what really goes to the jury, because of the nominations when they come, all of you are wonderful at your work, so it becomes really difficult for them. So before we move ahead towards the awards ceremony, finally, what stands between you and the awards is a jury AV. Let's just show them what really went through the process, please.
I had the privilege and honor to be a member of the jury of the Business World People HR Excellence Awards 2023. It was indeed a pleasure to be associated with a distinguished fellow jury members who hail from different walks of life. The discussion during the assessment was very interesting and insightful, and we have thoroughly enjoyed the interactions. The process for assessment was very robust, transparent, and well articulated. The competition was very intense, and the quality of the nominations, both for individual as well as for organization awards, have been excellent and very high order. I wish to congratulate all the winners, and I wish all other participants all the best in their future endeavors. I wish to thank Business World for giving this opportunity.
In the corporate world for over 4 decades with Amex, Wipro Group, Tata Group, and also on our own in Spectrum and Corporate. It was a pleasure to be part of the jury this year with Business World. We had a lot of young minds and a lot of experienced minds as well, who shared their experiences and what they are doing in their organization, which was a good learning for me as well, as I listened to all of them. Very enthusiastic people, lots of them. I wish them all the best. And you know, there are only certain winners we could select, but it doesn't mean the others are no good. Everyone had a unique proposition, and we went for what we as a jury felt was some of the best practices. Thank you so much to each one of the participants and Business World for organizing such things to better the profession on a periodic basis. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure to have been a member of the jury at the BW Summit that celebrates excellence in HR. Thank you, Dr. Batra and Team BW for a very well organized jury process. My heartiest congratulations to all the winners and best wishes to all the participants. It is my hope that these awards spur and motivate individuals and organizations to strive for greater excellence in HR. Thank you.
I'm happy to be part of the Business World jury for the simple reason that I think I learn a lot. And so it was this time. I think the nominees were, you know, amazing in terms of the initiatives, the passion with which they all spoke about their work. And it's always wonderful to hear, you know, so many new things that are happening. My kudos to all the nominees, as well as cheers to all the awardees. I think all of you were amazing. It was very difficult for us to do, but we had to make that decision. All good wishes to each one of you. God bless.
I'm extremely happy to be a part of jury for the BW People HR Excellence Award 2020. This time, large number of participants were there, and they were having a huge experience and expertise. It was difficult for the jury to identify these best. However, jury discussions, interaction, and listening to the presentation, they arrived the decision to identify the best of the best candidates for the BW People HR Excellence Award 2023. I congratulate all the winners of BW People HR Excellence Award 2023. I also congratulate the participants who participated but could not win the award. I am sure next year they are going to win, and this time they have given the chance to the winner. I wish all the best for everyone. I also thank Business World for inviting me as a member of the jury for this.
As a jury member for the Business World HR Excellence Award, I would like to express my admiration for all the organizations and individuals who have submitted their entries. The HR Excellence Awards were a platform to recognize and celebrate the outstanding work being done in the field of HR, and I'm honored to be a part of the evaluation process. Do remember that the BW HR Excellence Awards are not just about winning, they're an opportunity to learn from one another, share best practices, and inspire the HR community as a whole. I applaud your dedication and commitment to excellence in the field of human resources. I also congratulate all the winners for making a big difference in their organizations and in the field of HR. Good luck.
It was my pleasure to be a jury in the panel of Business World People HR Excellence Summit and Award 2023. I was impressed by the huge number of nominations received in the HR domain. The nominees made elevator pitch and shared the work that they have done in their domain. The presentations were excellent and of very good quality. Some of the work presented by nominees very good in the domain of diversity and inclusivity, HR technology adoption, and HR innovation. I hope that they showcase their work for others to adopt and learn. I would like to congratulate all the winners and wish them luck in future endeavors. I hope they continue on the path of excellence and good work. Thank you.
Once again, a big thank you to all our jury members. Thank you for initiating that. Thank you. Dr. Patel, you really stepped well, no? You have to figure that out now. Okay. Once again, today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BWHR Excellence Awards. Now, before we start with the award ceremony, I would request all the winners that once you've received the award, please step down from stage left because we need to take a picture of yours for the magazine. And also, please stay back till the end for a group picture once again for the magazine. And now it's time to reveal the winners of the 8th edition of BWHR Excellence Awards 2023. Today, we have winners in both organizational and individual categories. To felicitate the first set of winners, may I please request the presence of Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media, Mr. P. Dwarkanath, former Chairman, GSA Consumer Healthcare, and Mr. S.Y. Siddiqui, Executive Advisor and Board Member, and former COO, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Join us on stage. Please, gentlemen. Okay, first the organizational categories. The first category is excellence in compensation and benefits. We only have a gold winner in this, and the winner is HSBC India. Let's please give them a big round of applause. Congratulations, sir.
I think firstly, thank you. It's indeed a privilege because the quality of nominations that we heard about that the juries had to deal with and eventually to end up on top.
I'm afraid.
The efforts that we put to make HSBC a great place to work, and heartfelt thanks on behalf of my organization to the jury and to Business World for this. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you and the entire team back home. Our next category is excellence and diversity and inclusion. We have a silver first and then the gold. The silver and excellence in diversity and inclusion category goes to Providence, India. Let's give them a huge round of applause, everybody. Providence, India, the entire team, and of course, Preeti as well.
Thank you so much, Business World and the esteemed jury for recognizing us with such a prestigious award for all our VI efforts at Providence India. Even though we have a legacy of 120 years, within 3 years as a health tech in India. Receiving this award such early on in our journey is just a validation that we're doing and we're on the right path. Thank you so much. It would not have been possible with all the efforts that the jury and the entire organization has put together. Thank you.
Someone or the other. Preeti, I know you contributed tremendously to the award in the process. So I want to acknowledge that. Second, I'm saying, get inspired. Sometimes you're a little jealous. Jealous is also energy. So life is about abundance. Life is about coexistence. Life is about celebrating other people. And genuinely clapping and not making it is good for our heart muscles. If you haven't gone for walking, if you clapped enough, it would compensate for that. And second, you need it when you're here. When you clap for the first two winners, which is BC and Providence, can you clap it again? It's a very good exercise you're doing for your art. So do it for yourself.
Thank you, sir. And the gold in excellence in diversity and inclusion category goes to Cape Gemini Technology Services, India. Everybody wants for them, please. Moving ahead to our next category, excellence in employee engagement strategy. And we only have a gold in this. So the gold HDFC Bank. Let's keep there. So it's a big round of applause, everybody.
business world, I see Germany,
Just a reminder for all the winners, please stay back for the group picture as well. With that, thank you so much, Mr. Siddiqui, for helping us with the awards. Thank you so much. Everybody, once for sir, please. May I please request Mr. Prem Singh, President, Group HR JK Organization, to join us on stage and help us felicitate the next set of winners, sir. Please. Moving ahead, our next category is excellence in employee experience. In this, we have a silver and a gold. So the silver and excellence in employee experience goes to Mahindra. I think you're
No, thank you for this wonderful opportunity, and no better than to receive it from somebody who's my guru at least. And that's Dwarkaji, and of course Prem, who's a dear friend. And so thank you so much. Really blessed and really privileged. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And the gold in excellence and employee experience category goes to Providence, India. The 170-year-old legacy. Once again. I'm actually waiting that आप में से कोई एक शुरू करे. Then everyone joins it.
Thank you, business world. Really enjoyed this experience. So good to see this happening. Thank you.
Moving ahead, our next category is excellence in HR technology, and we only have a gold in this. So the gold in this excellence in HR technology goes to Advantage Club.
You so much. Experience is in the heart of what Advantage Club does, and we're truly, truly honored to have been recognized in HR Tech. Thank you. Thank you to the jury for also recognizing us.
Congratulations. See, I told you he slept really well. Moving ahead to the next category, it's excellence in learning and development. And the silver in this category goes to Gemini Technology Services India.
Opportunity. Yeah, but truly proud to be here representing Capgemini and taking this award. It's just not a growing ecosystem, growing organization for being a listening organization, but also because we are a learning organization. And thanks for this award. It helps us testify that. So thank you so much.
Congratulations once again. And the gold in excellence in learning and development category goes to National Commodity and Derivatives Exchange Limited. Everybody for them, please.
Evening and thanks to Team BW, the eminent jury, Dr. Batra, Dr. Dwarkana, Mr. Singh, and all of you. As one of the regulated market infra institutions that is directly regulated by SEBI, and also at the center of the agriculture, one of the center. Extremely happy. Thanks.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for helping us with the awards. Everybody once for sir, please. Thank you. Now, please request Mr. Harshvendra Soin, Global Chief People Officer and Head Marketing, Tech Mahindra, to join us on stage and help us felicitate the next set of winners. Please, sir. Moving ahead, our next category once again has only gold as winners, which is the excellence in learning technology. And the winners are NTPC. Everybody for them. Thank you.
Good evening. I feel privileged to receive this award on behalf of NTPC. And I thank you, Business World, and the esteemed jury members for bestowing this award to NTPC. Thank you so much.
You know, I'm just telling you, one of my biggest joys of doing what I do is to meet people, to discover how wonderful they are. And honestly, one of the things that helps me is when I do things for others, and I do whatever I do with 100% sincerity. I don't do it with 99.99. And unke kismat mein likha hota ho jata hai. Credit mil jata hai. So I was telling them that one of my mentors is Shri D.V. Kapoor. For those of you who don't know him, he's literally the grandfather of the power generation industry. And again, I can call him as somebody I know well. On 9th September this year, he'll be 94. And I was telling the first leadership podcast we did in May 2021, after the pandemic came in, we had Mr. C.P. Gurnani, we had Dr. Preetham Singh, we had Mr. D.V. Kapoor. From the young millennials, we had Prajakta Kohli, and we had one of the former governors who was chief of army, and one more person I'm forgetting. There were 6. So I can tell you that you have to think you will be able to live till 90, 100. If Mr. D.V. Kapoor is 94 now, it is because he has great relationships and lots of discipline, of course, God. So think a little long term. As individuals, we think very short term. You know, if you can think long term about your health, about your relationships, about the impact of choices you make today, and maybe at 51, I'm thinking a little later than I should be, but it's never too late. Whatever time you think of it is never too late. Okay. So I was talking to him about how he has joie vivre. I mean, he'll send me a poem. Urdu और पंजाबी में बात करते हैं मुझसे. दोनों weak है मेरी, but you know, I respond whatever I can to him. But at 94, I remember meeting him the day Donald Trump was elected. That is 7 or 8 years back, right? And he, for 1.5 hours, gave me why Donald Trump is bad. And then once he called me, he knows that Arnab is a good friend of mine, and said, "You must tell your friend not to do all that he's doing on TV." And you know how passionate and convincing he is when he calls. So please give them a big round of applause.
Thank you. Congratulations. Moving on, our next category also only has a gold winner, which is excellence in line of business strategy. And the gold goes to so many pictures.
So thank you, Business World, for this recognition. This means a lot to us. Thank you to our business. We have Gaurav here from our business leadership team for always trusting the HR team. And this award is a validation that HR can also contribute to the revenue of the business. So thank you.
Congratulations to you and your entire team back home. Moving ahead, our next category is excellence in performance management. And once again, we only have a gold winner in this. So the gold in excellence in performance management goes to HSBC India.
Both the audience on the stage, but I think this is a very important activity for us because at the end of the year, you have thousands of employees, and a good performance management system is the key to either retention or attrition. And to the extent that the jury thinks that we have a good process, I feel ecstatic. Incidentally, I am the only person probably in this room who is not from HR. I'm from the business side. So a great job done by my HR, and on their behalf, I take all this very humbly.
I think one of the things I am not a futurist, but one of the things that I see increasingly, because we have 27 communities in different sectors, different functions, is this line between what is HR and what is legal and what is business and what is increasingly leaders, especially business heads, they need to be literally having knowledge. I was talking to Hemant Kumarji, he's the group general counsel of L&T. And, you know, they're a profit center. He saved his company $1 billion in arbitration. If they lost the arbitration, they would have to pay $1 billion or more. So I think more support functions have a contribution to bottom line, then we recognize them. And secondly, I remember for at least 2 decades, the debate is on how many CHROs will become CEOs, how many CHROs will be at the board level. Today, a lot more of them are in the board, but still there is a way to go in terms of CHROs. So, you know, this business manager and, you know, in a lot of organizations, business managers are now becoming CHROs, and CHROs are becoming CEOs. So I think increasingly this distinction will blur. I mean, it's a specialist role, but this distinction will blur, especially in very large organizations. Yeah.
With that, thank you so much, Mr. Swine, for helping us with the awards. Thank you so much. Everybody wants for sir, please. And with that, may I please request Mr. Anthony Alex, founder and CEO of Rainmaker, to join us on stage and help us present the award to the next set of winners. Our next category, once again, has only gold as the winners, which is excellence in talent acquisition. And the winner is Dabur.
Thank you so much, business world and esteemed jury. Especially, sir, receiving this award from you is a special meaning to me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations. Once again, a reminder for all the winners, please stay back for a group picture in the end. Moving ahead to our next category, which is Best HR Strategy. And once again, we only have a gold in this. And the gold in this category goes to J.K. Simon.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. And thank you, jury. I think very, very fair process, very diligent, and got this third time in a row. And I think it is becoming addictive. Huh? So we got the Great Place to Work 4th time in a row this year. And this is a testament to also that something we are doing right in the company. And it also puts a lot of pressure on if we don't get it next time. So we will keep doing it. We will keep strategizing, keep implementing. Thank you so much. This is a team which does that. It is here with me. And thank you to them. Thank you to all of you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead to our next category, Best Emerging HR Strategy. And once again, we only have a gold winner in this. So the gold in Best Emerging HR Strategy goes to Tata Cancer Care Foundation.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Alex. I represent Tata Cancer Care. Our main aim is to provide cancer care to remote and inaccessible areas of India. And I would like to thank the jury and business world for allowing us to amplify this statement and to make this program of ours reach all over India. Thank you for all of you. And in the audience also, I request a lot of help and support in helping us make this program really helping cancer patients across India. Thank you.
Moving ahead to our next category, Best Place of Work. We first have a silver in this and then the winner. So the silver in the Best Place of Work category goes to Abbott. Everybody, let's give them a huge round of applause, please.
Good evening, everyone. And I would like to thank Business World for recognizing us with the People HR Excellence Award. Today, we have our strong ally with us, Tushar Sharma, who is the Managing Director and General Manager for Abbott Vascular. At Abbott, we believe that employee needs to have a full potential when they are working with us. We are working towards having a diverse workforce for tomorrow. At Abbott, in HR, we are designing, developing, and executing the HR strategies which are helping the talent to achieve their full potential, have the best of their careers at Abbott, and a meaningful impact which they can have it. So with this, I will like to thank the jury members as well. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, and thank you, Mr. Alex, for helping us with the awards. Everybody wants a sir, please. I please request Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, PW People and PWCFO World, to join us on stage. So the gold in Best Place of Work category goes to HSBC India. Once again for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Very sorry, but protocol.
Thank a set of people who actually gave me a red bag. So most of you are carrying a red bag which was gifted to you. I didn't know that it would come in so handy today. So thanks to them, because I've already thanked Business World and the jury. But what a day.
Lovely, congratulations. Moving ahead to the next category, which is Equal Opportunity Employer. And we only have a gold in this category. So the gold in Equal Opportunity Employer goes to Starting.
Thank you, BW Business World. Thank you, BW people and the respective jury members for this award. It is indeed a moment of pride for us as we at StarTech believe in providing equal opportunity employer who are diversity, inclusion, equity, and beginning practices. So we are truly humbled with this honor. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, gentlemen. I please request Dr. Bhimaria Maitri, Director, IIM Nagpur, to join us on stage, please. And to the last organizational category, which is the best HR team of the year. And this one goes to Lenovo India. Let's give the best HR team of the year a big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think amongst the amazing work that all the teams have put in, it is truly, truly humbling for us to receive the award of the best HR team. I think it's a testimony of how at Lenovo we practice HR, which is keeping business first and developing all initiatives with business challenges and the impact in mind. And I think that's the values that we all live by, that makes us, deliver good work to the people that we serve. And Ritika and I are truly honored to receive this award, which is representative of the work that the entire HR team has done. So thank you so much, and lovely to spend this evening with all of you.
And out of the last 5 individual category awards, the first one of them being Future HR Leader of the Year, and the gold goes to Farzana Edinwala, Vice President, Employer Branding and Communication, and HR VP at Sales, Sony Picture.
Yeah, I think thank you so much. This is absolutely an amazing and a very humbling time for me to kind of receive this award, and completely a testimony of what we have been doing over the years, and especially in an age where we need to have future-ready organizations, we really need to step up as HR teams and make sure that we're aligned with businesses, organization, the vision of the organization, and I think that's where we are focusing our entire abilities. So thank you so much once again, Business World, and thank you to people over here as well. Enjoy your evening. Thank you.
are in some way the biggest award, the individual of people award. So please lend them your attention and your.
The next one, Woman Leader of the Year. And this one goes to Ruchi Sharma Kalra, Senior Director and Head People and Culture. Give.
Business world, the jury, 30-second speech, I remember. Elevator speeches, not my forte. I love to speak and like the sound of my voice. Want to thank my entire team at GIVE. We are an impact focused organization. We love to focus on enabling lives and doing better in the country. That's been our motto. And hope that such platforms will enhance the team's motivation to do more. Thank you so much for the recognition. Last but not the least, my family. Of course, I want to take that 1 second. My husband is there too with me to see this award happening. Thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations, Ruchi. Now, our last year awards, they are Hallmark Awards. So we also have a little bit description about those winners. Now, please request the jury members. Oh, lovely. They know the drill. Main naya hu, matlab. Lovely. The next category is BW People Champion of the Year. And the gold goes to Ashwendra Soin, Global Chief People Officer and Head Marketing Tech Mahindra. Let's please give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I accept this award only on behalf of the 160,000 people who make me look good. But thank you. It's a real privilege. Anurag, you're a visionary. And while you were talking about sleep, I just realized I have to correct that for me. I do sleep only 3 hours, but I will improve. And of course, as I said, Dwarkaji, real privilege, as always, to take it from somebody as eminent as you. And you are really somebody who inspired us for many, many years. And all the, practices that we talked about, he did years ago and was quite sort of innovative when he did it, and very ahead of time, actually. And Professor Maitre, CP is the chairman of his institute, and we've been privileged to interact with him. And actually, it's a real honor. As I was saying, what he's made out of that institution is quite magical. And if you know that it's relatively new, but honestly, you are a magician, and a real privilege to take it from you. And of course, my friend, Khalid, thank you so much. Thanks everybody, and honor.
I won't take names, but there are colleagues of mine in this room. Some smoke. They want a salary hike. I have not told them till they quit smoking, I'm not doing it. Whatever they can do, right? Whatever. So I think you should put in people, you should put now the chips. Anyone who sleeps less than 8 hours, they don't get their bonus. Right? Which is what's been happening. Congratulations to Zoe, all the best. I think sleep, because a lot of long-term impact of sleep. I mean, I'd give you a book called, have you read Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker? If you read that book, you will not compromise on your sleep. You will not. I know people who sleep 3 hours in the day at work. What you're talking? You can't even sleep at home for 6-8 hours. Yeah, that's not done.
But I think the big problem is for Talis because you're in red zone for both of them, no smoking and sleeping. Take care, my friend, please. Okay. The next category is CHRO of the year. And the goal goes to the Supreme Singh, President, Group HR, JK Organization.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Business World. It's really very humbling. Thank you to the esteemed jury. And I just want to thank all those people who made contributions to this recognition. In the life, although it is the individual who receives the award, but the fact of the life is there are many people, large number of people who make contribution in the journey of the excellence. So 3 sets of people who I want to talk about, who have made tremendous contributions in my journey of learning, my superiors, my bosses, my teachers, and actually some of the gurus, some of the leaders who I have learned, who I have grown listening to when I was a young HR professional. Well, I'm still young. I tend to believe so. For example, Dwarka Garu, Siddiqui San, and many others seated in the audience, Dr. Anurag Batra, Dr. Maitri, and Talis. So many of them who have inspired me in my career. Secondly, my very demanding internal customers, business. Some of the colleagues were talking about HR making value addition to the business. Well, if the business leaders are demanding, that's a great news. That actually helps you. So my salute to all the business leaders with whom I have worked, extremely demanding. Lastly, but perhaps most important, my team members in various organizations that I have worked with in India, outside India. And in fact, 2 of them are here, Pramod and Sunny, if you can just stand for a minute. So please give them also a big round of applause. So agar wo na hote, to main bhi idhar na hota. So thank you very much, Pramod and Sunny, and to everyone who is not in this room, but who have contributed to my learning. Thank you once again. It's a pleasure receiving this award. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The practice of gratitude, we read a lot. And I keep sharing this story. Some of my colleagues heard this story. My mother, when I was 12 years old, I have an older sister. So she's called Sukirti, but her name is Bittu, her nickname. My parents kept, I have no. And my name is Anurag, so my nickname is Anu. I have no role in that, both the names. So I would tell Bittu Didi what my mother would say, thank God कि आपके हाथ ठीक हैं, your limbs are okay, your eyes are okay, ears are okay, nose is okay. And I would talk to my sister saying, what does mom say? Thank God every day for this, but it was, hey. So we take a lot of things for granted, take a lot of colleagues. But I must tell you, I used to do it somewhere I forgot. But last Sunday, I started writing mails to people who contributed in my life. And today I wrote to two of my colleagues. They're not in the room. One has worked 20 years with me. Her name is Noor Fatima Warsia. This is her 20th year of working with me. And she joined me when she was 22. She'll be 42 soon. And she had black hair. Now she has white hair. She's still single. She works out of Europe now. And Ruhail, Ruhail has again worked 10 years with me. And both of them started working with me in exchange for media. And when I acquired Business World, they both came to me from Business World. And Ruhail still has a role at T4M only. So I wrote two mails to them. On Sunday, I wrote a mail to a gentleman who's contributed a lot in my life. Monday, so I make it a point to write these days a mail at least to one external person who doesn't work with me and one person who works with me. And it has become part of my, morning routine to be first write that mail and then do. Because sometimes we forget to say thank yous. As you rightly said, so many people contribute. Dr. Preetham said there are different ways I say thank you. I have mostly behaved like a student on MDI board. When it comes to Dr. Preetham Singh, I've been very, very much like a member and, saying whatever I need to say. So I think saying thank you is the biggest attractor of good wishes. People will genuinely remember genuine acknowledgement and gratitude with the energy and bhav, chahe nritya mein ho, chahe bhajan mein ho, chahe puja mein ho, bhav, with the intent, with the energy you say. So I think thank you for bringing this gratitude. There are not lots of people maintain a gratitude journal, write a gratitude note, and all that is good. But if you just in your daily life said thank yous, you'll have much more meaningful and deep relationship. So just my congratulations to Dr. Preetham Singh, who really, whatever I've achieved in life as my teacher, as somebody who built MDI, in my view, helped in our careers. I say thank you to him every now and then. And, I say thank you to my parents, most importantly, whatever. So sometimes we forget our family members. We're too busy. We don't thank at least your life partner is very important. Your kids get very busy with their own lives. But, your life partner is the most important person in your success. So don't forget that. So thank you for being who you are. I enjoy interacting with you. And I can only say that, you are young. We'll see much more of you. And I hope you go on to become a CEO of a large organization within your current organization or outside. I think the infectious enthusiasm you bring to everything you do and the integrity that you bring to everything you do. In my interactions, I've felt that. And I just want to say, I'm sure the best of you is ahead of you. All the best, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I want to say a few words for him. I'm proud to work with you. And he's not only boss, he's a mentor, he's a coach, he's a guru. And lastly, he's a hard taskmaster. So thank you. Proud to work with you. Thank you, sir.
I'll take it.
Pramod, yes. Pramod is a very smart man and I really love him. But जाते जाते उसने मुझे ये याद दिला दिया कि प्रेम, you are a task master, tough task master. And by the way, appraisal का time अभी नजदीक है. So he has reminded me very smartly, but I would remember you. But that's on the lighter side. Pramod is a dear friend and very, very meticulous, extremely matured. And I think he is equal contributor to my professional journey, at least in the last 4.5 years that I have been here. Pramod and Sunny, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks and congratulations, Mr. Singh. And now to the last one, which is the Lifetime Achievement Award. And this is presented to Mr. S.Y. Siddiqui, Executive Advisor and Board Member and former COO, Maruti Suzuki India Limited.
By the way, they say sitting is the new smoking. So you can do your favor and get up. Please give him a bigger round of applause.
I've got distinguished kind of a great thought leader from academics, Dr. Mehti, and I am witness to I am Nagpur. I have seen myself. His personal touch in that institution is simply magic. And perhaps Dwarka, my friend, my family friend, elder, but my role model for 20 years. I have learned a lot from him. When I remember Dr. Anurag Batra, I think 6-7 years back when we met, detailed long meeting we had, and I had the privilege of hosting in my office. I still find that spark, that restless mind of a visionary, which I associate with somebody like, say, for example, Mr. R.C. Bhargava. At this age, almost reaching 80, 89, he's still restless. Lot of thinking, lot of new things, challenging the status quo. And therefore, perhaps with that kind of a spirit, I think my gratitude is to the people who have worked with me, not only my teachers, but as Prem said, our colleagues. I think they deserve this recognition. Really big gratitude and very honored.
I must tell you, as I said, I first heard his name in 95 or 96. I was the head of placements in my college at MDI, the student in the second year. Dr. Pritam Singh would drop his name in almost every meeting. Achha, I'll call Mr. Siddiqui, he'll hire 6 people. I'll call Mr. Dwarka Nayak, he'll hire 10 people. And over the next 20 years, anything we had with MDI, I'll call Mr. Siddiqui, I'll call, as I said, the last call Dr. Pritam Singh made to me was about Mr. Dwarka Nayak. And I will never forget that, because I do place a special meaning to my association with Dr. Pritam Singh. I just want to say great leaders are those who make other wheels special. I think you have that quality all leaders have. And I must tell you that you talked about age. I had the good pleasure, I talked to you about Dr. D.V. Kapoor, who I know well. I had the good pleasure 3 months or 2.5 months back of interviewing Dr. K.P. Singh. Shri K.P. Singh, the chairman of DLF. And, Mr. Rajiv Talwar, who used to be ED, called me and said, I could have sent any journalist. Mostly I don't go. 99% I don't go because I take away from other people's job. And for various reasons, I have an administrative job. But I said, I'll go. And I must tell you, I haven't met a more restless. He says, I'm hungry. I want to do this for the country, not for DLF. He talked to me about urbanization, how. So I think that's the trait. It's not about age, the ability to be, I'm very humble. I don't know whether I have it or not, but I think a lot these days. And, I question everything I do, why I do it, where I spend my time, energy, what do I want of life? Maybe it is it is my age to think about that. I also want to say that MDI, you can't take MDI out of me. MDI has produced great leaders like Dr. Maitre, Dr. Jaiswal. Right now, 7 IM directors from MDI. 17 overall top 30 business school directors are from MDI. And a lot of credit goes to Dr. Pritam Singh because he nurtured them, gave them opportunities. Only thing against I have Dr. Maitre is when he became the director of IM Nagpur. The director of IM Trichurapalli was headhunted from MDI. So we lost Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh. So that time I met Vaibhavji, who was the chairman at one time of IM Nagpur. Vaibhavji भी chairman रहे हैं ना, board member रहे हैं. तो उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि मैं ही तो लाया हूँ. मैंने कहा आपने हमारा नुकसान करा दिया MDI में, क्योंकि Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh was the director of MDI, and he had actually before joining in MDI, he'd given an interview I'm Trichurapalli and, so that's the only, and one day he did a seminar on Dr. Pritam Singh. And I saw him, I see everything, I'm in the media business. Everything comes to me and I called him, I met him at a wedding. Jaiswal साहब के बेटे की शादी पे मिला मैं आपको. And I said to him, आपने मुझे Dr. Pritam Singh के function पे नहीं बुलाया. He said, मेरे को नहीं पता था आप आओगे. मैंने कहा मैं आ जाऊंगा, आपने मुझे कभी IIM नागपुर भी नहीं बुलाया. मैं फिर याद दिला रहा हूँ, आपने मुझे कभी IIM नागपुर भी नहीं बुलाया. So but I have that easy relationship with him. I don't need to say it on a stage. But easy relationships again. You can be a hard taskmaster, but your colleagues know that you're sensitive to them. You also value what they say, even if you don't agree with them, and you genuinely mean well. So, being a hard taskmaster is good, but being sensitive to colleagues and they're getting this energy, and energy doesn't lie. I have a lot of difference of opinion with Talis sometimes, but he knows that I really respect his view. It's just that I tell him I think a little differently than you. I learn from you, and if there's something to learn from me, be large-hearted, forgive, move on, don't hold it against people. Give them a second chance, while he's taking all the right decisions. But sometimes, so I tell him, but he knows that I really value him. So I think I just want to say that when you work with people, while you can be hard taskmaster like Dr. Prem Singh ji, but I think what you need to value is to be able to help them grow, both as professionals and human beings in their personal life. If your colleagues can discuss their personal life and you can just listen. Some areas you're not an expert. You're yourself struggling in those areas. So how can you be expert on that? Right? Mr. Larry King married 8 times. That doesn't make him an expert on marriage. On the contrary, it makes him the last expert on marriage, right? There was an article on Time magazine I shared with days of that. So I just want to say that it's been a great time knowing you for the last 8 years, but I know you for at least 27 years. As I said, in 95, I got to hear your name. Congratulations. I hope you mentor more leaders. And again, what a fantastic role model in Shri Dwarkanath ji. And I can say that relationships are not about age. I know mentees who are 21 years old, who I met at 18, some are 31, 32 now. I had a friend, she died 2 years back. She was 88. In one of the most selfless people I met in my life. I met her through a common friend, Parsu Raman from Sony. Sony Parsu, I don't know if you know, the head of your VAS 15 years back. And he introduced me to her, and she became a close friend. She was exactly my mom's age, actually older than my mom's age by 6-7 years. But I would talk to her as a friend. I know Mr. Daksha Bhardwaj, he's 84. 9th April, I met him in 97. He's my first, I call him, I need a medicine. I'm ill, I call him, ki Dakshi, batao kya kaun? And he doesn't like Indian medicines. I'm getting you this medicine from Singapore, right? I joke with him about things that I can't joke with my dad. He's 6 months older than my dad. So I think relationships are beyond age. And I think if we can learn, have the right role models, we are blessed. So congratulations to all of you. Do create more mentees who go on to make an impact. Awards are a byproduct. I do awards. So I always say a lot of people come to me, what do we do? Especially a lot of them from MDI. I said, well, shortlist you to present to the jury. But after that, I cannot guarantee anything. You should not ask me also, because you should win it the right way. Sometimes in our awards, there are some awards I sit through the jury. And some people that we really believe in, professionally, we don't even know them. They don't win. Sometimes people we know who we professionally believe in, they do business with us, we have relationships, they don't win. But that's how our process is, jury driven. We will not interfere in it. We'll go by the jury chair and the jury members. Because in a world when everything can be bought, there have to be some things that cannot be bought, right? And our awards, I can proudly say, you talk to anyone in our team. उनसे आप बात करोगे तो पहले उनको पता है कि होने वाला नहीं है अवार्ड, बाकी सब कुछ हो सकता है. We're a media company, we can do paid editorial, all that we do, run the media company, right? But awards we don't sell, we don't entertain conversations, and sometimes our clients say, ऐसे क्या है? ये भी बेचते हैं, वो भी बेचते हैं, हम नहीं बेचते. In a world where everything is for sale, we pride ourselves on doing things the right way, to a process orientation, and we are only custodians of the process. And the process is right, you get the kind of winners you got today. The quality of entries depends on the quality of jury. So please give the jury a big round of applause for getting us the quality of entries and the quantity. Both depend. So, a lot of times my colleagues send me, they are independently doing their juries. They ask me for recommendation. I peg very high. Do I tell them if you get better quality of jury members, even if they're little, some of the jury members are, it takes a lot of effort to engage with them without taking their name. But they bring so much value in their quest to make sure if they're lending their name, they really do it well. So it improves our output eventually. So just give a big round of applause to the jury members, Mr. Dwarkanath, Dr. Maitre, Mr. Siddiqui. And Mr. Siddiqui's award was recommended by Shri Dwarkanath ji. And I don't think anybody would disagree with the choice or the authority Mr. Dwarkanath has in being able to recommend the right person. So that's what I'd say. And please give a big round of applause to Talis. He works Reeti, Ashish. These are the BW people team. Sugandh is not here because she's in the family way, so she's at home. She works from home. And all my colleagues in the marketing side. And it's time to get all of the winners on stage with your trophies for a group photograph. All of you, only with the trophies, not the citation.
I just want to say take 1 minute. On behalf of all the fraternity, you agree. I think one of the things we talked about gratitude, we talked about the wellness, but I think one of the most thing which HR also needs to recognize other businesses as well, recognition by the right kind of people at the right time. That is the most motivational aspect for anyone, what I call cyclic income. It is not the money, it is not the position, it is not any authority which gives you, but recognized by a body which is well accepted and well known, and also by other fellow members. That is the most satisfying thing for anyone. I think you all agree. I think it was indeed a great pleasure. Let us give a big hand to business world for continuing to do this and encouraging people practices and HR awards. And it was indeed an honor for me. And I think I'm certain that the other fellow jury members also concur with me. It was a great experience and a learning for me. If you have seen the jury, very diverse, young, different, they come from different walks of life when I said it, which is a learning the kind of questions they ask. It could be short. Apart from what you do based on the documentation you said, we used to have a discussion, which makes it more lively for me. Every time is a learning. And last but not the least, I want to talk about the age. I think the oldest person is standing before you. So don't think, you got, I think the energy, I think GSK taught me 5 things very quickly. What do you look beyond CV? They said street smart, organizationally savvy. Number 2, sense of humor. I think you learned a lot today. Third, it's not in that order, high levels of energy. I think, he has shown the high levels, all of you have shown high levels of, if you have that energy, you can succeed anything. Fourth, care for people. And, it's not only HR, you need to care for people, for others. If you want to high tech and high touch to balance, it's required. The last but not the least is sound judgment. I think, this has been demonstrated in today's event. I'm really thankful to Dr. Batra, Mr. Rezvi, who has played it, and all the other team members, Aditya and Reeti, for having supported us in Nixon and so many others, which I may not be knowing them personally, Mayank, Karthik, all the business world team for the whatever documentation we're given, we're provided. And it's a pleasure to be associated with this event. And I'm really grateful. And I wish to thank on behalf of the jury as well. Thank you.
I speak a lot because I've been thinking, but sound judgment comes from mistakes. It sounds counterintuitive, but it does. As long as you learn from them. Again, I go back to books because I say I've grown in life because of my parents' blessings, because of God's kindness, my wife's support, lot of help from friends and mentors, but also reading a lot more than anybody I know. Not now, but there was a time, these days I only buy books and read 1 or 2 of them. But I read this book, which some of you may have read, or the last lecture by Randy Posh. How many of you read it? If you haven't, have you? So for me, the takeaway from that book is And he says that experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So as long as you get that experience, nothing is a failure. No idea fails, no person fails, no project fails. So as long as you can learn from those mistakes and not repeat them, I think you'll be super successful. So with this, can we have all the winners on stage? Karthike has a cocktail and dinner appointment. He's urging me to do the photo very quickly. I also have to go to Luke's book launch, but I'm delayed. That's okay. Aye, Prem Singh ji.
All the winners with their trophies only, please. We'll do one picture with the jury and then only the winners. All the winners, please, only with the trophy.
Suresh, you'll have to organize all of us. I think we'll have to do 2 layers. Otherwise, it's a 4 layer. We'll have to add one.
You can also sit if you.
Some will have to sit, otherwise it won't come in one. आपको आगे आना है. You will have to come in. You also have to see. All people can do. Some can sit. Some आगे.
And then one only the winners. Only the winners now. Only the winners.
Only.
Thank you. It's a Saturday. Tali says, have fun. Good night. Thank you so much.